Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the AFDL Fall 2023 Clash. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me, of course, is the amazing Lithy. And Lithy, day 2 is already shaping up to be nothing short of spectacular, especially going off of what we've seen coming out of day 1.
Man, yesterday was quite the banger, not gonna lie. We saw some incredible plays and I can't quite call it to my surprise because I know these guys and I know these guys are absolutely gaming, but the Ukrainian team storming off to first place on the first day, so that was impressive to see. Let's see if they can keep that up in day 2.
Yeah, that's going to be the most difficult thing, right? Is being able to keep that up in day 2, especially with the mystery dungeon that is going to be revealed today to all of our teams. And of course, we do have the 4 teams to talk about here, that being, like the aforementioned Ukrainian team, following up with that, the Warrior Gamer team, then Air Force Gaming, and finally, to round it all off, the British Armed Forces. And so for the 4 teams, they went through the gauntlet of 3 dungeons yesterday, that being Vortex Pinnacle, Underrot, and Halls of Infusion. So 3, in my opinion, pretty difficult dungeons to have to contend with. And now our eyes have been opened, Lithy, to the 4th dungeon that is going to be taking us through today, that being Neltharis. And not only is it Neltharis, but it is a Neltharis that is going to be affixed by Fortified, Entangling, and Bolstering. So a very dangerous key.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Especially the bolstering is a nice little twist since we got to talk about the chains in Neltharis, right? So one of the fan favorite strats for Neltharis obviously is mass pulling things into the chains and just one-shotting them with it. Might be a little bit more dangerous, still an option, but more dangerous with the bolstering affix and of course on fortified. So overall, that's going to be an interesting dungeon to say the very least.
Interesting indeed. It's going to be a deadly one. Neltharis has... It's one of those dungeons, in my opinion, Lithy, that it can go wrong in so many different ways, but it's also one of those keys that if you have the route down in your head, and if you're able to get those mechanics, like what you said, with the chains off correctly, it could also potentially be one of the easier keys out of the selection here. And also, if we go ahead and take a look at our other 3 keys, we get the story of how yesterday went. And it looks like Underrot for most of our teams was kind of the big one, especially when we take a look at Warrior Gamer, the only one sitting at a 25 key completed.
That's actually a pretty impressive number. 25 Underrot, especially on Fortified, is not an easy key to pull off, especially when you consider the entire pack of trash around Cragmaw, the amount of interrupts, stops, and AoE CCs you gotta time and coordinate and bring in there. That's a pretty impressive performance, so definitely curious to see if any teams make it back into Underrot today to push that key up a little bit further, but that 25, that's a damn good start for just day 1.
And I couldn't agree more. But this is also what's really interesting about the whole entire story of what's been going on, because even with that 25 in their pocket, like, the Warrior Gamer surprisingly is not in first place. No, that is going to go to our Ukrainian team, who currently has 68 total points. By the way, I just got to make a quick mention, one number off from nice. But still, they are sitting at 68 points. Warrior Gamer not far behind at 67, followed up by Air Force at 65, the British Armed Forces at 58. So this has been kind of one of the more interesting AFDLs that we've had so far when it comes to these day 1 scores and just how close everything is. And now that we have the quad view up, the dungeons haven't quite started yet. We're still waiting for regulation timer to go into effect with 3 more minutes, but we're already getting an idea of where our teams are starting to lean towards. And in fact, we can kind of already see that for the Ukrainians sitting in Neltharis.
Neltharis starting off with the new dungeon right away. I think that's a good strat. Just get the baseline out of the way, the first 1, 2, maybe even 3 runs to kind of get yourself a good foundation. Same plan, it seems like, for the Warrior Gamers here. And I like that. I can get on board with that strat, quite honestly.
As can I. But 2 teams so far sitting inside of Neltharis. Looks like the British Armed Forces want to go ahead and give Vortex Pinnacle another attempt, which is Absolutely fair game in my opinion, and now we're getting an idea of where the Air Force Gaming. So 3 out of our 4 teams are going to go ahead and do this brand new dungeon reveal today here on day 2 of the AFDL Fall 2023 Clash. So it's already going to be quite literally Lethe heating up inside the lair. Well, I shouldn't say the lair of Neltharion because there is Neltharian's lair, but inside of the, I guess, lab, the laboratory of Neltharion.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many names you could give this thing, you know.
So true.
Blackwing
How many
Lair,
layers?
Blackwing Descent.
The
There's
longer
options.
the longer World of Warcraft goes on, we find more of Deathwing's hidey holes. Like he has like 27 of them
Yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
all over.
He was sitting on the elemental plane of Earth at some point. Then he came out of Grim Batol. Now we got his entire laboratory in Aberos and the Zarala caverns and everything. And who knows where he has his kind of a little summer favela, you know, somewhere in the mountains with a nice view on the lake for some swimming. The good old classic, you know.
Yeah, good old classic Deathwing vacation home. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I do want to take a moment here while we're in this pre-game phase to take a look at our group compositions as well. Seeing something very interesting across most of our teams, we for the most part have almost every single team with a Shadow Priest. That class and that spec has been a ringer here in season 2 of Dragonflight. But I think what's even more interesting is the amount of evokers we're seeing, which Lithy, that new evoker spec, the augmentation evoker, has kind of been sweeping Dragonflight by storm.
Yeah, the augmentation is pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's a little good.
Yeah, no, augmentation is absolutely amazing. The just the amount of things augmentation brings to a group, brings to a run, and generally just to the table is absolutely incredible. You have everything from health increases, like a permanent, like 30 to 40% rally, to movement speed, to insane amounts of CC, absolutely crazy good damage, high mobility, etc., etc., etc. Right? There's a lot augmentation can do, and especially combined with some of the strong classes the casters at the moment, like Fire Mage and Shadow Priest, you can pull out some absolutely insane things. But hey, Sam, the timer is up. We are heading into the first runs of the day. 3 times now Tharos and 1 run on the Vortex Pinnacle here for our British friends. Let's kick day off, Sam.
Yeah, let's go ahead and kick this day off. And now I'm taking a look at how these routes are starting to differ from each other. The Air Force going in a more standard composition, picking up everything on the left side before going back over and having a giga huge pool. These are the kinds of things that you can go ahead and get away with on this being only the plus 15. We're seeing the Ukrainian team do that as well, along with Warrior Gamer. It's all about group them up together as fast as you possibly can, burn them down as fast as you possibly can, and get through this 15 as fast as you possibly can. And Lithy, I don't know if you noticed the sequence of words that I had there, but all of them were as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah, almost sounds like it's one of the ideal things to do for this Mythic Plus format, right? You got 5 hours to push as much and as fast as you possibly can, so yeah, that's a good start overall. I'm, by the way, a big fan of the fact that Air Force is running with an Arms Warrior, kind of my newfound love as well. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah,
but
well,
something has
Lithy,
seemed to gone wrong with the Air Force, Sam. They are crash landing and resetting.
Yeah, the arms warrior lost their arms, got it pulled right off, and yeah, like you said, ended in disaster there here for our poor Air Force team. But still, it's relatively early on, 3 minutes down. That's not going to be too much of an issue here, but a little bit concerning that happening in the very first few moments of a plus 15. Regardless, though, we can just chalk that up to them getting warmed up. Now, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our British team. They are making their way through, get past the first initial mobs of this Vortex Pinnacle, and it looks like they're just taking things nice and slow, not wanting to push not wanting to pull too crazy, rather, on this plus 19.
That's the thing with Vortex Pinnacle on Fortified, right? The mobs are pretty dangerous, especially kind of this first half with the elementals is very spicy, especially once you get into the packs that have these mass amount of casters. So you got to be careful dealing with them. You don't want to overpull. And after all, yes, the ideal is to go fast, but it's more important to go clean and time the key because that's what gets you points. That's what gets you forward and deeper into the day, and that's what you want to go for, right? So also interesting to see the double Warlock Hunter lineup here with a Dis Priest for the British squad. That's an interesting take. I like it. I appreciate a good Dis Priest.
I do as well. It's something that we don't typically get to see very often, especially in, I guess, what is a holy paladin meta nowadays.
Yeah.
And yeah, having something a little bit different like that, bringing out the Disc Priest, definitely a lot of fun to see. But two of our teams now on Magma Tusk, the very angry, fiery war elephant that can cause a lot of issues. Shouldn't be too bad though on a non-tyrannical key for Neltharis, and we're already seeing that they pulled it, and already for both of these teams, over half of its health gone in an instant.
Yep. I mean, it's 15, right? You one-shot that for breakfast, basically. And that's what we're seeing. 25% left on the boss health. The lava spray is going to come out, and nothing else is going to happen with this big mammoth. I hope you like steak, Sam.
I do like steak. I like it quite a lot. And I think the great thing about Magma Tusk Lithy is that it would already come out nice and cooked. You know, because it's on fire and everything. It's delicious. But yeah, great. that was a very clean pull from both of our teams. Nothing less than what we would expect out of a plus 15, however. So we are going to have eyes on the Air Force. It seems like so far for them, this pull going a lot better than the early initial one, the very first attempt that they tried. And for your Arms Warrior, Lithy, still very much alive, still very much pumping as well. Look at that amount of DPS coming out of them. Looks like over 400k. And
he
dead.
Jinxed himself. God damn it.
Hit him with the Caster Curse. It's October. You know what? It's October, so Caster Curses are perfectly fun.
Yeah, it is. It is. Bit spooky, but we'll take it. And another reset coming out of the Air Force. So something with this insanely massive pull not going quite right, but it's a 15. So it's the start of the dungeon, first pull. It's not the greatest disaster ever to kind of reset this early. They've lost overall not even 5 minutes now, basically. So it's all right.
It is all right. It's something that, like I said, they may just be getting warmed up. They may still be trying to getting the routes down in their head, but something catastrophic continues to keep happening here in this early initial pull that they just haven't been able to quite fix just yet. Warrior Gamer, on the other hand, is still having the time of their lives, already going on to the second boss, that is Chargath. So this one is also interesting. We've talked a lot about the chains. This boss obviously deals a lot with chains themselves. They'll be targeting the 3 DPS with those chains and forcing the tank to have to run through them in order to break them. And in fact, you can see in about 3 seconds, they are going to be going out. The grounding spear here. The Ukrainian team are not too far behind themselves, but in an interesting twist here, Lithy seems like they're outputting far more damage and are starting to pull far much more ahead in this particular boss fight.
I mean, these Ukrainian guys are just built different, man. I had the pleasure of casting some of the kind of Ukrainian team in-house tournaments, and some of these guys are pretty insane, especially Heroic Solo on their team is a avid M+ soloer on his Demon Hunter, so they definitely know how to control their characters, and it really shows. I mean, it's a plus 15, right? But still, being almost a full boss fight ahead of the Warrior Gamers this early in the run, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, what's really impressive here, Lithy, is if we take a look at the details meters, something popping out to me almost immediately. No healer, right? In fact, it is the Shadow Priest that is going to be taking up, Wendy, most of the healing responsibilities that we've seen out of that. You saw in the previous boss fight, they were topping the meters, and of course, the Augmentation Evoker helping out where they can. But what's even more impressive was the Shadow Priest topping the meters for both damage and healing. And this is what's giving them that extra edge when it comes to these boss fights and when it comes to actually getting through this just a smidge faster than Warrior Gamer. And for this plus 15,
Yep.
Lithy, this is where you want to start getting away with that. If you want to go for that 4 DPS composition, do it now.
Absolutely, that is gonna do it in terms of speed, right? Interestingly enough, quad DPS something we haven't seen too much of this season. Last season, in a few dungeons, it was very popular, but this time around, not as powerful since Blizzard was kind of adjusting the tuning overall a little bit more. But great to see the Ukrainian team pull that out here. I'm really curious if that is going to last into kind of the plus 18 afterwards as well, or if they're just going to swap over to the healer at some point. But overall, impressive pace, and of course, always fantastic to see a little bit of a mix-up here on the meta.
And I do like this though. I like the fact that both of these teams are neck and neck against each other. It makes for a really entertaining Neltharis run. A lot of thought process maybe going behind, all right, these 15s, they're kind of boring because they're the low keys, and we want to get to the high keys. We want to see the action. We want to see these teams wiping over and over again. But this can also be a lot of fun. Well, the big pulls that you don't get in some of those higher keys that you get in these lower keys. And this is where, in my opinion, something you get a little bit extra out of it too when when two teams are going against each other and how fast they can clear the 15.
Oh, absolutely. That's some good fun. I mean, we all love the MDI, right? If we get a little bit more MDI spirit into the TGP format, then hey, all the power to them. And the tempo so far seems to be pretty good. We're 9 minutes into the first run of the day here for these two teams, and they are just absolutely blasting. The blacksmith boss coming up next. Is there... Wait, I'm a little bit confused right now. Did the Warrior Gamer team just literally blast past the Ukrainian team and pull ahead, or are they just pulling more trash? Oh, they are just pulling more trash, okay.
Yeah, they're pulling more trash, it looks like, but the Ukrainian team has more percentage. So they're sitting at 77% versus Warrior Gamer's current
yeah,
69%.
that's exactly what I meant. That's exactly what I meant.
Yeah.
So they're on the same pull again now. Ukrainian squad at, almost 80% trash. That is definitely going to make up for some of the time. 10% difference, basically, at the moment between the two teams, and Warrior Gamers need to pick that up, well, after this boss fight, basically. Really curious what they are going for in terms of routing.
And once again, another interesting part is trying to figure out what the routing is going to be looking like for these teams. And there it is, that beautiful little affix of entangling, needing to get out of it in order to snap the branches. Otherwise, a little stun is going to be coming your way. So it puts a little bit more extra pressure, especially on caster classes where they have to get out of there. But for the most part, though, it's not too much of an issue, especially if I remember correctly for Shadow Priest, they can kind of just get out of there themselves. Shadow Priests are just, they can do so much.
Fade that stuff, man.
Yeah, it's hilarious. When I figured that out, I was like, why is everyone not playing a Shadow Priest? It's so funny. But anyways, regardless, Warrior Gamers are taking on Forge Master Gorek. But while the words were coming out of my mouth, the Ukrainian team pulled it and already are sitting at 45% and counting.
That's some pretty impressive damage on both teams, actually. Gorek is gonna fall in a few seconds. You gotta dodge all the puddles here, and of course all the tank slams. Entangling in there as well. All the fun and a dead boss. Basically dying at the same time almost here. And now we're just heading back out. You can nicely just jump up that ledge depending on what you're playing, so very good to have an evoker in here as well. Off we go. Back to the start of the dungeon, and one more boss to go, Sam.
One more boss to go, but before we go any further, we do want to say a big thank you to Papa Shang 007 for dropping a 10 bomb inside the channel. That's really appreciated. And also, as a reminder, we are raising money for charity as well, if I remember correctly. So, a lot of really cool things going on here today that are going to help support some very, very worthy causes. In fact, we did have a $60 donation overnight. A big thank you to Andreas for making that possible. So, Lithi, watching some keys, doing some good, and seeing a little bit of snapping for Warrior Gamer, bringing down those two mobs and getting just that little bit of extra percentage that we talked about. This is a typical thing that we see very often is just bring these two down here, and then the rest of the team comes in, pulls them down, and then you get just that little bit of extra cleave going into these two.
Yeah, I mean, they're super harmless, so why wouldn't you, right? So you don't really risk too much by bringing them back in. You just gotta one-shot the big bird here, cook up some chicken for dinner, and then you're all done, basically. And Tangling almost getting stunned here on the Ukrainian side, but manages to dodge that in the last second. Overall, though, this run absolutely clean from both teams so far, Sam, and with the last few percent remaining, actually, I think the Ukrainian team is just literally going to skip this last pack. In the meantime, more of a standard route for Warrior Gamers. They're going to clear that last bird as well.
Yeah, this is actually huge for the Ukrainian team to skip past this and not actually having to fight it out here. These mobs, they're not hard, but they do take up a lot of time, especially when you look at the Lava Mancers because they are able to spawn in more. So this being able to skip all of this, the Ukrainian team went from kind of like, okay, we're just a smidge behind Warrior Gamer to now they're just a smidge ahead. And in fact, for Warrior Gamer, they're gonna get that last bit of trash percentage here by taking on these final two mobs by bringing them into the boss. So that way they're getting that sort of MDI strategy kind of pull in their head and uh, taking care of these while taking care of the boss at the same time.
Yep, I like a good bit of funnel damage. It's always great to see, but of course, not without risk. Let's see if they can pull that off clean, but it's a 15, so I don't have too many doubts. First shield for the Ukrainian squad gets annihilated with the treasure right away. Of course, you gotta cleave down the embers, but the boss is done, dusted, and finished, basically. And that is the first 15 of the day. Going the way of the Ukrainian squad, we are heading with a +3 upgrade into an 18 Tharos for these guys. In the meantime, let's check in with the Air Force and, of course, our British Armed Forces squad. They are still sitting in the +19 Vortex Pinnacle, currently on the second boss of the dungeon, Sam.
Currently on the second boss, making sure to stay downwind. Voltaire's. That took me a long time to figure out how downwind works. Lately, I don't know why. So, though, for the Ukrainian team, this still solidifies their lead. Warrior Gamer just got theirs done as well. Now, that means here, Lithi, that the Ukrainian team is still 1 point ahead of Warrior Gamer. So, for both of these teams, they're still neck and neck. Now it's back into it once more on Neltharis, continuing that to go in for the +18. And for whatever the Armed Forces Dungeon, the Armed Forces Dungeon League is about, it's all about let's go ahead and see what they're going to be capable of. All of these teams have been putting in so much towards making this happen, and now we start getting into the little bit of nitty gritty of strategy, Lithi. Right on day 2, you've done the first 3 keys. You've gotten some score out of them. Now you've been introduced to the 4th dungeon, and this is where you're going to have to start deciding, okay, how much do we want to get out of this 4th dungeon, and when do we want to start going back to the other 3?
I mean, maybe at some point later. The thing is, we're dealing with limited time here, Sam, right? So you gotta really kind of budget the time you spend per dungeon to get the maximum amount of results, I'm just gonna say, out of it. So with a new dungeon coming in per day, you wanna allot at least like 1 or 2 hours at the very least to this new dungeon to kind of push this key as high as you can to get the points. And since we're starting out on a +15, that means there is quite a few runs you can, or rather you have to do, finish it out. In the meantime, you can see with the Ukrainian squad right now, the first big pull going on. That's what you want to do with the chains. You want to group everything up over here, pop the chains, run into the mobs, and then completely annihilate them. And that is where the bolstering comes in to be a little bit on the tricky side of things. You can see all these guys are absolutely massive and have a good chunk of HP to burn through, hopefully before they kill your tank. On top of that, I am not sure if the Ukrainian team swapped over to the Holy Pally, but it does look like it. So they're running the plus 18 now with the healer instead of the quad DPS, just kiting away to clean this pack out.
Yeah, you're seeing some really good Frost Novas to root the mobs in place, giving the tank that little bit of extra breathing room and just continuing to kite it out. Really well done here from the Ukrainian team. Even though this is that 18, right, Lithy? That bolstering doesn't matter. It gets so scary when they are that much more empowered in health. So being able to control and maintain through that is still something really, really impressive. And now we're going to start seeing some more big pulls coming out from the Ukrainian team. However, on the other hand, Warrior Gamer starting to make some pretty decent sized pulls of their own. This 18 Neltharis is proving already to be just as engaging as the 15. Over for the Air Force, the third boss of Gorek, it looks like it's about to be taken down, sitting at about 25%. No deaths suffered here for the Air Force either. I think that's the biggest boon for them, especially coming out of some of those trickier early pulls, early wipes that we had for them. So seeing them being able to wipe it up and get back into a better position to continue to push themselves further is very, very encouraging. And of course, for the British Armed Forces, getting very close to the final boss, just taking their way through these final few trash packs where, of course, the lightning cage is going to be so very important for them to stand inside. Looking a little bit tricky, though, 7 deaths, but on track to being able to time this key.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is more than doable. They've basically managed to get past the hardest parts of this dungeon. They're already past the first packs and onto the stars, so it's 2 or 3 more pulls after this, and then we're on the last boss already. And keep in mind, it's fortified, so this last boss is not really going to be too much of a challenge in the first place. Yeah, it's really just these 2 big packs that you need to clear out. They're both like 6 to 9% each, and they can get quite spicy. Even on the 19, especially with fortified. So you gotta watch out for those casts, especially the AoE slams do a lot of damage. The healers need to be on top of those. And of course the lightning lash, if it comes in, that hurts if you can't stand in the big lightning triangle.
Still, though, for a majority of our teams, they are solid in the ways that they're going about taking on these keys. For the British Armed Forces, yeah, it seems pretty good so far. Nothing really hurting them. This final trash pack, though, is the one that could potentially be scary. And of course, as a reminder for Vortex Pinnacle, this is a fortified, incorporeal, spiteful key. So these affixes, once again, pretty nasty across the board here, just like what we have out of Neltharis. And Vortex Pinnacle is actually one of those surprising keys, Lithy, right? This being a Cataclysm dungeon. You kind of have the idea in your head that it could go one of 2 ways. It could either be really difficult or it could be really simple. But I feel like with Vortex Pinnacle, they kind of found the nice little middle ground for it.
Yeah, I'm generally okay with Vortex Pinnacle. Not the biggest fan of the dungeon, but it's okay. At least they didn't implement something like I don't know, Throne of the Tides for this season. So I think we got the good picks out of that.
Spicy take, Lithy, already.
Dude,
Speaking of spicy,
I saw some PTR testing of that dungeon yesterday. It actually looks better than I expected it to be, but I'm still not convinced. We'll see how I'm feeling in like 3 months.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Maybe in the Winter Clash for sure. But Spice is going to be in full effect, especially for the Air Force taking on the final boss. And it looks like for them, not too much of an issue. The Magma Shield is about to come up. Of course, go out there, pick up the nice little treasures to break it as quickly as possible. Not wasting any time here. And for the Air Force, definitely on track to be able to +3 this key at just a smidge, a minute over what Warrior Gamer and the Ukrainian team was able to accomplish, but nevertheless a +3 on the board and going to be able to start the +18 relatively soon here. However, for both of our other teams inside of that 18, Magma Tusk has been taken down. It looks like Warrior Gamer, though, has the edge when it comes to time. If we take a look at Magma Tusk, 4 minutes and 45 seconds against the Ukrainian team's 5 minute and 37. So just a little bit better for Warrior Gamer in that time department. But we do have to remember, Lathy, when it came to this dungeon, Ukrainian team pulled ahead at the very last boss.
Indeed. I mean, that's what the quad DPS lineup is going to do for you, right? So from here on out, heading into this 18 and the keys afterwards, it's a little bit more interesting to see who is actually how fast. But first, let's take a little bit of a look here at Assad, the last boss of the Vortex Pinnacle, the British team. Eyeing up him, and of course we got a little bit of PI action on for the Warlocks, and they will be very happy about that. First, unstable current is going to come through, and well, so far it seems like this team is managing this really nicely. Not going to be a 2 chest anymore, Sam. We got 10 seconds on the clock, but at the very least it's timed, and they get to go onwards to a 20.
And that is the important thing, right? At the very least, being able to time it, get rid of the Skyfall Nova. You can see that pulsing AoE damage going out. It's still chunking through a lot. The most important thing here is making sure to jump. All right, they were able to do that. A Chain Lightning that needs to be taken out of the group. Very well done by our Warlock here, who actually cares about doing the mechanics, Lithy. I know, crazy for a Warlock, but Assad is feeling the pressure from our group here. Another Skyfall Nova out on the field. The attention has been turned towards it immediately. A good dodge of that Chain Lightning. The Skyfall Nova has been taken out. Another static clean jump up into the air to avoid that, as the unstable grounding field and the mad dash to go over towards it. 15% left here on Assad, and indeed so, the British Armed Forces should be in clear ways of being able to take this out.
Yup, there is no doubt in my mind this boss is dead about right now. There we go. Key timed, 55 seconds past the +2. A little bit of a unfortunate situation, but still an upgrade and a well done run. Sam, can you imagine? That's already the first half an hour of day 2. That's insane.
It's kind of crazy to think about. All of our teams now have been able to complete a dungeon. And that's even more so fantastic here for the British Armed Forces, getting that 19 Vortex Pinnacle on the board. I would not be surprised now, though, Lithy, if it's time to step into Neltharis for them. Start getting some of those keys on the board and joining the rest of the teams in Neltharis Joy in some crazy pulls.
Yes. I could also see them trying to maybe go for an upgrade on the Underrod. Okay, never mind, they're going for Neltharis. Because overall, the British team lacking behind just a little bit on day 1 compared to the rest of the team. So they have to play some catch-up today. Get into those older dungeon, or quote-unquote older dungeons, a little bit earlier than the rest of the teams, I would assume, to make up for some points. They already got a good start in with the 19 Vortex Pinnacle just now, but even with that 19, they're still 2 key levels behind, for example, the Warrior Gamers and the Air Force with a 21 timed, and same thing goes for Halls of Infusion at Underrod. They're at least like 1 key level behind the rest of the teams, so there's going to be some catch-up that needs to happen if they want to stay competitive for the top 3.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough, but not impossible.
Exactly.
And now that they're stepping into Neltharis, there's more opportunities for them to be able to make the possibilities a reality. Reality, though, right now, looking like for the rest of our other 3 teams, the Air Force, the recovery from this team and how those first couple of 15 wipes happened, they were definitely sad, but now what we're getting out of them here in this 18, it seems like they're definitely making up for this time. They're pulling a lot of trash packs onto Magma Tusk to get that little bit of extra efficiency and that little bit of extra juice, getting out of the way, making sure that lava wave doesn't go into the rest of the party here. But so far, it seems like for the Air Force, they are able, they're working hard to make up for that lost time. The charge comes out and making sure to get, of course, the interrupts off on the mobs. Otherwise, it's going to put a very nasty debuff on you. Still, though, the Air Force, it looks like they're doing a fantastic job. And once again, still for our I would say that the two leaders of the pack, it's still very close, Lithy, between the two of them.
Oh, it's absolutely neck to neck. Warrior Gamers are like half a pull ahead of the Ukrainian team at the moment. So it's really going to come down to the wire at the end of the dungeon. But overall, the speed is really good. Even the swap from the red to the Holy Paladin did not really slow down the Ukrainian squad at all. They are still just blasting through everything. But especially with the Air Force, right? Since they are already on towards that 18, they +3 the 15 after all. These first two resets they had to do on the start of the day kind of really don't matter anymore. This is really just the time loss territory that's not even comparable to a depleted key towards the end of the day. And quite honestly, Sam, I think there is a very real potential. We'll see one or two of those once we head into the later stages of the second day today.
See, and that's what makes these TGB format style tournaments so interesting, right, Lithy, is how things are going to be looking like at the second half of the day and just how much of an impact the first half is going to have on them. But I do agree with you, like you said, the two wipes that happen on the 15 are probably going to be negligible in the long run, especially with how well the Air Force team is playing now. Taking a look at this, though, it seems like Warrior Gamer is really started to find their groove on this now. Tharis already pulling on to Forge Master, where the Ukrainian team, once again, it seems like that time bank is really starting to widen between these two. But at the end of the day, though, it's still so close that it's kind of like an error of margin of error, rather.
Yeah. I also think that it's probably
Especially
not...
with the Ukrainians blasting. Look at that!
Pew, 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 pew. Big damn. Big damn, my friend. Boss already on 25%. You're gonna love to see a good Fire Mage with the Evoker and the Shadow Priest. This is like full meta god comp from the Ukrainian team, and that is paying off, man. The boss dead on the floor. What a performance. 190k DPS from Windy Savant with 180. They're just pumping, dude.
Unreal amounts of damage coming out of the Ukrainian team, where I was literally saying the words coming out of my mouth, Lithy, it was a margin of error, where the error was on my part, talking about the Ukrainian team in such poor ways, because they are able to have that single target pumping damage so strong in their pocket that the bosses, they just cannot stand up to it. They get melted almost immediately. And that's one of the benefits when you're playing on these non-tyrannical affixes, these fortified affixes. You just go through them so fast. And even with these, even fighting these fortified mobs, they're still going through them at a very respectable pace.
Absolutely. The big thing that's gonna always be something you need to consider while running through this is the bolt string, right? Especially once we're done with the 18, we're getting to the higher key levels. The bolt string can get really spicy on these bigger pulls. Your tank really needs to be careful to not get one shot at some point. And you can already see the bear kiting, the paladin almost getting one shot by the general AoE and cast that are going out that you can't do too much about. Like, for example, the piercing barrel that's going to be thrown in there every now and then. If you're not careful with these, they might just one-shot you. And for the moment, it seems like the team is really fully aware of what is happening, how they need to deal with it, and just dealing with it quite nicely. Pull wrapped up, 94% on the board. I think they're sticking to we're skipping the last pack in front of the boss route, and are just going to grab some birds, grab some chicken, and then get the last boss.
And grab a little snack on the way, right? And get that extra that extra food buff.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, it seems like for the Ukrainian team, they don't really care too much about picking up those other 2 mobs. So yeah, just fight them up there with the big, huge Gigapole that they had up there. Rather, they like to take this into the rest of the trash packs through here, which a pretty good way of going about doing it, in my opinion. Is just that a little bit extra, a little bit more reliable with in my opinion, versus trying to snap those 2 mobs down below. And even more so, it could potentially even be said it's a maybe even safer when it comes to trying to take them on. But regardless,
What?
for the most part, I mean, look at the
Safety? In my plus
yes.
runs? What?
Letty, I know it's hard to believe. I know having that little bit of an extra safety net. I know, crazy to talk about in Mythic Plus, but it happens
Absolutely
sometimes.
insane, Sam. No, no, I don't believe you. I
I wouldn't
don't
believe me
believe you.
either. I wouldn't believe me either. Honestly,
No,
this is Mythic Plus.
that's fair.
And it is World of Warcraft we're talking about. But we're seeing the same thing happen here for the Ukrainian team. They are going to skip these last few mobs, skirting their way by them just so ever carefully. And with 3 minutes on the clock, with what we've seen, especially when it comes to boss damage out of this team, this should be a +3.
2 minutes 40. Yeah, no, easy done. The big trick about this boss really is just managing the shield right, and for that, hey, there is treasure to pick up. Maybe not ideally during your combustion, but then again, the treasure does a little bit more damage than your combustion, especially to the shield. So all in all good here for Savant, and in just a few seconds that magma shield is going to come in. 2, 1, let's go. Immediately want to pop whatever you picked up. It's the Rose of the Veil here for Savant, and that's a little bit of a more melee oriented cast that you need to get up close and personal with the boss for. But yeah, look at that, my goodness, the boss is absolutely melting, Sam. 30% already on Warlord Zarya, and she is not going to be for much longer after this. So we gotta start talking about when we think this is gonna get spicy, Sam. Because now Tharos on Fortified, for me that's kind of a key that starts to get a little bit unforgiving towards the 22, 23 plus, I want to say.
I would 100% agree with that, and we're going to get even further along in the... Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here with Warrior Gamer? We see a death being suffered by them. In fact, that's going to be 5 deaths on the board, if I'm reading that correctly. It seems like Warrior Gamer's having some issues in their 18 run. This is potentially massive for our Ukrainian team, especially looking at how much health the boss still has left to go through. A +2 key looks like it's going to be in the cards for this team. And if we're already starting to see some of this like happening in an 18 Lithy, when we talk about that 22, 23, it is going to be scary. However, Warrior Gamer are going to be able to get the recovery when it comes to taking on this boss in 40 seconds on the clock with 10% left to go. Yeah, so they're going to get the +3 for sure in their pocket. But still, that's a really scary moment for them where that looked like it was going to go in a very poor direction.
Yeah, it's looking spicy. 7 seconds on the Man at My Shield. 1% left on the boss. The combustion coming through. Okay, barely scratching out the win over there. So the +3 secured with just a few seconds to spare. Lucky break for the Warrior Gamer squad, but having problems on a 18 non-tyrannical boss, that can go very, very wrong once you get into the higher levels. But they make it through. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian squad straight into that +21. Air Force, by the way, also in the +18. Now, Tharos, they are up to the Forge Master by now, so slowly but surely moving through that dungeon. And, of course, the British Armed Forces, those guys are halfway through the +15, so everything just coming up nicely, coming together, and progressing slowly but surely.
That's all we could ever ask for, right? Progress is coming out of these teams. And for the British Air Force, suffering no deaths, already have taken down 2 of the bosses. This +15 looking very smooth so far. And in fact, the 3rd boss is in their sight lines. Dodge around their way through that mini boss there. And the Air Force, they have had 1 death, but it kind of just like, all right, whatever. We take that one death in the chin and we keep pushing onwards. And Forge Master is going to, of course, give them even more hits in the chin. This is a team, though, that we know from the Air Force that they can take these punches and they can continue to keep going forward and finding the ways that they recover through them.
Yeah.
It's just now we take a look at the Ukrainian team, them being able to clear that 18, Lithy, perfectly, by the way, no death suffered, is the biggest boom for them so far because they are already clearing their way through this key. Though we do see a very important note, these pools aren't as huge as they were in the lower keys, and that's just following the train of logic, right?
Yep. 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 That's quite all right. But the thing that keeping these pools smaller on this higher level, Sam, right, is just flat out the bolstering because there is only so much your tank can take, especially once you get to the higher levels. You very quickly maneuver yourself into a territory where your tank just might get insta-gipped if you go for these massive bolts, but you can still manage them, as we can see with the Ukrainian squad right now. That's insane what they are doing right now. The damage absolutely crazy on the entire group, but their paladin has everything under control. Meanwhile, though, the bear, you just see how much they need to kite this out almost through the middle of the dungeon here to finish everything up. The bolstering stacks absolutely crazy, especially when you don't have the chains available to yourself, but they managed to clean that out quite nicely, straight going into the next pole. No brakes on that train right now, Sam. That's a crazy performance so far from the Ukrainian team.
It really is a crazy performance here, right? The bolstering is really the scary part. And sure, it may have had to change in season 2 where it doesn't increase the health, just the damage. But that damage, especially on a 21, is so scary. I mean, just one stack and look at what it's already doing here. Look at how scary this already is. And the more that continues to stack up, the scarier and scarier it becomes. World of Warcraft, Lithy goes from an MMORPG to a horror game almost in an instant with some of these bolstering stacks. And the way that the Ukrainian team so far has been able to mitigate, kite their way through it, and come out on the other side of it, most importantly, alive, is something that cannot be understated. But we do have to look towards Warrior Gamer as well. They're doing some of these similar things for themselves as well and making it work just as much as the Ukrainian team did on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing we need to consider, right, is the fact that we are on Tournament Realm, so the gear definitely is up there. You can prepare the characters just the way you want. So once we head into those mid to higher 20s, then I think, never mind, okay. Warrior Gamers apparently already getting into a little bit of a spicy situations on that third pole of the dungeon. Gotta get a little bit of a reset here after that full wipe. A little time loss, but not too bad.
No, not too bad at all. They can get back in there, recover quickly, and start again. Go again. It's that hardcore classic mentality, right, Lithy? You just go again. You keep going, you keep going, you keep going, and you don't let it stop you.
How many times did you have to go again already, Sam?
Anyways, Lithy, that was a great discussion on hardcore classic. I don't.
Good times, good times.
But we're here to talk about Mythic Plus. Woo. So though, for the Air Force, they're on the final boss, Sarga. They kind of at a similar time bank with what we saw from the Ukrainian team. They're looking pretty decent in their way. 2 minutes on the clock, already a big chunk of damage taken out of Sarga. And as long as they get the magma shield mechanic done correctly, this should be pretty easy for them. And something we're also seeing out of most of our teams so far is they also just ignore the fire elemental that comes out. They either stun it or they just don't really care about it. They cleave it down when it gets close enough to the boss. It's pretty much a non-issue. So here we have it. The magma shield comes out once more, broken almost immediately, something that is nothing less than a necessity. And angling yourself just right enough. Here comes the entangling, forcing them out into a different direction. But the burning pursuit from this fire elemental, it's like I said, they stun it down into the ground right on top of the boss and cleave it away. Perfectly executed from the Air Force, and perfect execution is going to lead into that perfect execution of Sarga. This is going to be a +3 timed key for the Air Force. A Neltharis 21 in their pocket now. We see the British Armed Forces making their way in a very similar position towards the final boss 2, just needing that little bit of extra percentage, and they are also going to be looking at getting an 18 in their pocket for this 15.
Very, very nice. Good runs across the board to start the day off. We're almost an hour into day 2, and you can definitely see the teams that have a lot of experience in these tournaments. The Ukrainian squad, the Air Force, kind of one of our top competitors here in the AFDL, right? They've won a few of these already. They're back for more. I'm really curious to see where they're going to end up at the end of day 2. Day 1 kind of finished with a, I don't want to call it a standstill, but more of a kind of even score between Warrior Gamers and the Air Force. So they definitely have what it takes to kind of attack that top 1 spot that is currently being held by the Ukrainian squad. And moving throughout the day, it's going to be really interesting to see who can pull out the most points, especially Warrior Gamers. That is probably something we need to talk about. The defending champions of the AFDL currently.
Defending champions, but the champions are starting to feel the pressure of new competitors at their doorsteps. The Ukrainian team is not giving them very much room to breathe here, Lithi. They're not giving them very much room to maneuver, and that's the kind of stuff that we love seeing out of the AFDL, right? These newcomers onto the scene and putting the pressure, not letting the top dogs rest easy on their laurels and pushing them to even greater heights. And of course, here in season 2, a lot of changes that have come in versus what we saw out of even just the beginning of season 2 versus the end of season 2, right? With the introduction of the augmentation evoker and with some of the class changes that have come in, and especially now that we're on the 10.7 patch looking towards
10-2.
the 10.17 patch looking towards 10.2. Things are, World of Warcraft is in this constant state of flux now, where adaptation and staying up to date with mechanics of just your own class is so important.
Yup, adaptation and augmentation. Augmentation first and foremost, because that's the good spec. Actually, Sam, I do want to catch your thoughts on augmentation. Like, how have you felt about augmentation so far after it's been introduced into the game? Because I do see a lot of concerns, a lot of controversy about the spec, with a lot of voices just calling for a flat-out removal, and quite a few people absolutely loving it.
So the augmentation, I like the augmentation evoker conceptually, right? A support class, something that World of Warcraft has never had before, and I think that's really cool. It definitely needs some tuning though.
Yeah.
Because and especially in those first couple of weeks where you basically, if you didn't have an augmentation evoker in your key, you're just inting, right? And if you're looking towards doing those +30s and above, the augmentation evoker was a necessity. It wasn't an option. It was a must-have spec. I think now they're definitely starting to get the tuning under control, and I like the augmentation evoker for what it is, and I think with more pass-throughs, especially looking towards 10.2, hopefully even in a potential 10.3 or the next expansion, they're going to be... I think they're going to be in that right spot for what Blizzard has envisioned for them, and of course looking towards the Race to World First coming up, and how the augmentation evoker is going to change that rating scene is going to be really interesting to see. But I think here for Mythic Plus, augmentation evokers are filling an interesting spot that just needs that more extra attention to get them in that position where they're not the must-have spec.
Yeah, no, I think that's.
But I like them. I like them overall.
That's a pretty good opinion I can get on board with, honestly. I love the idea. What I love the most is the implication, because Now that we have an augmentation evoker, that we have our first support spec, that just opens the door for more support spec, and I think that's the way to go forward for World of Warcraft class design. Could use a little bit of a shake-up of the ever same Holy Trinity kind of angle we've had for the last 20 years, basically. So, gonna be interesting to see what Blizzard does with it going forward. But for the time being, I think we mainly got to focus on what the teams do with this augmentation evoker, and it's most likely going to be running through dungeons very, very fast.
And that's what it always comes down to, Lithy. Very, very fast. And in fact, we might be seeing something very, very fast happening right here. Funnily enough, we did see something very, very fast. The Holy Paladin that we're looking at right now had the slow fall on them, and then the Evoker rescued them down onto the ground, so that way they get just that little bit of extra time to move and maneuver, right? So you see, it's all technique. It all comes together. Every second counts, okay? But here we have it, another big pool going throughout this entire room. Why are we making a pool this big, though, Lithy? Well, but of course, we have the chains that are going to be able to burn them down fast and easy. Here it is, a quick Dragon's Breath to stun them all out. Look at that damage, though. The Neltharis weapons dealing that 2.5 million. The same cannot be said. Oh my god! Lithy, look at the size of that Kalashi Hunter. That was basically a raid boss standing in front of us. Unfortunately, though, we have lost our tank, and we did lose our Augmentation Evoker.
A small price to pay for a really quickly cleared out pull with a bunch of really nasty mobs. So, well done here by the Warrior Gamers, and they reward themselves heading into the next boss fight and absolutely blasting this one. So that's going to be cleared out in just a few seconds. Of course, you still got to be careful with the spears and the chains that are coming out in just a second here. But overall, even with some minor hiccups, it's looking like a really, really good run so far for the Warrior Gamers on the 21.
I want to point out, too, that we have the healer POV, and I love the fact that in their details they have deaths being tracked. a good way to call out the rest of your team as the healer, right, Lithy? I don't play healer very much, so I can't get into the mindset.
That's the classic. You have your healing done window and you have your damage done window, and when someone dies, you flip the damage done window to the deaths window to kind of check the recap and double check to make sure it's not your fault, but it's the DPS that didn't use their second brain cell, basically. And yeah, sometimes you just forget to flip back because
we're supposed to have a second brain cell.
That depends on the class you're playing, right? Because some melee DPS specs are so complex you'll need both of your brain cells just to play your rotation correctly. So
okay.
Sometimes you just don't have a leftover brain cell to deal with mechanics, you know.
Okay. Well, I play a Fury Warrior right now, so it's.
Oh yeah. That's the 3 brain cells for the rotation specs. So don't worry.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Just like we're making sure that Chargath is charred down into the ground. This is something fun to see, however, as our team is backing up a little bit, picking up these tamed phoenixes here. Potentially, they just don't like the phoenixes, Lithy. That's what I'm guessing. They don't care about percentage. They just care about beating up these phoenixes. Just kidding, of course. They care about percentage.
I mean, don't you like some spicy wings, Sam? Maybe that's all there is to it.
I guess.
It's not targeted phoenix bullying. It's more like snacks.
Snacks, yeah, of course, snacks. Well, this is we've gone from the snack, Lithy, on to the full course meal with the size of this pool coming up, and again, we're not there. There's still very sizable, especially when we talk about it from the perspective of a plus 21, though things are starting to get a little out of hand here. Maybe a little bit more damage than what we were expecting. The tank having to come backwards, a quick knockback to pull them away, and of course using that augmentation evoker, that ability where they're able to knock them up in the air while extending out the buffs that they're giving to the rest of the team. But a pretty decent little bit of recovery here in a moment that could have gone very much in a different direction.
Yeah, it's these chain pulls that get in I don't want to call it unnecessarily big, but they get pretty sizable. So managing all those mobs, grouping them up, and stacking them up without necessarily having the tools to do it quickly, like a DK mass grip, for example, just takes a little bit of time, coordination, and especially healing throughput to stay alive in the meantime. And it looks like the Warrior Gamers have zero trouble getting that done. So another massive pulse just cleaned up within a few seconds. You can see already on 60% trash. They're going to clear out the next 1 or 2 packs, and then we're already onwards to Forge Master Gorek, and basically almost done with the key. So 3 chest pace, maybe. I think +3 is gonna get close, but still doable.
I think so as well. Especially when we talk about it from the perspective of Warrior Gamer. Though I would be interested to see how our Ukrainian team has been going. So let's go ahead back over to the quad view and also take a look and see how the rest of our teams are handling through their own Neltharis runs. Also, but so far for the Warrior Gamers, this has been a pretty decent run. A couple of those deaths being suffered, but nothing that really stalled them out for too long. That 15 extra seconds, hopefully it's not going to be the difference maker towards whether or not they're able to +3 it. But for what we have out of this team so far, it's a really good run of a 21 Neltharis, especially when we factor in, once again, those affixes. This being that fortified key, this being that bolstering key. Those are really scary affixes when put together.
I hate bolstering, honestly. I mean, they changed that it's a timed buff now, so you can actually kite it out once it goes horribly wrong. This is really nice. But it's still super spooky, both as a tank and as a healer, and especially because these things can happen. Just the tank and whatever DPS is too close to the danger at that moment, getting absolutely clobbered and one-shot. Rosie struggling a little bit here momentarily with the throughput, needing to stay alive, but last year gets the quick res, is back up on their paws and just taking the aggro from the DPS. So stabilized and cleaned up for a second, but still. That's the 5th death on the counter, Sam, and that's 25 seconds gone from your timer. So slowly but surely, the 3 chest not looking that good anymore.
Yeah, it's starting to slip through their hands. Now they have to go through the time of reviving. Still a couple of more mobs that they have to chew through before they can take on Gorek, as we see right here. Still, though, it was really good from this team, especially with the fact that Rosie had that mob aggroed onto them, but the way that they were able to CC out the Iron Torch that was on them to give the tank enough time to come back and pick up the threat and aggro on it was a really good bit of play from them. And now we're seeing here so far that I guess a really important thing when it comes to bolstering is making sure that you even out the damage as best you can. So that way, when you do have to go up against something like these 2 mobs, even with that just 1 bit of bolstering, that extra 20% makes a big difference. And at the very least, Lithy, even though we're dealing with bolstering, they don't have that extra health anymore. Just the damage. Thank goodness. I say just the damage, but you know.
Yeah, just is such a simple word, you know. It's not quite grasping the gravity of the situation sometimes, but yeah, the health takeaway from that buff actually make the affix pretty bearable, basically. So you just get one shot, you can actually still kill things that are one-shotting you, which is really nice. In the meantime, 5 minutes left to go on that +3. So overall, depending on how long this Forge Master fight is going to last, Sam, maybe there is still a chance. Warrior Gamers definitely making it interesting at the very least.
Warrior Gamers. They're gamers, Lithian, and they always know how to make things interesting for us.
Also, why are they called Warrior Gamers and not playing a Warrior, Sam? What's going on with that?
Lithy, I wish I could tell you. You gotta go talk to the Air Force and tell them to instill some wisdom into the Warrior Gamers and bring in that little bit of extra warrior supremacy. I mean, they brought a hunter, not a warrior. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's a way to do it.
I don't have hunter bias, by the way. That's hunter. No, not me.
Wait.
I like
Do you,
warriors for sure.
oh right, you're not a hunter enjoyer. Why are you a
Not
hunter
not
enjoyer?
Summer Ash.
I like hunters, but I like warriors more. So I'm in your camp.
Gotcha, gotcha. I always knew you were a good guy, Sam.
I try. What can I say? And speaking of trying, well, the warrior gamers aren't trying. They're doing, and they're doing a fantastic job so far on Forge Master. But that's something that we're not really too surprised to see here on this fortified key. Really just making sure that you dodge the swirlies, survive through the AoE pulsing damage, but you can see that even through this, it's not that scary here. The Blazing Aegis comes out, and really good way to line themselves up to make sure they don't get caught inside of the rest of the swirlies that come out of that in that X pattern. So they line themselves up in that way and pretty much make that a non-worry. Just making sure that you space yourself far enough away from each other to not get overlap.
Oh, Juson down for the count here at the moment.
Hunter
Getting
goes down.
burned on the swirlies then the last second sighted for a second. Yeah, that's just Hunter. Hunter is very squishy, my friend. Very, very squishy.
They're very squishy, and that kind of what makes it interesting to see them bringing in the hunter, right? The hunter does a respectable amount of damage as well, but that squishiness is really scary for them, and so that's why I'm surprised to see here from the Warrior Gamers not having a Shadow Priest, which surprisingly enough, Shadow Priest very tanky, a lot of different ways, a lot of different defensive cooldowns that they can use, but most importantly, Vampiric Embrace, right? You think about that ability and how much utility you get out of a skill that can give life through the amount of damage that you're doing. So bringing along a hunter is an interesting choice. Very, very interesting in my perspective.
No, absolutely. I mean, Hunter is not bad, right? Don't get me wrong. Hunter brings some good damage, brings some good CC with it as well. Especially once you're kiting during these bolstering moments, you can bring something in like the tar trap, like the binding shot. That helps massively. We've seen the incorporeal affix in Vortex Pinnacle, for example. You can deal with that with the ice traps. So all in all, Hunter just has a fairly deep utility toolkit that you can utilize. On top of that, Hunter is able to dispel enrages very nicely. So just a bunch of things a few classes can do that the Hunter brings to the table. And on top of that, let's be real here for a second, it still does some really, really good damage, which just makes it a solid pick overall. Also, if you bring in a BM Hunter, that can be your Bloodlust, then again, you got Evoker and Mage, so that's not really necessary.
Yeah, exactly. You better be bringing that evoker along, right? Better be bringing something along that is going to be that augmentation. So, yeah, it's interesting little mechanics that we're seeing here. And of course, at the end of the day, also, if you feel comfortable on the class that you're playing, sometimes it's better to go along with that than forcing yourself to play something like
absolutely.
Shadow Priest, where you may be like, okay, I understand that, yeah, Shadow Priest is part of the God comp, but it's also something that you don't feel comfortable with. It's a class that can be kind of complex in its own right, especially with the amount of utility that it brings to the table. That if you can get away with it as a hunter, right? Why not?
No, absolutely. I was about to say, right? Shadow Priest definitely one of those specs that very few people can just pick up like that once if they haven't played it before. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Hunter performs over the rest of the day, but first we'll head into Warlord Zarga, and she is going to be dealt with a few additional mobs. 6% of, or rather 5.5% trash left to go, Sam, and a full boss fight for this 21 two-chested.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to get to that 3 chest, but hey, 2 is good enough in my opinion, as our Warrior Gamer team is going to be eyeing that 23. Out comes the Burning Pursuit Fire Elemental, a really good Hodge to keep them locked down for the moment as the Magma Shield comes up, still having to contend with the other 2 mobs that are out on the field, and of course the Lava Mancer summoning in the extra lava spawns that go along with it. The Magma Shield has been dealt with. The Burning Pursuit also looks like it's been taken care of. A little hard to see throughout all of the lava spawns, but the mobs are being wiped up here slowly but surely, and we're seeing not too much difficulties in the health pools of, well, I say that! I have caster cursed it, chat. Now we're going to see if the recovery is going to be here. The tank is going to be B-res at just the last moment, but that got really scary. The same, however, is not going to be said for our holy paladin. They have fallen down onto the ground, but another B-res is available to bring them back up. A burning pursuit is coming after the rest of our players, but on top of the boss once more, you got to keep them locked down with that Hodge. You're going to keep them locked down with all of that CC, the magma shield once more. But throughout all of this, they still need to go out, grab them, and you can see that's the 6.2 seconds that it's taken them. Really nice to have that in their pocket. We're going to dig through, bringing up a little bit more just in case the next magma shield comes up, but it seems like the recovery has happened, and now without the rest of the mobs to worry about, this is in Warrior Gamers Fields. There should be no more deaths. There should be no more worries for them to fear, and indeed so, as Warlord Saga is hitting on that final percent of health, Warrior Gamers are going to be taking home a +2 21 Neltharis. Almost, by the way, almost. They're 0.5%, just a little bit more, but that's pretty much a non-plus. That's nothing for them to worry about. It's going to be easy for them to take care of. We look at the rest of our teams, though, and an interesting twist of the knife. The Ukrainian team, however, is looking at a +23 already started, already being gone through. And so the same for this team, however, only able to get that +2. And so we're seeing it across the board. At 23, that 21 has proved to indeed be kind of dicey. And for our Ukrainian team, this 23 Neltharis is already 6 deaths in, Lithi.
Damn, I mean, 6 deaths this early. You could make an argument for maybe just flat out resetting this if you're losing this much time this early. Then again, it's also the question of like what is your target? Oh, the mage and the tank again getting one shot by those heavy bowstring stacks. It's rough out there. It is really rough out there. So yeah, it's really a question of what's your target here. Are you gunning for the 2 chest? Are you gunning for just timing it? If you're just going to time it, then continuing on with so many deaths this early, it might just be the okay call to make. Overall, it's a moment decision that can weigh fairly heavily later on, and you're not necessarily able to see the full, let's just call it the consequences of your actions until you get there, basically.
Yeah. I think, though, for the 23, they're making the right call, honestly, with this being so early in the dungeon, that these deaths are, in my opinion, kind of not a necessity, but they're just something that's going to be happening, and you're not going to be +2ing this, you're not going to be +3ing this, so you may as well just be going through it and gritting your teeth. They're still, in my opinion, making pretty good progress. They're on the first boss, they have 6 minutes, they're bringing all of these mobs on top of it once more. And so this actually is going to be kind of a scary pull regardless, though. We're talking about that 23. We're talking about that bolstering. And even though the boss isn't on Tyrannical, it's still going to be hitting like a truck. And so mechanics are going to be even more important, especially making sure to dodge through those lava waves, baiting out correctly these charges from Magma Tusk.
I think the most difficult part is just simply the fact that you brought a bunch of fortified mobs into this bowl. So that's going to be a little bit spicy in terms of staying alive. Oof. Speaking of which, down goes the tank, and now everything is unraveling really quickly. A little bit of an invis action going on by the mage here, and that's going to be a quick full wipe Sam. And latest point now, I think, it's a reset angle for the Ukrainian squad. Unfortunate events here, but they are pushing themselves to the limit.
They are pushing themselves to the limit, and that's exactly what they need to be doing, though, here, Lithi. When you think about it, that kind of pulls this level of a key, especially on Neltharis, is a very scary key. It is a very difficult key. It's one that's you're starting to feel the effects of every single mistake magnified tenfold. And you brought it up earlier. When are we going to start seeing the struggles? We saw a little bit of it in the 21, right? We started seeing some deaths on the board across most of our teams. And in fact, for the Air Force, they're already sitting at 5 on the board, looking pretty good though. Regardless, still they're making their way through it. They're getting their bosses killed in their pockets. But this 23 is absolutely, just based on what we've seen out of the Ukrainian team, proving to be that point where, yes, the struggles are going to be coming through. I'm going to be honest with you, though. I think had they been able to take down that boss, I think the rest of the key would have been possible. I think they would have been able to do it. It was going to be a difficult one, but one
Mm.
that could have been accomplished, in my opinion. But we take a look at our British team. The British Armed Forces have completed the 18 Lotharis. If I looked at it correctly, it was a plus 218. So they're now going to be attempting probably in the plus 20 Neltharis, but with the way that the British Armed Forces has their with the rest of their keys spread out, Lithi, they do have a lot of options.
They do have a lot of options. We talked about it earlier already, right? A little bit that the British Armed Forces are a little bit behind in terms of points, so they have a few options in terms of catching up on the other dungeons. They should have either a 20 or a 21 holds of infusion in their pockets. They have a 20 vortex pinnacle. They do also have the 23 underrot that they could go for. So all in all, quite a few options, but it's gonna be Neltharis for the start, and really curious what kind of pace they can bring in with this double Warlock lineup, because so far it's been going smooth, I want to say.
I think it has been going smooth, right? They've been getting the keys done, and that's what matters. I think eventually, though, you're going to start running into some issues with the double Warlock composition. Missing out on some of that extra utility. And like you said, we also do see that Hunter in there, and the Hunter is bringing that lust. And you have to wonder just how much you're leaving on the table, not bringing along some of the more meta classes. But for the most part, the British Armed Forces are doing an admirable job of getting these keys done. By the way, Lithy, I just want to point out real quick, the Air Force, the Arms Warrior, put into retirement. The Fury Warrior has been taken out.
Uh, yeah, that's a reasonable
Yeah.
change. Big AOE slam that you can bring in with the Fury. But first and foremost, I almost want to say a little bit more well versed on the defensive side of things, especially the self healing, really solid. And while Arms kind of revolves a little bit more around heavy burst windows, the Fury Warrior definitely is at home at the continuous DPS department, which comes out as pretty solid in keys overall.
Even more so when you're in these AoE situations. Look at what the Fury Warrior is able to bring to the table, sitting at that 200, pumping
Yeah.
out 260k damage that just continues to rise more and more, especially once they get into those execute windows and the way that you're able to continuously proc out your rampages over and over again. I mean, it's basically on a 30-second cooldown at this point. It's a very strong class, and no wonder why they wanted to bring it in. I would imagine that they did the Arms Warrior initially just for that extra single target damage, especially for bosses, right? You talking about that huge burst window and the lower health of the AoE of the mobs in those lower keys. So having that
Yeah.
burst window, yeah, was probably the right call. But now that we're here on where the mobs are able to have that more sustained damage, yeah, bringing out the Fury Warrior makes sense.
No, absolutely. And so far, it's working out quite nicely. They're missing about zero point 0.4 in terms of percent, so one more mob to pick up after this last boss. But all in all, there's not really much standing in the way of them two-chesting this key overall. And moving on to a 23 now, Tharos. And overall, that keeps the Air Force in competition with the Warrior Gamers and, of course, also the Ukrainian squad. So, all in all, this top three kind of field very tightly packed, even a little bit over an hour into day two.
And indeed so, we're picking up the last of our treasures here to make sure that we burst through the shield, and that was done in very good time. The Fire Elemental Burning Pursuit is still on the ground. You can see that it's starting to spread through, going a little bit far out there. It's focused on our very poor augmentation of Voker, but a quick Hodge is going to slow it down for the moment. It looks like we might be turning our attention just to get rid of it very quickly. Now it's back over on the Fury Warrior, but not too much of that puddle has been spread across the arena itself. Here we have it. This quick stomp down on the ground as another Burning Pursuit. Feels like we just got rid of one, only to have to deal with another. Quick heroic leap across the field to pick up their treasure as the next magma shield is about to come online here in less than half a second. There it is. How quickly they're going to be able to burst through it. Indeed, 3 seconds, even quicker than the last time. Lithy, Air Force, though, looking very good.
Okay, for a second, it was getting spicy. They lost their tank, their healer for just a second there. Quick res onto Revi, and they are back in business. 6 deaths overall, so not quite the cleanest run, but still good pace. Boss is gonna keel over in just a second here. 2% left to go, then one more pack, and they are done with the dungeon. Let's hope they just realized they have percentage left to go. But it looks like it. Would hate to see a full run reset after the end because they didn't realize they didn't finish it.
Well, regardless of whatever we're looking at here so far, though, the Ukrainian team seems like they are wiping up the mistakes that they had in the last run through. This time around, so much more clean. Only one death on the board, Lithy. By the time we had gotten to the first boss, I believe it was already 8 on the board. So this is a much cleaner run for them, already 30% and counting on the board. Warrior Gamer starting their 23 now and looking like they're taking it in a similar fashion as well. On the flip side, though, Air Force have completed their plus 21, and just like our other 2 teams that are currently in a 23, well, Lithy, they're going to be joining them very shortly.
I love myself some 23 keys. It's just a good time all around. The Ukrainian team, by the way, back right at Magma Tusk after resetting their 23, moving back into the dungeon. And it looks like Warrior Gamers... Did they take a break or did they reset as well? Because they are at the start of the dungeon again.
I think they may have taken... Maybe something similar happened with the Ukraine team where they just kind of had some issues with it. I also want to talk about the British Armed Forces real quick, Lithy, because we were talking about that double Warlock combo and whether or not they're going to be changing some things up. Well, they have, Lithy, because now there's a Demon Hunter in there.
Let's go. Love myself some Demon Hunter damage, a little bit of dashing around, bit of slicing and dicing, you know, it's always a good time. And damage-wise, especially on the AoE department, that is gonna do quite a lot for you, because Demon Hunters just bring a lot to the table, especially since you're already running the Warlock, 5% additional magic damage for that affliction. So, oh, Sam, we're not just bringing in the Demon Hunter, we're also doubling up on the DPS meters.
My
There's
goodness gracious.
4 details windows now.
I know. We're getting everything. We're getting it all. We're getting all the information.
Such a
I
great
appreciate
UI, man.
that.
There's so much free real estate for DPS meters.
It really is. And, you know, we here at the AFDL, we like watching great keys being done, but we do pass a little bit of judgment on the UI sometimes. And I would say out of the UIs that we've seen so far, definitely the British Armed Forces have probably the cleanest looking one, just based purely on the fact that we get the 4 details windows.
I can get on board with that. I generally like the Warrior Gamers Hunters UI. That's a pretty good start, and funnily enough, the Ukrainian Mage UI Savant has a very similar setup to what I'm running, so that's interesting to see.
I respect it too because it's base UI. I like that a lot. And in fact, I think actually for most of our teams, they're base UI except for Warrior Gamers. Hunter.
I've been a big base UI gamer since Blizzard reworked the UI with Dragonflight.
Yep, same here. Same here. I love it to death. I think it's a really amazing work they did on the UI, especially when you were going through the beta of Dragonflight and how they were updating it each and every single time. I was like, yeah, this is going to be awesome when they get there. Yeah, the Ukrainian team, however, big congratulations to them. Magma Tusk has been taken down in this 23 Neltharis. Now, this is where things could potentially get very scary, Lithy. This is going to be another big pool. It's not going to be anything less than that for our Ukrainian team. These are Giga Chad gamers, and they're looking to make the magic happen once more because guess what? A chain right there available to them to potentially be able to take on this gigantic pool.
2 chains? Oh my goodness, that is going to be so much damage going out. You can see tank and healer dropping super low, the mage basically getting one shot in this moment. Now the chains are going to come in, everything is grouped up nice and tight with a vortex on top of it, and there are the one shots. Oh my god, that is clean.
That could have gone sideways so fast, but no, for the Ukrainian team, that was perfect. It couldn't have been done any better. I don't think, Lithy. They got him grouped up so perfectly. The CC chains that came in maintained where they needed to be at all times, and then nothing less than an almost instant wipe of all of the mobs. That was a work of art and should be put on the fridge with how amazing that was. And already we're on to our second boss, Chargath, and Chargath is getting their health chunked away so quickly, almost sitting at 50% of their health. But I want to point out real quickly, Lithy, if we take a look at Warrior Gamer, they are behind our Ukrainian team right in time, but they are ahead in deaths. Just one death separating these two. That one death, well, you never know, compounding right throughout the rest of the day.
Oh, Sam, did you have to bring it up?
I did.
It's on you now if one of them dies, you know? I hope you are aware of that.
It's October, okay? If I'm not cursing anybody, then it's not the true spooky month, okay?
I see. Okay, yeah. No, I can get on board with that.
Someone's got to be cursed.
Did you already get your broom?
No, I haven't yet. On the trading post.
Yep.
No, I need to work on getting that. I know it's so good. Trading post has been hitting W after W, and the rest of the items on the trading post are also really cool too. So I gotta start getting my tendies.
Yeah, I kind of skipped out on everything this month. Nothing that I really want outside of the chainmail tabard that I grabbed for myself. That one's pretty sick.
Real quick though, let's see if Warrior Gamer can do what the Ukrainians just perfectly did. This is where
clean chain pull?
I want to see a clean chain pull. We're gonna see whether or not my curse actually went through.
All right, let's see. Warrior Gamers going into the chains. You gotta group everything up nice and tight. Everything needs to be stacked on top of each other. There's the first round of AoE. The chains are coming in. The damage is looking good. Beautiful. And look at that, Sam. That's an easy cleanup. And it looks like they will be grabbing some birds for the snacking portion of the next boss fight.
I thought the Ukrainian team did it perfectly, but Warrior Gamer has proved improvements can be done, and they did that just as well, if not better, than what we saw out of the Ukrainian team. And now it is their turn to go on to the second boss of Chargath, where so far this team has not suffered any deaths. No caster curse, okay, because I said so far. I am very interested, though, in what the Air Force is doing on their side. To be fair, they're taking probably what is a small little break. We've been going now for about 90 minutes, so, you know, time for a bathroom break, time to maybe grab a little snack, rehydrate up. But yeah, that Vortex Pinnacle is being eyed by them, and they're standing inside of there. However, for the British Armed Forces, yeah, they're not standing anymore.
Yeah, ship is sinking. Tea in the water. Bit unfortunate, but quick reset, and that is gonna be fixed up. Magma Tusk already down on that side. There's, and of course, a little bit unfortunate. It's a increase to the time lost during the day. And since they are already playing catch-up, not the best position to be in for the British, but they can recover. Not all hope is lost. We got another 3 hours and almost 40 minutes to go in day 2. So, more than enough time to make some plays and push some keys. In the meantime, Ukrainian forces are, or the Ukrainian squad rather, is moving onwards to the Forge Master. Same thing in a few seconds here for our Warrior Gamers, and the Air Force dibbling in a little bit of Vortex Pinnacling. Not dibbling, dabbling that way.
Dabbling in Vortex Pinnacle, which they completed at that 21. I would imagine it was a +1, so probably going to be a 22. Although I am willing to be surprised and it was going to be a 23. But Vortex Pinnacle is just that kind of key where when you get to those higher levels, it's going to be really tough, especially on this fortified. And indeed, so yeah, we can confirm that the Air Force is on break. And I think a good idea to go ahead and have a small break, right? You've been going for an hour and a half. You need those bathroom breaks, Lithy. And sometimes taking a break, we've seen this across all of esports, right? Taking a break sometimes is what your team needs. Set your head back on straight. You get to take a breather, and you get to come back refreshed.
Indeed. You know, those quick little resets, a little stretch, a little bit of water. Stay hydrated, guys. It goes a long, long way in your gaming days, and especially when we're talking about high intensity and plussing like we are doing here, it's just worth so much. It helps out massively. In the meantime, chain pull for the British, and it is looking clean here for the start of the +20 after that quick reset. Never mind. Jinx coming through, 2 dead, and the tank gone as well. That is gonna be a quick see ya. And yeah, no, like, just cut to commercial. Go to the Vortex Pinnacle. Let's hope the Air Force doesn't get jinxed either.
I've been trying to curse one of these teams the entire day. It's 2 words come out of your mouth, and you get the curse so good. Oh man, I'm a little bit jealous.
I was just gonna say, I have a few years of experience up. You know, it's.
That's true. It's true. Your curses are more potent than mine. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. What else makes sense, actually, by the way, is the fact that the Air Force is doing a 23 Vortex Pinnacle. So shame on me, chat, and everyone else for thinking that the Air Force is going to be doing anything less than a 23 Vortex Pinnacle. I said 22. I didn't have faith, but these are gamers, of course, and these gamers, by the way, are making some pretty amazing pulls. I am going to say, though, I hate these armored Mistral mobs. The shield, the frontal shield that they put on them where you have to go behind them, I hate it so much, Lithy. It makes me so angry.
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. St. Matthew's blow. Definitely.
You're making the warrior? Go after the incorporeal mob? That's cruel.
Yeah,
you're making them use their
man.
shattering. You're gonna use the shattering throw. That's funny. Yeah, there we go. Hit the chains on them. There we go. Get the chains off.
A little bit of shackle, a little bit of storm bolting. You know, just the good old fun. Warrior doesn't ever get to do anything, so they get to have some fun as well, Sam.
Well, the warrior just needs to zug.
Yeah,
that's all they gotta do.
Yep.
You making the poor warrior have to use another key other than rampage. How cruel! I don't even think I have shattering throw. Probably should get that. We're gonna see the next set of incorporeal mobs come out though, and that is a very good quick adaptation of them. But look at how long these mobs are lasting. We're still on this first pull, Lithy.
Yup. Welcome to Fortified, Sam. It is a day and a half that you're gonna spend in this key. And, of course, it's not going to get any faster due to the fact that this is a 23 as well, right? Of course, that would be the highest Vortex Pinnacle of the weekend so far. Yesterday, the highest one we've seen was a 22 time from the Ukrainian team. So, it is, it's a bit of a challenge. And, of course, if you're pulling this big, then there is a lot of stuff that can go wrong, especially considering there is not too much in terms of just straight up AoE CC, as everyone on this team is dropping low for a second here. Revi needs to pump hard to keep everyone going and everyone healthy. Managing to recover quite nicely here, though. Oh, big Cyclone coming through. Every arena gamer knows that pain. You can master spell these, by the way, I think. At least in arena you can.
Not in here, you can't.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
That's
This is... It is unfortunate. I've tried many a times on my Shadow Priest. It just doesn't work. Life is a struggle. Maybe you can, though, and maybe I'm just lazy because I never use my master spell on anything. Not even the final 2 mobs in...
So, the fact that you just said you tried a bunch of times was a lie?
Lithy, I have been advised by my lawyer to not answer that question, so...
I see. Seems like you have a good
I can't
lawyer.
answer. I do have a good lawyer. Help me out of many a pickle. Just like the Air Force seems like they need help out of many of the pickles of their own. The really tough part about this, too, with this being the sort of a melee composition that they have, is that the... Not melee composition, but Fury Warrior struggles really a lot when they have these pressurized blasts coming out over and over again.
Yeah.
That they
And the
can't
Spitefuls.
stay... Yeah, and the Spitefuls. They just can't stay in. I mean, look at how much they have to keep getting out of there. Now you have the Spiteful mob on top of the Fury Warrior. This forces them to continuously keep moving around and really stop them from being able to hit the mobs. And that's another one big reason why they're staying alive so long. And of course, the Cloud Guards is just that little bit of extra nuisance that they keep having to contend with. It becomes so much more difficult to stay in melee range or to even be able to start fighting when you're basically doing no damage or forced to go away all of the time.
Indeed. And of course you bring in the Cloud Princes as well for a little bit of a blowback. So overall, a very, very windy weather in this dungeon. Luckily, Sam, this is only like the first third of the dungeon that is so heavy on casters and super annoying mobs. Afterwards, it gets a little bit better in terms of just melee uptime for our warrior friend here. But of course, with the assassins and the dragon later coming in, it's not going to get easier for the healer at the very least. So you're making trade-offs back and forth throughout the entirety of this dungeon. Overall, the trash is very, very unfun here.
We're actually supposed to care about our healers, Lithy? Is that
I play healers, so yes, I care about the healers.
Ooh, okay. I'll remember that.
Yep.
Remember what? I don't remember, but I'll remember that, Lithy.
Yeah, right. I appreciate that you're putting in the effort, Sam. In the meantime, lots of damage going out, but speaking of the healers, Revi has everything under control. Also low on mana right now, so they can be lucky they are wrapping this pull up in just a second. Otherwise, Paladin would probably start to struggle a little bit here. Then again, I'm always impressed by healers being able to heal forever on no mana at all. Although the damage going out right now is pretty spicy.
It is indeed very spicy, but at the very least, the damage is being output in both ways, back and forth. And as I've been told by production, yesterday it was decided that Vortex Pinnacle is a candy dungeon. And actually, I kind of agree. I'm getting candy vibes out of Vortex Pinnacle, and I think it's because we're in the clouds. It makes me think of cotton candy. So, the first boss is a Grand Twizzler. The second boss is an Altoid.
What's an Altoid? I'm
That's
not
a
too
mint.
European to know what that is.
You might be too. It's a mint. I don't. Is mint
It's a
considered a
mint.
candy? No, that can't be. I'm gonna have a strong talk with production about that one. But then the final boss is Cotton Candy, which is a sod. That makes a lot of sense because it's a cloud. But yeah, now we go on to our first boss, though, Grand Twizzler or Grand Vizier Urton, however you want to go ahead and pronounce that. And you can see that this is where the incorporeal mobs. That was a really good hodge at the very last second. Lithy, the cast almost went off, but in the nick of time, got there to stop the incorporeal from being able to put out that cast, which of course that
never
destabilizes
mind.
it.
Second
You
one
see
is
that
coming
picture
through, my
100%.
friend, and our augmentation sitting on 5% HP. They had to get a res out as well, so things are not looking too hot here. Gotta dodge those tornadoes on the way out. Ooh. They have this very nasty kind of slightly rotating angle, so they don't move outwards in a straight line, but in a kind of a curve, and it catches you off guard so quickly as a melee. And overall, Air Force just gonna fall prey to the first boss here. Cotton Candy just completely choking them out.
It's a little bit too much. And that is the right call that they're making. Go ahead, get out of there, restart it. It sad. The sad part is though, Lithian said it took so long for them to get to that first boss, right?
Yeah.
It took about 8 minutes in order to get there, and it's just that kind of time loss. It's going to be felt very much so. But thankfully, it happened at the beginning of the dungeon. It happened at that first boss, and so not the worst thing that could be happening here. The best thing that is going to be happening, though, for our Ukrainian team is that they are on the final boss 100%, and Sarga is dying. Without a doubt in my mind, this is looking good. The Ukrainian team, after that first attempt of this 23, Neltharis, that ended in 8 deaths and a complete reset, has now turned into only 1 death, no resets, and the boss about to be taken on. The important thing to note here, though, Lithi, is that if we look at Warrior Gamer, they've made up fantastic ground themselves. No deaths. Still a little bit behind in the percentage, but the timer-wise, they're looking pretty good themselves, too.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go to clutch out that +2 on the 23. Looking more than doable. One last magma shield just getting broken on the side of the Ukrainian team. That's the boss and the dungeon done. First 23 Neltharis of the weekend in the bags, and the Ukrainians just solidifying their first place in the standings right now. We're not even 2 hours in and these guys are blasting away.
Blasting away, blasting our minds away, I think could even be put on that, Liffy. A 23 completed. It just continues to go and show what these teams are made of and how far they're willing to push these keys even more so as the Ukrainian team continues to further that lead, currently sitting 2 points ahead, if I remember my math correctly, but actually maybe even more than that, probably like 3 points in the lead. Yeah, there we go. Doing math on stream, Lithy, it's a bad idea, but still, regardless, they're in the lead. But it's not going to be for too much longer, as Warrior Gamers are about to take care of this boss. They've gotten the percentage done, and going to hit that +2 even more so once they get this Magma Shield out of the way.
Indeed. Magma Shield, done and dusted. Overall, I mean, it's a fortified dungeon, right? Now, Tharos, the bosses don't get too crazy unless you are on Tyrannical. So, overall, not too much danger there. And as we've seen already with every single team so far, dealing with the Magma Shield on the last boss really hasn't been an issue at all. Of course, the molten gold that is going to be tossed out on individuals every now and then, that hurts quite a lot. The healers need to be on point with those mechanics, but overall, nothing too insane happening. But the crazy stuff, Sam, that's what we're getting into now with a 25 Neltharis here for the Ukrainian team.
Sweating just thinking about it. I may have hit the Warrior Gamers with a little bit of a curse, disaster striking at the very last second, but the crisis has been averted. The B-Res has come out. The final few percentage on our final boss is being decimated, and a key is being timed with a +2 on the board. So we have another 23 Neltharis, and we're about to be seeing another 25 to go along with it, Liffy.
Indeed. That's where the question comes in, though. Like, where are the Warrior Gamers going from here on out? Are they going to stay in Eltharos? Are they going to go for one of the other dungeons, try to push those out a little bit more? Because even though they finished Underrod, for example, in first place with the 25 yesterday, they still can improve on their Halls of Infusion, the Vortex Pinnacle. Of course, the Underrod as well. I don't think 25 is the cap for this weekend. But of course, Neltharis might as well be the target to go just a little bit higher. Meanwhile, Ukrainian on the first pull, it's getting a little bit spicy. we're not heading for the chains this time around here.
They're looking to just fight it out here on a 25 Nelthar. This is a lot of fun to see, by the way. A 25
no.
key. You don't get this very often. Oh no, but could be going into... Oh yes, the mage is feeling the pressure, but if there's anything that can survive through literally anything, it's a mage. And that's what's going on here. Maybe the same can't be said about the tank. Is holding on by a literal thread, but the thread has been extended once more. The life force coming back into them and trying to kite out these big, giga-huge, bolstering 25 mobs. Our priest has gone down. The shadows taken away from them. The chains have done what they tried to be able to do, but now regrouping with the rest of the team here in this early initial pool, Lithy, it's getting done at the very least.
Kaiba would be a big fan of this dungeon with how many guys these mobs are sending to the Shadow Realm. It's looking great. 3 deaths on the board. That's not quite yet a reset angle, but it definitely will cost them some time. But the pull finished up nonetheless. I think they actually used the chains for the start of that pull, and I was just being blind. They were hiding afterwards. Okay, so heading into the next pull, this is going to get spicy as well. On 25, Fortified, obviously, this is going to get a little bit more intense. You can see the tank stealthing through, grabbing some of the mobs from inside to group up with the remaining ones outside here, and from there on out, you just want to go blast, and immediately the healer almost getting one shot down he goes, and this is disaster. Tank needs to run. The AoE CC coming through might be enough time, bot Sam, to get the healer back into the game and back with the group. There he is. It is saved for another second.
I can't even see. It's just so much damage going through, but the health bars staying very firm in their position. A shield being put on the mobs, preventing them from taking any of that damage. Here comes more of that CC chain once more. Healer has regrouped with the rest of the team, and so now that sustainability has come back, need to make sure that we interrupt out the Molten Core cast before it goes off once again, but it's seeming so far here that for the Ukrainian team, yes, indeed, this 25, it may be messy, but it is getting done. These mobs are falling, but how much more can we expect out of this, especially once we start seeing the 3, the 4, the 5 stacks of the bolstering, where even just a simple sneeze is going to send them back into reset territory.
I mean, you just kite, right? And that's what our tank is doing. Funny does it pretty well. So with that pack cleaned up, already 25% of the trash for the entire dungeon dealt with. Heading into the next one, and these packs have these thaumaturges, and you need to be on top of your game with interrupting them, because they do so much damage if their casts go unchecked.
But it seems like they're keeping them in check so far, Lithy. It seems like, at the very least, not getting absolutely nuked into infinity, which is all we can really ask for on a plus 25, is staying alive through this and continuing to fight it out here. The Fire Mage, though, is pumping unrealistic numbers here. 325k. That is a number that you don't get to see very often. And the Shadow Priest not too far behind in a territory of their own with 275k. But this amount of damage is coming through, even with all of this on their side, and the augmentation of Ochre giving them that little bit of extra juice. These mobs are sturdy and as tanky as can be.
Indeed. But they're managing the bolstering stacks quite nicely. None of these mobs are insanely bolstered. And funny, doing a good job with the kiting here, so everything is cleaned up nicely. The last few stacks, yeah, that guy is a bit powerful, so you don't want to take any hits for those from those 4 stacks, but you can head into the next pack right after. No overlaps here in packs, no overlaps in terms of damage or bolstering stacks. Nice Dragon's Breath to disrupt the cast there once again. We already mentioned the thaumaturges are absolutely nasty to deal with. The channeled magma just does so much damage onto singular people. And of course the magma conflagration, that is the one that absolutely murders mages if they are not careful. Nonetheless, pull cleaned up quite nicely. Sam, I am not concerned at all. 4 deaths on the board. We're slowly but surely already heading into Magma Tusk.
Exactly, and I also love too the setup that this team has going at the very beginning of this pool, and I'm sure through all of the other pools that they've done so far, you see that the priest is putting down the feather, gives you that little bit of extra movement speed, setting it up for the tank so that way when they need to start kiting, they go ahead, pick that up, and then they get that extra movement speed so they can actually do the kiting. It's those little setups, those little optimizations that are going to give your team so much survivability, so much sustainability, and through that, so much success throughout the rest of these keys, and especially into 25, where every mistake is the difference between every mechanic done correctly or incorrectly is going to be the difference between survival or death or a wipe of these teams. It's these forward thinking moments that are going to carry our four teams today to the finish line.
Indeed. A good game plan is the core thing that's going to carry you through this dungeon. You got to be aware of what the poll can do, of what can go wrong in these polls before you go into them. But so far, it seems like the teams are on top of the game in that regard. In the meantime, a quick reset on the Vortex Pinnacle. 23 once again queued up here for the Air Force. We're in a 20 now. Tharos still for the British team, and of course the double whammy of the 25s. Now Tharos coming in for the Warrior Gamers and our Ukrainian squad. Magma Tusk, the first boss on the docket, Sam, and they are already almost done with the trash that they pulled into this boss fight.
Oh boy, it's always a scary moment when they go about doing that, right? Pulling it all in there. It's very. It puts you at the edge of your seat, but that's the kind of action that makes TGP style format tournaments really cool, especially versus what you see out of the MDI. It goes from how much can we get away with while still being able to complete a key versus versus what you get out of an MDI, which is just how fast can we go through this. It's those little bit. It's those little bit of nuances, right? Because you still want to complete it as fast as you can in a TGP run, in a TGP style format, but you're still trying to push as far as you can.
The thing for our teams here, since we're not talking about high 20s at the moment, right? We're not talking about these 30 runs where if you actually do full wipe and take too many deaths, you are very quickly in a territory where you cannot time the key anymore. That's not something we're talking about. We're talking about a 25 here that is somewhat forgiving on some mistakes, on some deaths. You can drop a few seconds here and there and still make the timer. The big thing, though, is going to be, can you get the 2 chest, the 3 chest, whatever you are gunning for with the run you have currently going. And sometimes those 2 chests, and especially those 3 chest timers, are so tight, you need clean runs. And for that, you absolutely need to be aware of how quick you are going to be with the routing that you have, with the game plan that you have going in. So unless you are absolutely sure that 4, 5, 6 deaths are not going to make a difference in you 2 chesting a key or 3 chesting a key, then yeah, you can just keep going and not reset after having some stumbles. But once you get into the territory where you're aware that with 4 or 5 deaths, you're actually going to miss that 2 chest by maybe a few seconds, then we'll probably need to talk about a reset scenario.
It's those strategies that need to be discussed amongst the team, but it's also those decisions that need to be made pretty quickly, right? Because you start ruminating, you start thinking about it, you start going, okay, maybe we can do this, maybe we can't do this. You know, you're under these high pressure situations, right? We have the benefit of not actually having to do this, right, Lithy? So being here on the bird's eye view of what our teams are going through, it's a lot different than when you're actually on the ground trying to make it happen. Now we take a look at the Ukrainian team doing the chains once more, not able to quite get that full wipe just yet. And again, the raid bosses come out. You can see they're knocking them back. They're trying to get out. My God. Just looked at them. The mage deleted off of the field. Now slowly making their way to the tank. But hey, the mage is a worthy sacrifice.
Well, it's one of those moments where you're just standing there and you think nothing can go wrong, everything is going smooth, and suddenly things die and the funk music just gets turned up to 100 and blasts your ears as the Giga Chat just keeps walking through and one-shotting your mages left and right. It's pretty fun to see. I love Bolstring, man. Unless I have to play it, then I hate it.
It reminds me of the of TBC era, right? The Fell Reavers walking around Outland. That is exactly what it felt like. A gigantic mob in front of you that just one-shots you immediately. These bolstering mobs are no joke, but neither are our two teams currently going through this 25. Now, Tharis Warrior Gamers just getting done with their Magma Tusk, now looking to do the chain pull for themselves. Over on the flip side, though, Chargath again has been put down onto the field, and these non-tyrannical bosses, now that we're on the 25s, the health pools are now starting to become very generous for themselves, taking quite a little bit of effort to get them into positions where they are actually going to fall. And in fact, we've been through this boss fight now at about a minute, but still 50% health.
And we're also getting into the territories where the healing actually gets spicy, right? So keeping an eye on the healers will absolutely be something that we'll have to do over the next few runs.
Ooh,
now that we're getting into the higher levels, you can see with the Ukrainian team, there's quite a lot of damage going out. What's happening with the Warriors, Sam? Big
They did it perfectly. Perfectly.
Damn. Not bad.
Perfectly.
And once again, utilizing the Hunter to just grab a few more birds to get into that last boss fight with.
That was really well done from Warrior Gamers, and that's going to be a big boost for them. And that, to me, is sort of like their calling card as a reminder of why this team won the summer event, right? This is that kind of coordination. And you got to remember when it comes to how these TGP-style tournaments are, sure, one team may be ahead on day one, but day two and day three are going to be completely and totally different stories. And now we're also looking at a new story here for the Air Force. Vortex Pinnacle proving to be a little bit too tough to chew through. Instead, now turning our attention over onto Halls of Infusion, which is actually one of my least favorite keys. I cannot. Whenever I have to do Halls of Infusion, I audibly let out a groan. Also, too, I want to make a quick note as well. We are seeing some adaptations of our group composition here for the Air Force. They, I think, have gotten rid of the Fury Warrior, and they brought in a Boom Kid. Oh, no.
Big laser chicken. Also, due for some much needed Boomkin upgrades next patch. Have you seen the customizations they're getting? Like, holy hell.
Lithy, I try not to look in Boomkin's directions as best I can.
No, okay. I play a Boomkin occasionally. That's why I was very hyped to see the spicy chicken come in.
You saw the tweet that the Warcraft Twitter put out, right? Where what is your alt based on your birth month?
Oh yeah. Funnily enough, that according to that, my alt would be a shaman, but I don't play shaman.
Yeah, my alt is a druid, Lithy. That hurt me big time. I know I don't have to play a Boomkin, but still, it's
a sign, Sam.
It is a sign, actually.
Do
I've never
it,
played
Sam.
druid, so I think I should play
Return
druid.
to
Actually,
nature.
Return to nature. Oh goodness. I'll probably make a
Feral
Zandalar.
druid alt. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Zandalar druid be a little dinosaur.
Wait. It's perfect, Sam. You're such a fodder reroller. Bear tank is the most ideal thing you can go for right now.
I could go for it, but I don't tank. Okay, Lithy. I don't like having the responsibility.
Sam, you play everything. You play a news class every week, so you can tank sometime.
We'll see. Maybe I'll just play Boomkin. Maybe. Nah, I'm just kidding. That's never gonna happen.
Just star search some bros, man. It's easy.
It is easy, and the Air Force is proving just how easy it is right now with these nice big pulls that they're doing. And with the Halls of Infusion being our a non-fortified key, a tyrannical key. These mobs, yeah, you can do these bigger pulls. Still, though, even in Halls of Infusion on a 23, by the way, these mobs can still be very scary, and we're seeing that being proven here by the amount of damage that's being put out onto our team.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially this first part of the dungeon gets pretty spicy, especially the Titan orbs, both their channel as well as their interrupt. I'm blanking on the name right now. Is absolutely deadly if you don't get the kicks on it properly. And of course, on top of that, you got all the constructs and orcs and primalists that are in there as well. It is not a fun time. And then, of course, we gotta talk about the bosses, because these bosses are incredibly spicy and amount to a dungeon that is fairly tight on time. Surprisingly tight on time. Especially the last boss can take minutes.
Minutes that are so precious in the hourglass of time, Lithy. But hey, our gamers are amazing, and same can be said for the British Armed Forces completing out in their 20 Neltharis. A little bit of a struggle from them, but it's still getting done for them. And now another dungeon on the board, and their second dungeon that they get to have for themselves at the 20 key. And so now my question for the British Armed Forces are going to be, what do they want to do now that they have gotten Neltharis to that 20? Do they want to go back, maybe attempt out on that Vortex Pinnacle, maybe go back and try and do the Halls of Infusion as well? There's a lot of options here, and I would say that with that Neltharis at a 20, Lithy, maybe time to go look at those two other dungeons.
Maybe. First, you gotta clean those Neltharis runs up, though, and clean is exactly the point of discussion, as we have a death on the side of the Warrior Gamers. Ukrainian team gearing up for the Forge Master, dragging some mobs together and just cleaning things out. Of course, there, still the fortified dungeon compared to the Halls of Infusion, so a little bit on the tougher side as we are heading up towards the 2-hour mark of the second day, Sam, and slowly but surely, I do agree with you. Wrap up Neltharis, probably a good call if you want to kind of play catch up, or rather extend your lead depending on which team we're looking at in the other dungeons. Especially the Underrot is something I want to see from the Air Force and the Ukrainian team. But of course, the Vortex Pinnacles as well is something the Warriors need to eye up at some point soon.
At some point soon. This, like you said, we're about 2 hours into day 2, and in fact, halftime is going to be coming up relatively shortly here. And that's going to have to be where, all right, we try to figure out what things are going to be looking like, where things are going to be going. And I mean, with the way that the keys have been looking at so far, the Ukrainian team is still in the lead with that 1 point that they had from yesterday. That is helping them out so massively here. And I think for maybe the Warrior Gamers with this 25 Neltharis, if they get it done, which so far they're looking really competent and confident in being able to make that happen, maybe go back and look at the other two keys where the Ukrainian team has gotten the lead, right? And start working on them for yourselves. There's one key, in fact, where the Ukrainian team is sitting at a 23 and Warrior Gamer is sitting at a 21. If they can get that done, that closes the gap just like that. So different strategies, different optimizations, different ways to go about thinking of it, Lithy. It's all very down to the wire and how they want to go doing that here on day 2. But of course, day 3 still leaves a lot of opportunities for flexibility. But with that final dungeon being added into the pool, you got to think about what's going to be going on there through their minds as well. Day 2 could be that opportunity to right the wrongs of yesterday.
Exactly. It's kind of we talked about it at this top of the show, right? These first 2 hours that you kind of spend catching up with the key levels on that new dungeon, getting the points done and dusted, and then heading into the last 3 hours to kind of spend on pushing the scores in either the new dungeon even higher, or kind of going back into the dungeons you've already started up yesterday. that is where the effects and the impact of day one really starts to count and to come in, and that's where we can really kind of start to fathom and start to get a grasp on how well these teams are actually doing and where people are placing in terms of kind of the rankings for the second day. So it's definitely going to get very, very interesting over the course of the next 3 hours. And if I'm looking at the performance so far, Sam, maybe you agree with this, maybe not. Totally fair. I do think that the Warrior Gamer team seems to have a little bit more momentum going, but the Ukrainian team not far behind them.
Not far behind them. And that's something to note as well here, especially when you look at the timer between these two teams, right? The death pool, the deaths that come along with it. Warrior Gamers at 4 deaths, Ukrainian team at 6 deaths. Now, the timer, though, I think is the interesting bit of discussion when you talk about what's going on between these two teams. The Warrior Gamers are having just a little bit of an easier time. And you can also chalk that up to the fact that, okay, they haven't died as many times as the Ukrainian team. But the Ukrainian team are now done with the third boss. So now they're going to be able to start making their way to the final boss. That even though they may be behind theoretically in time, they're still ahead in progression of this 25. And so even though the Warrior Gamers are doing really well here, both of these teams theoretically, the Ukrainian team isn't going to be able to two chess this anymore. They have 3 minutes left to be able to plus two it. That's not going to be happening here. Should, if everything goes perfectly, be able to complete the key. But then you look at the Warrior Gamer, right? Like they're in such a much more comfortable position. When you look at that timer, 14 minutes on the clock, almost half health on the second boss. They're in a much better position and one that they don't have to worry as much.
Mm-hmm. It's a good spot to be in, honestly. Overall, it does look a little bit, do I want to say dicey on the two chest for the Ukrainian team? I'm not exactly sure, but it's definitely not looking ideal. Trash-wise, 83%. Obviously, they are done with the Forge Master, so there's not too much left to do. Oh yeah, no, never mind. That is 2 minutes left to go on the two chest timer. That is not happening at all. What the hell?
Yeah, no, they're still not even on the platform below. They're taking care of these final percentage that they need up here before making their way down below to get rid of the rest. And we've seen them do the skip where they just take care of these first few mobs in front of the doorway and then the second set inside of the actual hallway itself. But it's still a kind of a tight key regardless. They're not going to be making that +2. Should, though, like I said, as long as nothing cataclysmic happens, yeah, because we're in the Deathwing dungeon, should be fine.
Then again, I don't get to complain about stupid puns, so there we go, Sam. It's all scaling up slowly but surely, and of course we gotta leave some feathers on the way as we are eyeing up the Blazewing. Definitely one of those mobs that gets spicier and spicier the higher you get, especially the what is it? The Incandescence. Sounds a little bit like candy, honestly.
And I could really go for some candy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I've not had breakfast, so I'm gonna look at
some breakfast options.
Some
food options.
Soon. Oh yeah.
That's a good idea.
Sam, what should I have for dinner? That's the big question here.
Trying to think. I mean, what are our options for dinner?
Could go for some homemade pizza, you know.
There you go. Get some homemade pizza. What's the toppings though? Hey, by the way, two teams inside the Halls of Infusion. I'm actually really happy for the British Armed Forces in deciding to go into Halls of Infusion, because that was, like I was saying earlier, one of the dungeons where you are at that under 20 level, so you need to start raising them up to meet the rest of the dungeon groups.
Yeah, Hearts of Fusion is a good time. Sometimes.
No, no, it's not.
Sometimes.
No, it's not. It's an awful dungeon. Makes me cry on the inside every time I look at it. Anyways, I apologize. I interrupted your pizza topping.
No. You're good. You're good. Hearts of Infusion and dungeons in general. That's why we're here. So that's what we should talk about. But sometimes, sometimes it's just that little bit of hunger that comes through. So no, I agree. Definitely looking forward to the British team to kind of pull out a little bit of a comeback. The first 2 hours were not ideal, but they're still going strong, and the 21 Hearts of Infusion is definitely going to put them on the board with the rest of the team, kind of pulling even in that dungeon, which is going to be a very, very nice spot to be in for the rest of the day. But with that out of the way, Sam, talking about pizza toppings, like my pizza usually just has some really nice ham and salami with a bit of cheese, just very basic. My wife is going for a little bit more of the kind of advanced options and variants. She's usually going for some ham with broccoli and feta cheese.
Wow, that's fancy. Okay. Yeah, I'm in your camp though. I'm like typically pretty simple.
Also,
my pizza
mushrooms.
Oop, nope. Okay, canceling. Yeah, that's mushrooms.
Yeah,
I cannot do mushrooms.
I'm keeping them far away from my half of the pizza.
Yeah, as any sane person should. Mushrooms are quite literally disgusting. I put it on the same level as my hatred for Halls of Infusion.
Mushrooms or pineapple?
Mushrooms, without a doubt. I can live with pineapple, but if you put mushrooms on a pizza, I cry a little bit on the inside. I pick it off immediately, and I cringe. I cringe so hard. Not like I'm cringing, though, looking at how our Ukrainian team is handling this 25 Warlord Saga. I mean, this is a blazing fast pace, cleaving down the mob down below. The Raging Ember has been taken care of, and Warlord Saga at almost 10%, now hitting that under. We're now sub 10%, and well, go ahead and get the Ukrainian team a pizza, because now they have put the second 25 dungeon on the board, and the first 25 Neltharis done in general.
Very, very well done. In the meantime, got the Warrior Gamer Sam, and these guys are indeed gaming. Very happy to confirm this. 70% left on Warlord Saga, with 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the 2 chess timer, Sam. And that is the big thing we need to talk about. They pulled some trash into this boss fight that might be enough to finish off the percentage they need for this dungeon. So all in all, very much potentially still on 2 chest route, which would be absolutely massive and would enable them to go into the 27, while the Ukrainian team has to go into the 26 if they keep going with Neltharis. And of course, this boss fight with the trash is anything but easy. You can see everyone dropping low. Rosie needs to heal quite a lot. Big heal. Lay on hands coming through. Pyro getting one shot, and they cannot get the magma shield down fast enough last year. Still struggling on the HP department a little bit. Now the intercession can come out. The battle res for the augmentation evoker, and now they can clean it up a little bit more. This trash bag, very, very heavy duty work right now, as last year once again dropped down to 10%. You gotta pick up some more treasure in preparation for the magma shield coming in 20 seconds as well. But slowly and surely the trash is finished up, Sam, and from here on out I think the Warlord is much more easier picking. But 20 seconds, Sam. 30% left on the docket. Next magma shield coming in right now. They need to deal with it fast if they want this 2 chest.
Fast is nothing less than what they need to be doing, especially with the Raging Ember still on top of them. 2 of them now on the field. And any hopes for a 2 chest, I believe, indeed are going to be slipping away from Warrior Gamer's fingers. But the important thing is that the potential to time this key has not escaped from their grasp. Now looking at close to that 10% marker, now sitting at sub 10%. Warrior Gamers, no deaths happening anymore. They're all feeling very confident, even with this Raging Ember raging throughout the rest of this arena. Quick blinding light to flash them out, stun them out, Warlord Saga has fallen, and another 25 Neltharis has been accomplished. The second one of the day, almost back to back with each other. The Ukrainian team, Warrior Gamers, true Dungeoneers, both sitting at that 25. But still, Ukrainian team is in the lead by 1 point. Still.
Neck to neck. And that's the point, Sam, that we talked earlier about, right? Because those 5 deaths, that might have been the 25 seconds they needed. If we can full screen the Warrior Gamers here real quick to see how much they were over time here for the 2 chests, that would be lovely, because I do think with a clean run, Sam, this could have been a 2 chest on the 25, getting them the 27. Sadly, that did not quite work out. So, 26 Neltharis would be the next one for them. And then the question stands, where are we heading for the last 3 hours of the day? Are they going to keep going in Neltharis? Are they going to head over to some of the lower keys over in the other dungeons? I would definitely love to see the Ukrainian team pull out the 25 Underrot next to make sure they solidify their status at the top of the leaderboard here.
If anyone can do it right, the Ukrainian team can, as the Warrior
Absolutely.
Gamers have already proven themselves to have been able to make it work. I'm also interested to see what exactly is going to happen with that 26 Neltharis. If I were in the position of the Warrior Gamers, though, I would probably look towards those other 2 keys where the Ukrainian team are ahead of you on, and like you said, go in there, get those done, and pull some points back for yourself. We do, interestingly enough, have 2 teams inside of this Halls of Infusion. And a real quick note, the Warrior Gamers and the Ukrainian team both taking a small little break. It's not surprising there. That was a long key. That's a hard key. A 25 is no joke.
Quick break.
Yeah, well-deserved quick break. Get your mind back on straight and take a breather. That is a key and a half that you just went through. So now we're looking at the Halls of Infusion. The Air Force is making really, really good time, though, on this Halls of Infusion. This 23 is looking very solid for them so far. These trash packs right here, especially with the Glacial Proto Dragons, are the kind of scary ones, especially when you think of the dot that gets put on you, right? The deep chill dot that is like that's pretty much a must for having a priest in this group. And why you see that Shadow Priest, that Mass Dispel is so important on getting rid of that dot from this Proto Dragon. And as long as you can maintain that, it's a pretty decent, it's still a pretty scary mob pack, but not as scary.
It's absolutely manageable, especially if we're talking about the tyrannical key that we are in currently, right? It is more than manageable, but those deep chill dispels are absolutely massive. So we can see that one come out once again, and of course immediately the MD coming through from our Shadow Priest Venom, doing a really good job on that front. With that, the pack cleaned up, and we are heading into Kajin the Unyielding right away. And this, Sam, this is a good old standard patchwork boss that is just really fun to play because you get to blast.
You get to blast, and there's not a lot of mechanics that are like really crazy, right? The probably the craziest one is where you just have to get behind these pillars of ice that you see on the field. Make sure you get behind the correct one, though. If you notice very carefully, some of them have cracks on them. If you get caught inside of a blast crack, it will blow you up. And of course, the ice tornado that has unfortunately, well, tornadoed away one of our players. So you can see our evoker making their way all the way back towards the safety of one of these ice pillars, and you can see that the cracks are going through very dangerously low. But the good news is, Lithy, our team is still alive. The Glacial Surge, where you just need to be making sure that you get through as the ice patches come out. You see that it goes in layers. Melee stays safe from the first one, then back into the next, and of course ranged just do their fun ranged things. But we've pretty much seen all of the mechanics from this boss now. Another hailstorm is going to come through and stay behind the safe ice Pillar, do not get blasted. Do not get blown up. Ooh.
A little bit of a rough turn of events here, though, as you can see. Looks like the Air Force will be wiping it up. 6 deaths total on the board right now, so quick reset, a little bit of a run back going on, and then we can get back into things for them. Still, it is a 23 that they are in, so I think it is still more than timeable. Like, 2 chest angle, definitely still possible for them, I think, even with that full wipe. But of course, we'll keep an eye on that for the next few minutes. Here, we can see some wonderful details on the UI, why the Priest gets even better this week, or rather on this key, because there's some bursting action going on, Sam, and that is stuff you can MD as well.
It's so beautiful what the Priest is able to accomplish. It's pretty much a necessity in any composition, especially when you look at bursting or when you look at Halls of Infusion or Ultimon, where those mass dispels are so valuable. You have 3 stacks of the bursting on top of you, but it's basically just a non-issue. You go through it without a care in the world. But Lithy, disaster strikes. It is,
damn it,
a moment where the Air Force still trying to make their way through this 3rd boss. Hopefully not going to suffer another death. But hey, our Warrior Gamers, I'm very excited for this because now they're also stepping into the Halls of Infusion. But the Ukrainian team at 26 Neltharis, the action is heating up massively.
Once again, though, death occurring at the Air Force squad. They seem to be struggling a little bit with this 23 boss. Commodore has already invested. They're recovering here for the moment, but the Glacial Surge, that's the big one. You need to dodge that. So far, so good. Tornado coming up next. All in all, this boss is very straightforward, but as per usual with straightforward bosses, if you mess something up, then you're dead, basically, immediately. No chances whatsoever. So, next little ice block you need to hide behind, and with the hailstorm coming out, it should be okay. Eyes are on Revi to keep everyone alive, though the heals need to be massive and they need to come through quickly. You can see Vampiric Embrace popped in there as well. Some good off-healing from the Shadow Priest, as well as the Blistering Scales here from our Augmentation Evoker. All in all, it looks absolutely solid what the Air Force is playing here right now, but we've seen some mishaps already on this boss fight a few times. Sam, let's see if they can pull it out for the last 35%.
They're going to have to. Another hailstorm comes in, and this could be the ringer. Revi! The weight of the world on their shoulders, but they stand just like Atlas, not bowing underneath the pressure. The Air Force still stands. Another glacial surge comes through. The ice beneath their feet, crackling, but not destroying. This 23 Halls of Infusion is still going for the Air Force. Kajin the Unyielding. The name is going to be needing to change soon to Kajin the Dead. We're looking at close to 10%. One more potential of this hailstorm is going to be happening, but now we're in the sub 10% territory. This is the vital one where the team needs to stay alive at all costs. And indeed they do. With the surviving of that hailstorm, Kajin the Unyielding is not going to be surviving through that. Take care of those afflicted mobs. Get them out of here. Get Kajin out of here. And look towards making your way towards the final boss, the Primal Tsunami.
She did catch her death. Indeed, unfortunate for her, but very good for the Air Force. Moving on, 2 minutes 50 left on the clock for the 2 chests, Sam, and I'll be real with you here for a second. That is not happening with the Primal Tsunami.
No, it's not, because it's still got to make their way through this gauntlet, which, once again, I hate this gauntlet with every fiber of my being. You'd think I would understand how it works, but you just cannot wrap my brain around it. And of course, there's the Glacial Proto Dragon right there, which does put that dot on you that needs to be mass dispelled off. An interesting thing to note, though, however, is that you see the tank has pushed themselves up against that pillar right there. The pillar keeps them safe from the waves that are coming by, but it does get a little bit difficult to stay next to that pillar when you have the AoE circle that goes down on the ground from the Earthshaker.
Indeed. Yeah, you don't want to get wet feet on this part of the dungeon, especially because the run back to this point is considerable, and the lost time is not great. But overall, I mean, this gauntlet is very straightforward, right? It's literally just the dragon, dodge the waves, and kill the mobs, and that is it. You just gotta be aware of the kicks you need to get in, and once you kill enough mobs, then, of course, the mini-boss at the end unlocks, and you can kill her and open the way to the last boss as well. But on top of that, right, especially the main reason why we are mentioning this is a no way in hell two-chestable key angle right now is the fact that the Primal Tsunami just takes so much time. You get about a minute and some time to blast the boss, then you go into an intermission that's going to take you about 40 seconds to another minute to clear out and resummon the boss basically. So once you get to these higher levels, especially on Tyrannical, it starts to get into the territory of a easily somewhere between the 4 to 5 minute boss fight every single run. And on top of that, with that, you basically just run into the problem of you need to be fast enough in the rest of the dungeon just to have enough time to kill the last boss.
Yep, but hopefully with the amount of time that they have on their in their pockets, rather, they should still be able to clear out the Primal Tsunami. Also, make sure that you keep a good eye on this gauntlet because you're going to be doing it again during the intermission phase of the Primal Tsunami. That's also another interesting thing about this boss is making sure that you time your cooldowns correctly and don't be like me where you pop everything and then get sent off and now you're crying because, well, all of your cooldowns are gone and you're wondering where you went wrong in life and how you can ever recover from such a disaster. Think about it next time? Never. DPS thinking? I don't know about that one, Chief.
Just hope that no one has been logging it and that you're not streaming the run, and then you're good, I think. You just leave the group afterwards and never queue into the people again, because then you won't have to face the
shame.
Embarrassment. Yeah, the shame, exactly.
Yeah, well, as long as they take care of this final Aqua Rager, the +2 has been is not going to be happening anymore. Regardless, though, the Air Force still had the opportunity of being able to time this key. Oh, we're taking a quick look at some details. Maybe a little bit of shame going on here.
Oh.
Are they saying that the tank doing more healing than the paladin?
I mean, that's a classic bear angle, quite honestly. Not sure what's going on here, but I love that they are utilizing the free real estate here on this screen. Absolutely fantastic. You can never have enough DPS meters or just general combat meters. And you can see stack up here to bait the first batch of puddles. Very nicely done, the Air Force. Very much on top of the game here. Squall Buffett. You gotta be careful with that one because the tank gets knocked back, and if you're not back in time, the boss is just gonna start clapping other people, which you definitely don't want to have happen in this fight. Especially when you're so clutch on time already. Defensive's coming through, lots of damage, but overall nothing too bad happening. Tempest's Fury is gonna come through. Good chunk of AoE damage, and of course the puddles are gonna detonate. From here on out, Sam, in just a few seconds, once the boss reaches 100 energy, we're gonna head into the intermission, and that is where you run the gauntlet.
That is where you run the gauntlet, but this is also going to be really important in how fast you run the gauntlet as well. The Primalist Infusers are going to be hanging down there on the Tsunami, and they're going to be infusing it, which actually, Lithy, look at that. 2 of the Air Force have fallen. The tank is dead. This is the worst, the absolute worst possible thing that could be happening, and they still have to contend with the Primalist Infusers down here. Every single 5 seconds that goes off, it gives 1% extra damage, and so the Primal Tsunami is going to be even more scary. And now you're seeing the mad dash, Lithy, happening to get to the tank and get the B-Res off here. But the Infusers, look at what they're doing. They're getting away with so much of this infusion. There has to be some sort of CC that we can do here, some ways to be able to stop them down. But no, there isn't really anything in the pocket. The Evoker can't do anything. The Paladin can't do anything really except for stunning them out. But once you do that, then they're going to start attacking you.
The thing is, you can start DPSing them. You definitely can start bringing in the damage to get them as low as possible. Now that the tank is back up, you're in a bit of a better position. You can start kicking the rest of them and grouping them up, but still, half of the cast gone through with all 4 channeling. That's a lot of extra oomph that you have to deal with over the next phase of the boss. And of course, with the Shadow Priest down on the floor, you're lacking a considerable amount of damage on the boss. It is a tyrannical key. Yes, it's a 23, but still tyrannical. So we really got to keep an eye on how much damage they can do. And look at this last infuser, still channeling, finally getting interrupted and killed off in just a second. So let's see if they can deal with the last rotation of this boss. If they get another intermission with the boss on 62% and 1 DPS down, Sam, this looks very, very likely. And going into another intermission where they've already lost 2 people, this could be disastrous. Look at the damage coming out.
That's what happens when you have 54 stacks. It's just the AoE is too much. That 54% extra damage is so massive that it basically wiped the whole group.
Sam,
the tank itself is barely able to hang on, and
that's
Liffy.
That's a deplete. That's a deplete on the 23 on the last boss. That is a half an hour lost by the Air Force in the last few seconds of the run. Disaster striking for them right now.
It's a heartbreaking moment there for the Air Force. It was so close to, and everything up till the 3rd boss had been perfect. Almost perfect. Only 1 death suffered. But then they wiped on the 3rd boss, had to make the massive run back through, and then the unfortunate disaster that somehow struck them. I wonder, something must have happened there that killed them, because we weren't able to look at what happened to the tank and the Shadow Priest that wiped the both of them during that intermission sequence. So the only thing that I can imagine is that they must have hit one of the globules when they were getting thrown back, or something must have happened there, because when they landed, they were dead. So that is just some unfortunate RNG that must have happened for the Air Force. But regardless of whatever happened, that is, at the end of the day, a key that is not going to be completed. It was so close, and 30 minutes, a massive amount of time, wiped off the board.
Yeah, it's insane. It's like 10% of your day just gone down the drain in this moment. But overall, now that we're at the halfway point of day 2, right, Sam? I think we're starting to get a picture of who the front runners are, who are really the top performers this weekend, who is still very close up on the back foot, so to say, just closing in on the top 2. And of course, then the kind of team in the last place, currently the British team. They're still going strong. They might be ramping up to a little bit of a comeback here in the last 2.5 hours of the day, Sam. But definitely got some work left to do. Meanwhile, of course, the Ukrainian team and the Warrior gamers blasting like crazy. So I'm super curious to see what they can accomplish in the last few hours today.
We're very excited to see what they can accomplish, right? The last time we saw the Ukrainian team, they were attempting that 26 Neltharis, and in fact, for Warrior Gamer, which, by the way, are clear 2 front runners so far of today, they stepped back into their halls of infusion, so they're looking to start tying things back up with the Ukrainian team, and maybe even possibly being able to take the lead for themselves. The Ukrainian team is still, at the very least, 1 point ahead of the competition. How much longer they're going to be able to hold on to that is, well, up in the air, right? We don't know if they can still maintain that lead. And even though it's a lead, Lithy, it's such a precarious lead. It's such a lead that, like, literally 1 dungeon is all it takes. It's quite literally.
It's a lead you cannot rest on.
Exactly.
You need to keep blasting, because the moment you stop, you're going to be overtaken. So definitely a lot of hype going into the last half of this second day, and of course day 3 tomorrow. Going to be an absolute banger to finish things out. But for now, I think this has been a pretty good start, and I can't wait to see where we're going next.
I can't wait to see it either, Lithy, but I think now for ourselves, it is time for a little bit of a break. You're actually going to be hopping out of here, and Marielia is going to be jumping back in. So, Lithy, it was great to be able to sit here with you, discuss some Mythic Plus, and enjoy the great game of World of Warcraft.
That's been so much fun. Always great casting with you. Thanks to the AFDL for having me. Always good fun here.
Indeed it is. But once we come back from the break, we're going to see the exciting conclusion to day 2 and whether or not the Ukrainian team can still be able to hold on to their lead or if Warrior Gamer has something up their sleeves.
Woo! Good shit.
And welcome back to the second half of the second day of the 2023 AFDL Fall Clash. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me now is, well, it says Lithy, but it's actually Marielia. It's okay, everyone. Lithy was amazing, but Marielia is too, so we understand why
I'm
they have the
Lithy in
name.
disguise.
But still, before we go any further, we have some major breaking news because while we were on our break, the Ukraine team just completely decimated and demolished a plus 26 Neltharis. That puts them in the lead. The first 26 completed this weekend, but, well, it keeps them in the lead. It doesn't put them in the lead. It keeps them in the lead, but even more so, this is also the first 26 completed this entire year for the entirety of the 2023 AFDL year. So this is a really amazing accomplishment here for the Ukraine team. And Marielia, even more so for the Ukraine team, we're doing something special here, I believe, for Ukraine that we need to talk about.
Yes, we are. We have got a special charity incentive running all throughout the month of October. The Armed Forces Dungeon League is committed to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and all the donations that we receive through our GoFundMe, through subs, through cheering in Twitch are going to be helping us support that goal.
So a worthy cause there. I believe the link is !donate. Is that correct?
Yes, !charity in the chat is going to get you access to the best place to donate. It helps support the league, helps us run more of these events, and like we said, we are doing a special charity incentive. Normally the winner of every clash gets to decide a charity that they want to support, but this time around we thought, you know what, the Ukrainians are participating. I think everybody's in agreement about where these funds should go.
I think so as well. And once again, a very worthy cause. So make sure to hit up that !charity link. And if you're feeling generous, go and lend some support over in that direction. But of course, we are looking at what has been an insane day two, to say the least. A 26 on the board. That's not to take away the accomplishments of our other team. Warrior Gamers are not too far behind. They did complete that 25. Tharos looking to bring up the keys in different areas other than that Neltharis, but still for the Ukrainian team, that is a sort of an accomplishment that they get to breathe just a little bit easier in the lead that they've been able to maintain. A 26 is not easy, and now they've basically thrown down the gauntlet to the rest of the team saying, hey, you got to do it now too.
Yeah, we discussed yesterday, Hothead and I, that when you have the opportunity to set the pace and force everybody else to meet you in a certain dungeon, it has huge implications for your strategy over the weekend. Making sure that, you know exactly how much time each team is going to have to spend to get that extra point has a huge difference. And right now, as you said, Ukrainians in the lead with 94 points, Warrior Gamer coming up close with 92, but they do have an opportunity. Oh, we've just had a dungeon complete. Look, yeah. I can't even
so now
talk.
Warrior. I know. I'm sorry. I'm here interrupting you your train of thought every single time.
It's not you. If the teams could just stop completing dungeons, that's what I need right now.
They could just stop being so good, right? No, Warrior Gamer though has completed their Halls of Infusion, bringing them to that 23. Now we're seeing a two-way tie for first place between Warrior Gamer and the Ukrainian WoW team, both sitting at 94 points. But you can already see, Marielia, that the Ukrainian team is not taking that sitting down. They are inside of a 25 underrot. And if they can complete this key, that's not only going to give them 1 point, that is going to give them the 2 points that they need, not only to tie, but to take the lead once more.
Yeah, this is anybody's game still, currently tied. We've got a whole nother 5 hours tomorrow that these teams are going to be running. It's by no means like a sweep here for any team.
On top of that, for Warrior Gamers, that 23 was +2 to 25 halls now. So another extra chance here to really help solidify whatever lead they're going to be looking to gain.
Yeah, and you can see, taking a look at the quad, they have hopped right back into that 25 hulls. I think we're going to be pulling that up shortly. Ukraine has decided to go back to the Underrot. Definitely the easiest of the dungeons, I would say, we had yesterday. I think this is the first time a team has gone back to Underrot today, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we had
You
any
are
runs
correct.
this morning. There we go. But definitely an interesting choice, knowing that they'll have an opportunity to get a couple of points here, and while then they're going to have to go catch up to Warrior Gamer on Halls of Infusion. Counterpoint, Warrior Gamer's going to have to catch up to them here on Underrot. So an interesting strategic choice. The Brits, of course, down in Halls of Infusion, and the Air Force still attempting to get their 23 halls done, making their way to the Tsunami as we speak.
Yeah, that obviously the 23 that the Air Force weren't able to time just before we went to break. So a little bit of a sour note for them to end on the first half of day 2, but looking to right the wrongs already here in the second half, as this looks to be a much cleaner attempt for them. They're going in with a much more of a buffer of a time bank with this Primal Tsunami this time around. They're not going to be able to hit that +2, but hopefully they still have the thoughts in the back of their mind on how exactly they're going to be accomplishing the next little bit.
Yeah, we are going to punch in on the Air Force here to see if this run goes better for them than last time. I have faith. There was a lot of believer moments yesterday, and hopefully these guys can pull through. The Tsunami has been pulled.
They did an excellent job of baiting out the infused globules. That's going to keep them in a very good place that they don't have to struggle against, take care of the extra mobs that spawn, the afflicted mobs, and now looking towards just staying alive through the rest of the mechanics that are the Primal Tsunami is throwing out. The infused globules time and time again, they really aren't too much of a concern so much as the Tempest Fury, that AoE wide attack that you see did a lot of damage, and in fact was what caused the wipe last time around. But they don't have to worry about the infuse just yet. Really, what we're going to be looking at now is how they're going to handle the gauntlet now that they've been thrown back. The key here, Marielia, is getting back as quickly as you can and controlling the infusers. What they did last time around was unfortunately suffer two deaths that are not going to be happening here. Our tank and our Shadow Priest are going to be surviving, and this should be a much cleaner run through and a much cleaner intermission.
Yesterday, one of the intermissions, a player got so incredibly lucky that every single wave spawned on one side and they could just keep running straight. I don't think we're going to see that again, but the odds of that are incredibly low. Right there you saw both players on that, I think they came from the North Wing, did a pretty good job. Oh no, it looks like someone is still stuck out west. They're still missing one player who did die during the gauntlet. I don't think we're going to see them run out for a battle res there. But Rebel Druid bringing all the infusers together, everybody hoping to just get these guys down with some AoE and then move straight back onto the Tsunami.
Yeah, the important thing is that going out to grab them now would be very costly. They need to get these primal infusers down. You see the move that they're doing called Inundate. They need to make sure that those don't go off because it hits every single player around them, and that does a lot of damage. The good news here, though, is that the Primal Tsunami only has 24 stacks. Last time around, we saw 52. So that was 52% extra damage. And you can already see, though, that even with the 24 stacks on that Revi could not survive. I think they got actually hit by the infused globule, which those do a lot of damage on their own, but then you boost them up by 24%. That's just going to be a wipe. They need to go ahead and do this now with 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. It just was not going to have the damage. They, this time around, Marielia, need to make sure that they do the intermission correctly, but they have made the tough decision once more to go ahead and call it, go back in and try it again, but another 30 minutes. That has now been 1 hour, Marielia, spent inside Halls of Infusion, not timed.
You just cannot afford to be making those mistakes at this late hour. The good news is, after the primal infusers are, dealt with, if your corpse is way out in one of the wings, it gets ported to the central area, but they didn't have a battle res available to spend, and then one other person went down. It's just a cascading effect from there. We will keep an eye on the Air Force to see It looks like they're going to be moving on to Underrot, deciding, you know what, Halls of Infusion is not doing us very nice right now. Let's move on to something that we feel comfortable in. They did very well on these runs yesterday, and hopefully they can eke out a couple of extra points. Ukraine, of course, already making their way through Underrot themselves. I think we're going to be jumping in on them. Yep, here we are. I love Ukraine with all their big pulls. Did you have a lot of those this morning? Yesterday was full of them.
Yeah, we had an insane amount, especially with Nelfaris. The pull size that you get out of that dungeon with the chains is... it really is a work of art. Warrior Gamer was also showing us just how crazy they are at making that happen. The big nuisance that comes out of these mobs right here, though, Marielia, obviously is the Feral Bloodswarmer, in my opinion. This is a mob that locks onto one player and really goes after them. You can't stun them out of it, you can interrupt them out of it, but it's still a really annoying thing to have to contend with, especially in pug groups. But you see that the Ukrainian team, it's not even a factor. It's not a worry for them. This is clean, this is concise, and this is perfect. And of course, it's even more perfect when you hear the little kitty meow.
That was pretty good. That was well executed. If you'd have failed it, it would have been incredibly embarrassing. So I'm really happy for you that that went well, Sam.
I'm a professional, Marielia, okay? I don't fail on broadcast. At least not very often.
I'm sure there's a couple Twitch clips somewhere where we could prove that wrong, but right now you're 1 for 1, so I'll allow it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are about to see the arena be almost cleared off here for Kragma. And this was actually one of my favorite dungeons just in general in the entirety of World of Warcraft. I loved this dungeon in Battle for Azeroth, and seeing it here again in Season 2 of Dragonflight really did put a big smile on my face. And they did it felt just like going back in time. The nostalgia hit was so strong for me. And even looking forward into Season 3, right? Waycrest Manor. Oh my goodness gracious. Waycrest Manor, there we go, is coming back as well. Another one of my favorite BFA dungeons. The return of some of these dungeons make for such interesting pulls and routes, especially now when you have classes like the Augmentation Evoker, or when you have classes like the Evoker in there that really change how things are working. And even more so when you see the adaptations of how pulls are done. You see them being pulled into here because they're waiting to get their lust back up. They're 2 minutes away from that, so what they're doing right now, Marielia, is just pull ahead and then go back to take on Kragma.
We did see yesterday a couple of teams had different strategies when it came to this exact moment. As you said, Lust being down really offers you an option. Do you try and fight Krag without it, or do you move on? Some teams went so far as we're just going to go kill Xancha and then come all the way back. But some teams said, no, you know what, we're just going to deal with Krag, no Lust, and then move on. It was an interesting difference. We don't know whether these were like actual intentional strategies to spend it somewhere else, but this is definitely, I think, the most meta, the most reasonable, the most well-tested call to go. Get your extra %. You've got another 60 seconds here on your Lust, and then walk back, use it to just down him. You don't really need the Lust for Xancha, and you've got a lot of RP to deal with before you get to the final boss. Odds are it's going to be up.
Chad, I know you're out there. Someone help us name the kitty cat that we hear occasionally. No, for a 25, though, especially a Tyrannical, you need Lust for Kragma, in my opinion. Xancha is a really... It's a boss that not too much can go wrong as long as you do the mechanics correctly. But Kragma is a little annoying in the way that the RNG can sometimes work against you and how they path out of there, right? Having to go all the way across the arena. So having Lust on your side is such an important piece of the toolkit when it comes to actually fighting it out with this boss. And this is actually timed out so perfectly here for the Ukrainian team. 15 seconds is about as much time as it is for them to set things up here. And of course, you're going to see them taking it over sort of by this rib cage area to make sure that when Kragma chooses one of the players to go off towards, it's going to be in this area so you can step on the little maggots that much easier.
Yeah, the tantrum can be up. There you go. See it coming in right here. The charge goes off. The maggots get spawned. Everybody needs to squish those so that you don't have to deal with the ads that spawn from them later. And no one had to run that far. This is the kind of fight you could do with an all melee group.
Exactly. Really, the hard part becomes when Kragma does do the tantrum and he's flying all over the place and you're trying to keep up with it. But you can see, bait out the charge. It goes right into the other rib cage, but everything is in a nice, neat position where you don't have to go far off towards squishing those maggots. But Tantrum is about to come up here. There it goes. And now you see Krogma going off into the great grand distance, but it's not actually too bad for the Ukrainian team here. In fact, not bad at all. They don't have to go that far out. And already the tank is going to pick things back up here to make sure that when Kragma does charge, it's not going to go too far out. A little bit rough there with this one. You can see that there is some of these maggots having to be picked up, but not too bad. In fact, some of them were able to go off into the blood ticks, but only two, not that much of an issue.
No, definitely not as clean as we would like to see it, pushing into these 25 and higher keys. Letting the blood ticks through. Again, they don't do a huge amount to cause problems for your group, especially with the affix combo we have. You know, it's not sanguine. There's no big ramifications. But with the wrong affixes, letting these ticks spawn could be a huge, huge deal. Again, right there, not the kind of charge you want to see. That's just bad communication. As you said, from the team, they have to run all the way across the map, and we are going to probably see that one tick spawn. Yeah, there we go. At least two of them. So, not great, but not terrible. They have the damage to make up for this. It's not going to break this key, but as they continue pushing above the 25, which I fully expect to see over the next day and a half, it can become a problem.
And this is where Kragma starts getting, can really start getting out of hand, especially in these later percentages, needing to come up to help support the tank. There are now 3 of the blood ticks on the field. One has been taken care of, so now only 2, but the charges are starting to go out into
Funny
the arena.
goes
And
down.
now right into the next Tantrum, but Funny goes down. The tank has been eliminated, and now there is not going to be that much time for them to pick up the rest of these maggots on the ground. And you can see how many blood ticks are on the field. So many. This is going to be a wipe here for our Ukrainian team. And once again, talking about the dangers of what Kragma is, Marielia. Kragma is deadly. Kragma is dangerous. And now that is more than likely going to be a reset on this 25 underrot. No Lust is going to make Kragma near, not impossible, but it is going to make it very, 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 very difficult. But now we look over at Warrior Gamers, and it is a walk in what feels like the park here on their 25 Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, Warrior Gamer definitely making good progress on the Jumping Goliath. Oh, here we go. I think that's their game sound coming in, which means we are going to take a look at them full screen. Everybody gets some love and attention coming into the second half of day 2. Warrior Gamer, as we said, working on the Goliath. Its health is pretty low. They haven't had too many issues with this boss. I don't think any team has had much issue with this boss. The problems in Halls of Infusion have been either overpulling at the start or the tsunami. That's really where the wall has been. We have seen a couple of wipes on our lovely unyielding friend, but all in all, kill the frog.
Kill the frog. It's such a simple strategy when you put it like that, right?
Right.
Kill the frog.
Kill the frog.
Yep.
Don't get stepped on. They've got Lust
Kill the
available.
frog, don't get
They're
stepped
not
on.
going to use it.
Kill the other frogs.
Watch your step.
As well. That's really important. Not so much so because Goliath here can eat them, but this frog also gets very angry if it doesn't eat someone, which is why you see typically the tank go inside of there. They get eaten. The little swoglets are still down on the ground, but here comes in the gulp. Are going to be perfectly fine, though. Eating the rest of the swoglets. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. This frog, gulping Goliath, isn't really that much of a concern. What is going to be a concern, however, are these next bit of trash mobs. Starting off here, of course, with the Proto Dragon going down, and to the rest of them, the scary thing a little bit here for this team doesn't really have a massive spell that you would get from the priest, but as we've seen from Warrior Gamers, not too much of an issue, especially with the way that they're able to cleanse themselves.
Yeah, we did see an interesting strategy yesterday. I'm trying to remember which team it was, where they snuck around this first pack, avoided the Proto Drake, and it ended up getting pulled regardless, but they tried to skip some trash here and move on. Looks like Warrior Gamer's just going to say, no, let's deal with it, let's go. Not causing them too much of a problem here at all.
3. Doesn't really look like another deep
Dispel.
chill. Okay, looked like it was gonna come out for a second, but I was gonna say they should be able to kill it quickly enough, and they do indeed. The bursting stacks, they hurt, but it's not too much of an issue for this Giga Chad level of a team. First mob pack has been taken down. Now setting our sights towards the next bit of mobs coming up here. You see that this patrol is gonna start coming up and gonna be pulling it into them as well. So the first deep chill from this proto dragon is going to be expended, but once again cleared off almost immediately. Warrior Gamers not feeling too much of the pressure, just making sure to interrupt the refreshing tide, not to get the healing off here, and this is rinse and repeat, mechanically correctly done. Get out from under the puddle, dodge the oceanic breath at that. Yeah, this is clean. This is clean.
Yeah, and I just want to bring up the fact the POV we're watching, the Hunter Doosan, is actually the 5th ranked BM in North America on live servers. So Warrior Gamer have got some absolute clout helping them out with this.
And you can see it too in the DPS meters, by the way. They are sitting at 237k on their Hunter. Aptly named Hunter Meta. That's a very appropriate name here for our number 5 BM Hunter.
Yeah.
So now this could potentially be the scary pool coming up here, Marielia, but with the way that Warrior Gamers are playing, I'm not fearing for them at all.
No, it hasn't been too often that we've seen issues where Rosie can't keep people alive or Alas just can't, face tank everything. So really not too stressed about the trash. I think we'll probably check back in with Warrior Gamer as they progress. The Brits have decided to go Vortex Pinnacle in the meantime to keep progressing there. And of course we have our 2 Underrots nearly neck and neck with the Air Force and Ukraine. Just a difference of key level +1.
Just a difference of key level +1, both on the same boss. The first one, that is to say.
3.
And it looks like actually pretty similar
Dispel.
percentage. The Air Force, of course, are going to be able to burn their way through a little bit quicker with that being that lesser key level. But our Ukrainian team isn't letting what happened in their last attempt really mess with them too much here.
No.
Pulling them back over on the platform above, but the Ukrainian team, they're running into some issues now. The tank falls. There's going to be a small reset happening here, but that's disaster striking early on in this Underrot.
Yeah, that is the Air Force up top who have been forced to retreat. They
Oh, yeah,
lost
the Air
a
Force.
couple of people going into Lexana. Sometimes I add an N. It's,
Dispel.
how do you pronounce this boss's name? I keep thinking it's Lexa,
Leaxa.
but it's Leaxa.
Leaxa.
All right.
Leaxa.
You know when you say something so many times that it loses all of its meaning and you forget what's real? That's what happens to boss names for me.
Watch your step.
Especially when you keep trying to say them correctly over and over again, and you're like Leah.
Right?
Yeah.
Too many different options.
Good news here for the Ukrainian team. I do want to apologize. It was actually the Air Force that did go down. The Ukrainian team, however, perfectly fine. They are blasting through this boss without a care in the world about how to pronounce their name. Because why? What's it matter when they're dead on the ground?
Oh my goodness, I've got my eyes on chat where Foos was here, has just done 11 gift subs to the community. Foos, you are an absolute legend. That's our 2nd sub goal of the day, broken completely.
A gamer. I'm a big fan of Foos. Hi, Foos. I know who you are.
Foos
They're
was
gamers.
here, making their mark on chat if they can't be competing themselves. I appreciate it. Love goes out. I hope everybody enjoys their subs. If you've got a sub, that means you can watch the VODs on Twitch instantly before they go up on YouTube at the end of the competition. So there are some good benefits to having a sub to the AFDL channel. Plus, your sub money goes to helping us run more events and donating to charity. So it is absolutely worth. Let's get some hype in the chat.
Hype! And speaking of hype, the Ukrainian team proving to us once again why they are one of the most hyped teams in the AFDL. These pulls are nothing short of absolute spectacularity. Another fixate comes out, interrupting the sonic screech before it pops off. That is a nasty interrupt that can happen. And of course, the damage that comes from it is nothing short of deadly. These mobs on this 25, even with it being a tyrannical key, are something are very much worthy of fear that can be striked in your hearts. And these mob packs or underrod have always been a giant pain point for me, specifically the blood swarmers. They always come after me right when I am trying to get off a big CD or a big cast. No, they decided it's time to come after me and really wreck my day.
Yeah, between the lashers and everything else that just gets grouped up, you need to really pay attention. Make sure you know where you're standing. And Bees did not pay attention to where he was standing. The healer goes down. They're going to have to run back. I don't expect Funny to have any issues staying alive to finish this up, but they are not going to want to keep pulling until their healer returns. At least it's a nice big room. They can get some movement going to save some time. Pull a couple of small ones. But they are, like before, going to have to go off into the further hallway, do a nice big pull in order to make the most of their 4-minute lust cooldown.
And they did get a lot of value out of that loss. It's just once Kragma started going off in different directions. If Kragma gets the opportunity to go and do their own thing, right? If you can't get him back into position quickly enough, then you see what happens with those charges and how hard it is to keep up with all of the blood ticks. And even just the simple 2 on the field was so much damage that was being put onto Funny Meat that it actually was not funny with how much it took for them to be able to actually survive. So the importance is so vital in keeping them alive and keeping Kragma in the right place. And Lust is the absolute pivotal piece of that puzzle. The less you have to deal with Kragma, the better. And that was like what I was saying when it comes to taking on Zancha. Zancha is such a mechanically simple boss that as long as you are doing the mechanics correctly, you should be fine. Kragma, on the other hand, that RNG on how he paths with the tantrum, it's so difficult to predict what you can do with that boss.
Yeah, we'll see how they handle it this time. Like we said, all it takes is just a couple of misplays to have a big snowball effect. 1 or 2 ticks being up, not too crazy. You'll deal with them. But if you fail to kill them and you fail to stand in the right place and Kragma gets another round, more come, more come. They are ticks, they are pests. They will just keep spawning every single time he throws a tantrum, and suddenly you are completely overwhelmed. Now instead they are moving on, as we expected, to take care of more trash and get a couple of these worms defeated. I think just based on the timer, they got 2 minutes left. They might pull one of the patrol groups, but it's entirely possible they finish this up and just turn around and run back. We are watching, of course, Savant the Mage POV. We'll know for sure when the group is done as soon as we see him blink in Kragma's direction, I think. The Evoker getting a little bit low. I don't like to see so much fluxing in the health bars on trash.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. When it's not too unusual with these mobs. They do have some AoE casts that can go off, especially the worms that you see there. And if they do go off, it really does hurt a lot. But this is not too crazy to see that, but it is still a little scary when the ping-ponging does happen in the health bar. And the Ukrainian team actually seems to be going a little bit faster than what we saw out of that Lust this time around. They have 45 seconds before it comes off cooldown. They're going to be able to make their way. They're still going to make their way back over to Kragma and fight it out there. Just electing, I would assume. Oh, no, they still have a couple of the mobs. Okay, they still have a couple of the trash packs to take on before they take on Kragma, and that'll be just in the nick of time for Lust to come off of cooldown.
Yeah, that works out really well. I don't remember if on the last poll they had trash to deal with as well. I think sometimes we have seen as this last trash pull gets a little bit low that they will decide, oh, you know what, it's fine, we'll pull Krag into the finalizing of this this poll, but it's gonna be interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but I'd also be kind of a little bit surprised. Once again, it just all comes down to you need to give Kragma your full attention. Kragma demands nothing less than full respect. Otherwise, we are going to have what happened in the last go around. And I think for Ukraine, they don't want to make any of these major mistakes again. They want to make sure that Kragmaw goes down, but they do decide to pull it on the last little bit of percentage on the health. And out comes the Lust, in comes the big CDs. Those two mobs are gone. The charge is going to go into the wall. Once again, the maggots on the ground need to be stepped on. That is the whole crux. That is the entirety of what Kragmaw is. The indigestion on the tank, they're going to step on the maggots that were done in front of them. Okay, just like in the last second before that one spawn. But Kragmaw is at 80%. Another charge, the tantrum soon.
There we go. That was the right positioning. Your DPS standing by the ribcage, the tank handling what's near Kragmaw. Again, really clean. The less space you give the maggots to spawn, the safer you are. Kragmaw now sitting at 67%, and boom, the tantrum running out in the exact opposite direction that you want him to be in. Just not quite the right positioning, and now it's going to be incredibly difficult to recover. You can see launching themselves out across the room, but boom, suddenly another charge because they were out dealing with the maggots. That's not too bad of a spread. I have to admit, if you can carefully kill those maggots and get back in position, this could be recovered. Indigestion coming out now, not as bad nearly. The tank can handle those. The DPS need to get back out of the way so that Kragmaw can be corralled properly on this next tantrum, which is coming in shortly, about 6 seconds away. There it is.
Yeah, but you can already see how annoying it is. You finally bring Kragmaw back over to here, but guess what? Ready to throw another tantrum, bringing them all the way back out into the arena again. And this is where communication is so key and why having an organized group is so vital, right? You do a pug group, everyone's going in different directions trying to figure out who's going to step on the maggot, which is just kind of left there, but you can say, hey, I'm going to go this way, I'm going to go this way, I'm going to go this way. That makes it so much easier. But this right here, this is perfect. Kragmaw's already set up in the right spot. They can go ahead, get the charges in the places where they want it to be. Only one of the blood ticks came out, and now it feels like we're right back at the very beginning of the fight, able to set ourselves back up to continue to go on once more. And Kragmaw still is going to be able to do another tantrum here, but this is so much better here for the Ukraine team.
Yeah, absolutely. Positioning is looking good. Obviously, this is not going to be a 3 chest with 3 bosses to go and 4 minutes and 31 on the clock, but I don't think we were expecting it to be at a 25. Kragmaw sitting just over 25% health now. Funny getting a little bit low, but Bees does get everybody topped back off, which we want to see. Nicely back in position. Blood ticks going down. The charge goes into the ribcage. Beautiful. This is the point where you can't afford for him to run off into the middle of nowhere when you are right in execute range.
Kragmaw now at that sub 20%. Every little piece, bit by bit. One more, the last tantrum that's going to be happening in this fight does not mean that you can relax on picking up these maggots. It's still sub 10%, but we saw how quickly things can go sideways, and even looking at the amount of health, it's going to be into another charge. Even more maggots have spawned, but they still need to get the ones that were left back behind on the tantrum. A fantastic blink, however, is going to bring Savant back over towards where they need to be with Ribcage, but you don't really have to worry about the charge too much anymore as long as you're able to burn the final few percentage of Kragmaw. This final charge has come through, but the final charge of Kragmaw is instead going to charge them into the grave. Kragmaw, the infested for the Ukrainian team, has gone down, and this 25 underwrought can continue.
That is a wonderful example of how to handle Kragmaw when he gets out of control, which is very likely to happen. You just need to focus and get him back under your own power. Obviously, now that they've completed a whole bunch of extra percentage and taking care of the patrol, they can deal with this one last pack, and Xancha is ready to go. In the meantime, Warrior Gamer is progressing on Tsunami. Their 25 hulls, they are about to get this done, barring any absolutely cataclysmic events. Everyone does dodge the swirlies that need to be taken care of, and less than 1% health. That is going to be the Primal Tsunami, down 25 hulls for the Warrior Gamer team.
And that 25 hulls, Mary Elliott, that puts them in the lead, I believe. That puts them in first place, squarely in it. The two teams have been tied. The Ukrainian team, Warrior Gamer team, had been tied up until this point, but now we started the day with Ukraine in the lead, then tied, now Warrior Gamer in the lead with that 25 Halls of Infusion. And now the only one left behind out of the 25 conversation is Vortex Pinnacle. And that is also where the Ukrainian team has one key ahead of Warrior Gamer. So this would not be too surprising to me if they do decide to try and attempt this 21 VP.
I absolutely love how the strategy diversity of these teams has led us to this absolutely tense moment, right? One team gets an edge in one dungeon, forces the other team to follow them. Another team says, no, we're not going to follow you. We'll go get something else. And now suddenly they're just going back and forth, swapping dungeons, trying to eke out those extra couple points that they need. In the meantime, the Brits are making a valiant effort on their 20 Vortex Pinnacle, making good time here. Not likely to 3 chests. They have defeated the Grand Twizzler, but are on their way to deal with our favorite Altoid Dragon. Just a couple of smaller Storm Drakes to get past in the meantime, and some ad packs.
I got a bone to pick with you. Altoid's not a candy. I'm
It's a mint.
I'm gonna firmly root myself in this position.
Are you telling me that mints
not a candy.
are not candy?
No,
I'm
no, they
pretty sure
can't be candy, right?
Mints are like the quintessential old-timey candy.
We're in the modern age now, Mary Ellie. Okay, it's 2023.
Okay, you and your
leave mints
revisionist
as a candy.
history about mints not being candy, Sam.
Gonna leave mints in the past. All
No
right,
way.
it's candy. They're not sold in the candy aisle, are they? If I go to the gas station or to
Yeah, they
Walmart
are.
or something like that. No, they're not. They're in their own special little place. They're in the mint place.
If a mint is not a candy, then bubblegum's not a candy. Or gum at all is not a candy.
I would also agree with that. I can
Really?
agree with that.
But by
Yeah.
your logic, gum is sold beside all of the chocolate and other candy bars at gas stations. So,
I don't know what you're talking about. They are also sold with the mints.
excuse me, Hubba Bubba
Maybe
Double
I'm
Bubble
wrong.
Bubblegum is always sold next to the chocolate. And yes, I was just looking for a way to get that into the conversation.
Which I find impressive, actually. But still, I'm firmly rooting myself in the ground. Mint is not a candy. Unless it's like combined with another actual candy.
Well, you know what?
Like
We can
chocolate.
settle this because I have the power to run polls. So we're gonna start a poll. Is mint a candy? And we'll see
Is
what
mint
chat
a
has to say.
This is actually the most important discussion I think we've ever had in the history of the AFDL. Honestly, just straight up, this is the most important. This is going to set a precedent not only for the AFDL but for the entirety of mankind. It all starts here in the chat room. You all get to choose whether or not a mint is a candy. And I'll be sending that to the highest level of the world government institution, of course. But still, here we have it, Altoid. Whether or not they're candy, they're still a very scary boss, and scary enough, in fact, that Lust is going to be popped on pull. The important thing about this boss, make sure that you know where your upwinds and your downwinds are. And now they have managed to make it upwind. It was actually really funny, Mary Elia. I was reading an old article from Cataclysm, right? Like a couple months ago, talking about how difficult the dungeons are, and the lead designer was mentioning groups trying to figure out where upwind and downwind were. And I remember laughing at that because I too was also having trouble figuring that out at first.
Oh my goodness. Well, the poll is up. I have provided plenty of options for people to leave their unbiased opinions. Drop your votes in the chat if mints are candy. The Vortex Pinnacle is, we've decided, the candy dungeon, and we need an answer to this question.
Seems like it's definitely getting answered right now, but our terrace is getting the answer to a very strong question of whether or not they're going to be able to survive. And with the way that the British Armed Forces is playing right now, well, that answer is going to be no, you won't be able to survive. Altera is now sitting at just under 35% as the British Armed Forces continue to blast it away, getting the extra haste buff that, of course, comes with being upwind and adjusting themselves appropriately to get out of there. Now, you see the tornadoes on the ground. That lifts you up to avoid another mechanic that will be probably coming out soon enough, unless they actually deal enough damage that they don't have to worry about it. But here is the chilling breath. Funnily enough, just don't get caught inside of it. Cheerio. My goodness gracious.
I remember this fight being so much harder than these teams are making it look.
Well, you know what? You can experience it again, hopefully very soon, Mary Ellie, in Cataclysm Classic.
Oh, not gonna lie, that would be fun. I would thoroughly
I'm gonna
enjoy
play
that.
it.
This dungeon was
I'm
cruel.
doing it.
I mean, it's still cruel, but it was crueler. People who think it's hard now, Back in the day. You
Well,
know,
they
when the old fogies played kata.
it was just done in time walking, and these mobs right here, the two healer, the adepts, can cast a immunity.
Yes.
Right, so now then you're just sitting there wondering where you've gone wrong in life that led you to this moment, and you then remember that you're so very thankful that Blizzard had at the very least in the foresight for this Mythic Plus key to get rid of the immunity, so that way you're not having to just sit there and wait for it to go away.
What? Are you telling me that mechanics that force you to waste time aren't great for a competitive format where you're trying to go fast? Is that what you're telling me, Sam?
Yeah, well, listen, if going off of rating, right, is anything to go by when people are told to stop DPS, that's their favorite thing in the world. Just stop DPS. Stop. Don't DPS. Just wait. It's a gamer's favorite thing. Just waiting.
Absolutely. I'm just going to take a moment, not press any buttons, and see what happens on my screen. That would require a level of attentiveness that I don't think gamers are really here for.
That's why you just keep hitting AD on your keyboard over and over again. And we're
AD,
also seeing
up,
the
down, up, down.
incorporeal beings. Yeah, yeah. Little Konami code. But we are seeing the incorporeal beings hit with the chains, put inside of Demon Hunter prison, and the most important thing that we're seeing out of these particular mobs right here, especially when you look at the Minister of Air, you see the lightning cage right there. Basically, you need to go in there because it's going to overload the grounding field. One person gets targeted by that. Sorry. One person does get targeted. The overload grounding field is anyone who's inside of the triangle is going to be blasted away, but you see the lightning lash going out on our Chirion, our disc priest. They need to go inside of the lightning cage.
The lightning cage.
And they did it correctly.
They did do it, but Skara does go down, so they're going to have to get him back up, going for the resurrection, slowly making their way to Assad the Cotton Candy.
Now, their name is Scaralock. My question is, and this goes out to chat as well, how do you scare a lock?
That, yeah, you know, I've had that thought as well. I have to admit. I think it's possible.
Now, it absolutely is possible, and here's how you do it. You tell them that they have to do a mechanic, and that's how you scare a lock.
Whoa. That'd be fighting words.
You tell them that warlocks are getting a nerf. That's how you scare a lock. Locks aren't in top DPS this tier. How to scare a lock, chat. Anyways.
How to scare a lock. Show them a picture of the meters where they're at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how you scare a lock. Speaking of scaring a lock, though, they are definitely not scared of this mob pack coming up here. But maybe not with a little bit of goodness. You do see the darkness had to be popped because things were getting a little bit dicey, but they have recovered pretty okay now. Just making sure to get their way through the rest of this second to last, this penultimate Bob group before taking on the really big one in front of the lightning cage. And again, we're going to see that similar mechanic of having to avoid the lightning lash and the overload of the grounding field. So not too crazy though, especially not when you think about the very beginning of this dungeon and some of those mobs.
No, of course they are going to run right into another trash pack. This dungeon is mostly trash, with 3 bosses, 2 of which are, you know, I don't want to say trivial, but they are very much mechanically oriented. You either do the mechanics and live, or you don't and you die. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. A lot of your potential for time loss here is these trash packs, how you handle them, whether you time your, you know, incorporeals in coming in and making sure you're paying attention to that, because that's an affix we have to deal with here. Making sure that you're focusing the right groups, getting the adepts down. You can see they've got the target on our lovely, I think it's on the adept there. Yes, it is, the skull. Everybody needs to focus down.
Doing a pretty good job of it so far. Really also grouping them up together nicely. The grounding field comes down. That's going to, once again, inside of lightning cage. Very bad. Don't do that. Rated by damage, the incorporeal being caught inside of the prison. The servant goes out from the rest of the group. But other than that, nothing really here to worry about. Another Lightning Lash. You see the Demon Hunter has to hide out inside of there, which is a little unfortunate for the melee uptime, though I think they may have been able to get away with it had they been just a little bit closer, but not that big of a deal. Other than that, yeah, this mob pack has been cleaned up pretty dang nicely. Speaking of being cleaned up pretty dang nicely, it looks like our Ukraine team is on the final boss, the Unbound Abomination, and this 25 Underrot is about to be completed. One more Blood Visage remaining, last one taken care of, and indeed so. Team Ukraine, 25 Underrot done. And that means we are now tied once more, if I remember my math correctly.
If you remember your math correctly, which I believe you do, that is a huge boon to Ukraine. They are keeping pace with the Summer Clash winners. They are here to play. And yes, we do have the confirmation. It looks like it wasn't an Eltharis, it was an Underrot, but that was a 25.
And so that means with that 25 on the board, they need to either turn their attention over to Halls of Infusion, complete that at the level that Warrior Gamer did, or maybe even push forward their Vortex Pinnacle a little bit more, which currently Warrior Gamer are inside of at 823, and they are on good old Grand Twizzler.
Making their way through the 23 Vortex. This is definitely an interesting choice, but again, they've already kind of set a bar with the 25s and 26s. You may as well go back and do the 23 Vortex. I expect this to be the dungeon with the lowest level cap by the end of the weekend. Of course, we have another dungeon being revealed to everyone tomorrow that could throw a massive wrench in everyone's plans, but until then, this is going to be the one where I think the most work needs to be done for each incremental point.
Agreed. And we're also seeing a really good incremental point, at the very least for the Air Force, as this 24 Underrot generated in disaster on the first boss, at the very least, is now making their way towards Kragma. So the cleanup happened, and that boss name has been taken care of.
That boss name. Excellent work. Excellent work.
Thank you. I try.
Ukraine moving into
this...
Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Halls of Infusion. So that's going to be them attempting to make up lost ground?
Yes, right now the Ukrainians have a 23 completed in the Halls of Infusion, and Warrior Gamer have a 25. They are tied each with 96 points, so completing this 25 will give them a 2-point boost over Warrior Gamer, and if Warrior Gamer get their 23, then they'll be tied again. So it's just back and forth.
Back and forth, but nothing less than what we would expect from the two in the lead. And big props to our British Armed Forces down in the bottom right as... Wait, what was this one? Cotton Candy.
Yes, this is Cotton Candy. I still think maybe we should rename him instead of Assad to a Snickers, but hey.
I do like Snickers, but it doesn't look like a Snickers.
No, but it has to be a Snickers because it's Assad.
A Snickers. Assad.
It's
Snickers.
not better than Cotton Candy.
I just want a Snickers.
It's just another option that I'm putting out into the universe, and I know Hothead's gonna send me a sassy message in the background, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's okay though. That's all right. I mean, I could go for a Snickers right now.
There just aren't that many good candy names. I feel like if we're gonna call him the Cotton Candy, it should be his title, right? He should be Assad the Cotton Candy, as opposed to what is it, Caliph of Zep or something?
Caliph of Zephyrs. Zephyrs.
Zephyr?
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that I kind of want cotton candy and a Snickers bar and maybe even a Twizzler. Not Altoids, though.
Find your nearest fairground. But I'm sure they'll be able to accommodate you.
I'm sure they'll be able to. Honestly, I live in America. I could go down the street and just pick up every single one of those.
You could. But cotton candy without context.
Marielia, I don't need context to eat food. Okay.
You don't let you know need that right context now. To eat food. No, I don't think you technically do, but I think there's an extra level of enjoyment when you have, you know, foods like cotton candy in their natural habitats per se.
The cotton candy in its natural habitat, the fairground.
You can see
Anyways,
Maker slowly spinning the sugar in the bowl. Yeah.
we're actually seeing Crag Maw in their natural habitat right now, really enjoying their natural habitat, and the Air Force really letting him run loose with this. And we're already seeing what happens when things start going sideways. And in fact, I think bringing them up real quick on the full screen just to get an idea of what can and will go wrong. Actually, maybe not anymore.
I think we're actually going to hold that off because Ukraine are doing another massive pull. We've seen them use this strategy at the start, but they lost control very quickly here. A bunch of people going down, respawning instantly in position where they sneak out. The tank runs around, picks up all the trash down to the hallway, and LOSs it back at the start of the dungeon. But bam, that's a lot of damage. I do not think that was executed the way Ukraine wanted it to be. I would imagine they're going to walk out, walk back in, and do that again, but I really want to see that pull from the start next time.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the very beginning of the dungeon. Why not? Just go ahead, pull it, and see what you can get away with. And then if you fail, guess what? You just do it again. You reset, you do it again, you go back in, you keep throwing bodies at it until you get it right. And we've seen that happen a lot, actually, in the AFDL, where teams will just try a strategy, fail, try it again, fail, try it again, fail. Right? Once you start getting into these higher key levels, every single bit of optimization that you can give yourselves is going to pay off in spades big time, especially when you start looking later on in the dungeon. So yeah, just go ahead, get it done now, get the mistakes out of the way, and if you can get it done right, even like 4 out of every 5 times, it's still it's still massive. It can make a massive difference.
Yeah, I mean, as the keys get higher, the likelihood of you pushing further gets lower. Right? So you're not going to be doing a 30 today. You're going to be doing a 26, then a 27, then a 28. So it makes sense to just go for those wonder pulls where if you've got the lead and the odds are you don't think another team is going to be able to match you, you know, do it. Have some fun. We saw that with the Algathar Academy back in spring. A lot of teams were struggling, just bashing their head against the ads before the book boss. The void creature that spawns out of the book because of our lovely gnome mage teacher. That was wiping a lot, and every team who went in struggled, but they said, look, we need this point in order to secure the lead. Let's just go in over and over and over and over until we get the lucky pull. Here you go. Ukraine has decided to start this dungeon up once again, and we can see how they've decided to run straight through with the whole group rather than line of sighting at the door. So this is a change in tactic from Ukraine.
I think this is a good one though, because like I said, even though if you keep throwing yourself at the door over and over again, there's also a moment too where maybe you just wanted to try it out, see what happens, or maybe even meme it up for stream a little bit. But this is a more typical pull that we see from them, and it's still one that can be very scary. This is a 25, everyone, don't forget, and you see the damage that's happening with this 25. And even though it's a tyrannical key, Savan's gone. Savan was Savan went down. Yeah, so this is already starting to fall apart. We see 4 deaths happening on the board, and now it's just, guess what, go back out, go again. It's hardcore classic mentality.
I'll be curious to see whether they go for the LOS again or whether they come back to this run and pull, or whether they decide, you know what, let's just back off for a minute here and take a chance on doing this slowly. Warrior Gamer have elected to go back into the Vortex Pinnacle. As we saw, they're working on the Altoid, and the chat has decreed, Sam, that mints are in fact candy with a 60% yes vote. So you are wrong. Altoid is our boss name. We continue on.
Chad, I'm disappointed, but that's okay. I understand. We all make mistakes. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'll remember this. You know, there's going to be more AFDLs in the future and more opportunities to declare that mint is indeed not a candy. What isn't a candy though? Well, I guess Altoid is candy, and Warrior gamers are chewing through them very, very nicely. It's 20, just hit the 20% aisle area. Now we're seeing the mechanic where you have to go up into the tornadoes to avoid the mechanic that will blast you all away. Does a heck of a lot of damage if you don't time it correctly. Well, you end up like me, dead on the ground. We're seeing Ukrainian begin pool number 3 here on Halls of Infusion. They're 25, and hopefully this time around they've been able to find the secret formula that they need in order to get their victory.
Yep, this is going to be it. Another massive pull. I think we're going to punch in on it once more. At the risk of caster cursing, focusing in, you can see this is going a lot smoother. They haven't gone quite so ambitious on the pull, and it's much, much more controlled.
Much more controlled, and control leads to victory. This first mob group has been taken care of. Now they can start setting your sights on the next one. Remember, if it's a little bit too tough to shoot through, well, don't shoot through it. Just take your time. Little breaks here. Segment it. Portion it out. That's what's going on here. But now we're looking at, again, taking on the big ones right here are the defenders that we have in front of us that put out the demoralizing shot, and obviously that's really bad because it reduces the damage that you do. And funnily enough, Mary Elliott, damage is very important in this game, especially when you look at Savants doing almost 400k. So imagine them not being able to do 400k.
Yes, Savant is 100% being leaned on by his teammates for these massive pulls, and you can see all of the fire particle effects as the... Oh, Savant gets a little bit lower than we want to see. He does get a shield in time. Bees keeping everybody up. Funny, not doing too bad, just grabbing that threat back. They're going to slowly move on down, grab another pack. Savant sitting... Not too bad. Much safer this time around, splitting that pull into 2. I imagine we'll see them continue with this strategy on higher keys for the Halls of Infusion. Making their way to the Watcher. Slow going. Ouch! Everybody gets really low. Savant, again, funny. Bees manages to get everyone back up. The Geomancers are doing a lot. And they've decided to pick up more.
Yeah, they decided to pick up more, because really the only thing you had to worry about is the defenders up there. Also, the containment apparatuses are kind of scary, but if you can get rid of them quick, that's where a lot of that damage is coming from, is the containment apparatus beaming everyone down. But if you can take care of them relatively quickly, they're not too much of an issue, but really the big thing is you just pull them into the next group of mobs. The defenders are really the only things that need to be continuously interrupted, and the containment apparatuses are almost taken care of, just a little bit more, and that's not going to be an issue. And once those are no longer an issue, then you're really good to go for the next little bit. Just also watching out for the afflicted mobs that come up. That's easy peasy.
They've done it once. They can do it again. Let's make an early prediction. You know, we normally wait till it kind of comes down to the wire, but do we think they 2-chest this or 1?
I'm going to go 1 chest. Yeah, I'm going to go 1 chest. There's some, they're doing really good here, but the 25 is still really tough, and this is a 25 tyrannical, which we're seeing just how hard it is for them to beat up the regular trash mobs on this tyrannical key and how long it's still taking them. But then you factor in the fact that bosses are going to probably be incredibly long fights themselves. Yeah, this is I'm gonna go with a 1 chest.
I think that's reasonable, just given how, you know, they've had to slow themselves down at the start. I think it's the kind of dungeon where if they ran it, you know, 5 or 6 times, like they completed the 25 and then went back into the 25, which of course is against the rules for the AFDL, but if that was a thing that they could do, I reckon they could get this to a 2 chest just based on the output that they have, and it would be a very, very close call But I think you're right. I think with the hesitancy that they need to have to not waste time when they are so close to their partner first place team, they just need to be careful, and the one chest is worth it.
Just complete the key. That's really what it's all about right now for our Ukrainian team. It's so important. So important. Otherwise, you're just going to keep letting Warrior Gamer get away with the murder that they have right now of a 25 key of their own. It's all about it's all about making sure that you time this one, because Warrior Gamer is also out on that Vortex Pinnacle looking to further their lead. Actually, not only just further that lead, but take the lead.
Yeah, lots of weak aura sounds popping off on Dev's POV here. We are, of course, watching the Evoker as opposed to the Mage, who is our other stream from Ukraine. But making their way down the stairs all the way to the Watcher. And this is a fight we haven't really watched too much of. We tend to hop back in when it gets to the end of it. Do you want to break this down for anyone who isn't too familiar with Halls of Infusion?
Yeah, so Watcher Iridius stinks. Awful boss. I hate him. Just like I hate Halls of Infusion for the most part, because this boss is very annoying. It starts off relatively simple at the beginning. You see that it puts out the static surge. It's a little bit of AoE damage. Well, not a big deal. No one really cares. But the big ability that Iridius does is going to be coming up shortly here, and you can see that's going to be the power overload. It puts down a puddle on the ground that you can mass dispel away. The more those power overloads go out, you see the puddle is relatively small now, but eventually it's going to be able to cover almost the entire arena. But with the way that they stacked on top of each other, it's actually a really good way of being able to control the ground. Also soon too, for Iridius, they're going to pop a shield that you will not be able to do any damage to them. But for ad spawn, you need to kill the ads on top of Iridius. And once you do that, those will break the shields, but they need to be killed on top of Iridius. That's where the damage to the shield does. And then basically at that point, it is a rinse and repeat fight. It's not too crazy, but yeah, the power overload is the most annoying part of this fight.
Funny gets a little bit lower than we would want to see. Does manage to come back. Bees also low. Needs to top everybody off in these small breaks before the AoE comes out. Power overload has just been cast. Iridius is just doing his thing. Here comes the giant puddle. As you mentioned, those get bigger and bigger and cause more and more issues. Ads finally coming in. They have to destroy these devices before they can continue on damaging the main guy.
Yep, it's bringing them close. Interrupt as best you can using knockbacks or whatever, and you can see already that they have a little AoE circle on them, but once you get rid of them, the AoE circle gets filled, and that's where you're going to start to be looking towards getting the damage on the ablative barrier. The good news is that only 3 need to be destroyed on top of them, and so after the third one isn't really that important. Another inflicted soul out on the field. Getting rid of it. Iridius doesn't do the ablative barrier again, so now that you've gotten that mechanic completed, you're pretty okay. But just staying alive through the static surges and the more important power overload is going to be the really big thing here for our team. But with the way that they've been able to do it so far, it's been looking good. Another 3 seconds before it comes back out, but you can see that, yeah, they've got the idea of and the strategy in their head of how they managed it. You can see that the Evoker, especially with that rescue, is so vital towards the success. Dodge out of the swirlies, stay right on the edge of the power overload, and you can see just how big the power overload is on the arena. It's almost covering it, and they're still stacked right on top of each other. And that goes to show you just how dangerous this mechanic is going to be becoming, and now we get to see it even more so with another power overload out on the field, a quick mass dispel, but look at how much of this room is being filled up just by that one ability, even though everyone is stacked on top of each other. And it also, on top of that, does a heck of a lot of damage. You can see, though, Marielia, the coordination with the Ukrainian team and how they move about. The swirlies were done almost perfectly, but another power overload. This should be the last one that we see before they take down Iridius, but now comes in the rescue, gets them out of there. Everyone's alive, everyone survives, and Iridius now on that
Dispel.
2%.
Frontal.
Just a little bit more juice. Get rid of the afflicted souls. Last couple of seconds, last percent, another static surge. Power overload is at 10 seconds out, but this is the final little bit of percentage here that we have on Iridius. Team Ukraine needing to get through the swirlies, but after that, Iridius, well, he ain't watching anything anymore. Now for the Ukraine, time to move on.
Yep, as they make their way down to the Gulping Goliath, we are going to take a quick look back at the quad. Warrior Gamer was in a Vortex Pinnacle until just a moment ago. I am waiting for confirmation as to whether this is a reset or if it is a dungeon complete, so we can confirm that for you. The Brits have gone back into Vortex Pinnacle as well, working on their 21. Air Force trying to make some progress on Neltharis, and of course, we have been watching Ukraine. It's a fantastic run. Oh, there we go. It looks like Warrior Gamer. We saw them put a keystone together. They've got a...
They completed the 23, by the way. So the Vortex Pinnacle has indeed been timed by Warrior Gamer, and now that puts them in the lead, not by 1, but by 2 points, sitting at a 98-point score right now versus Ukraine's 96.
Yeah, that's a huge deal. As we saw, it's neck and neck. Ukraine has to get this 25 to eke up their own points by 2 and re-tie for first. I gotta say, Ukraine ended last night in the lead. Warrior Gamer was expected to come and push hard, and they have absolutely done so. They've said, all right, you know what? We might be neck and neck, but guess what? We are the ones setting the pace now. You are behind us having your keys done later. It's going to be risky. I'm just pulling up here to see what everybody has in their pockets so we can maybe have a little thought towards what strategies might be coming out of these teams. The Brits, of course, working on their 21, but let's take a look at Warrior Gamer and Ukraine specifically. Ukraine has a 27 Underrot in their pocket, a 26 Neltharion, a 26 Hulls, and a 20... I think that's going to be a 25 now. Did they 2 chest or 1 chest Vortex Pinnacle? Probably a 1 chest, I would think. So surely they've got the 24. Wait to see what that update is going to be.
Yeah, we are. And I think it's interesting, though, as the story between the top 2 are Ukraine and Warrior Gamer. I also think 3rd and 4th place is actually also kind of an interesting story going on between the 2 of them as well, with only a 1-point difference between these 2 teams, right? Air Force Gaming and the British Armed Forces. So even though first place, second, even though these 2 teams are the 2 top teams are pretty firmly in the lead, 3rd and 4th place are still going neck and neck against each other.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, just the level of skill that each of these teams has, and it's been unfortunate that, you know, Air Force has had a couple of bad runs. The Brits have struggled to time their keys in the +3 range, which is why they're sitting so far back, right? If you only +2 your 15, that has implications going forward, but they are making the best that they can out of the time that they have. So absolutely well done to them. This is going to be a neck and neck race for 3rd place. And again, there's still a whole nother day. It's entirely possible that one of these teams makes a comeback to join up in 2nd. I think 1st is unlikely, but look, anything's possible.
Tomorrow has me very scared about whatever potential dungeon is going to be coming out of the woodworks. What's left? Let me think off the top of my head. Don't tell me I can do this. Uldamon's still out there. Neltharian's lair. I play Mythic Plus. Everyone, don't worry. I know all of the dungeons off the top of my head. Yeah, Brackenhide Hollow. Yeah, that will. Gosh, Brackenhide. Okay, that would be a nasty one. Actually, Brackenhide's not too nasty, but it would still be kind of interesting to see.
The last dungeon's a freebie.
Last one's a freebie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can live with that.
It's a freebie, Sam. The last dungeon is a
freehold.
Yeah,
I knew it. I knew that. I knew that. I did all of them. I named all of them correctly off the top of my head without any help whatsoever. Thank you, Mary Elliott. But
yeah, you nailed
I
it.
actually think out of all of those dungeons, I think Uldamon would probably be the nastiest Uldaman is a long dungeon, like a long dungeon, and also one that it may be super linear. There's still some flexibility to it, but not much. But also, like the bosses themselves can be kind of tough, and especially the final trash pack in that long dungeon is nothing. It's again a moment where it's like, okay, we need to have a shadow priest or a priest in general just for the mass dispel.
Brosy in the chat saying, we would hate Freehold. Please don't do that. Blazing Dragon concurring. We hate Freehold, just hate it. I think there's one dungeon so far that teams do not want to see tomorrow. We'll have to find out. Don't forget to tune back in. We will be live again at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern, the same time as today, to find out what those dungeons are going to be.
They're gonna be awesome, okay, everyone. That's what they're gonna be. They're gonna be so great that you're not gonna cringe when you see Freehold come up. Okay, trust me. But still though, Ukraine are taking on the Gulping Goliath. Looks like pretty well so far. On top of that, Gulping Goliath isn't really that crazy of a boss as long as you do the gulp mechanic correctly and don't get overwhelmed by the Swoglets, where if they get 10 stacks on you, if I remember correctly, it's just, yeah, you die. But here you see that the gulp is coming through. The Swoglets have been eaten. The Gulping Goliath is happy because it's eaten, which is kind of like me in general, relatable. And so you take care of that mechanic, and now you just have to go through it all over again. The belly slam goes down, and then soon more Swoglets will be down to join.
Yep, and in the meantime, the Brits defeat the Grand Twizzler. They made good work on that fight, keeping everybody topped up and just staying in position where you need to be, dealing with all of the different floor mechanics. Healers got to get everybody back up while they deal with these little droplets. And again, just going to be a whole series of trash to deal with before the Altoid.
Still not a candy, but, you know,
I acquiesce. Sam, you've been outvoted.
I acquiesce to chat for now before I begin my glorious revolt.
After tomorrow,
Air Force.
you can renege as much as you like.
Yeah, and I'm going to definitely be doing that. Air Force, unfortunately, though, are having some difficulties with this Neltharis. I think I'm seeing the early initial trash pack pulls on this 23 of theirs is hurting a lot. We saw that happen a little bit, I think, with Warrior Gamer and Ukraine. Especially now that Ukraine is actually running into some trouble here with the Gulping Goliath. The Gulping Goliath is eating our poor Fire Mage. But regardless, the Gulping Goliath has gulped their last breath. Now we move on to the Dangerous Gauntlet before the third boss, Kajin, yielding.
We might be seeing what I was talking about earlier. Remember I mentioned there was a team that decided not to deal with this first Proto-Drake. They just want to get past it. I think this was the setup. There you go. They pull him up the hill.
Yeah, pull them.
Everybody else runs around.
The rest of the team just sneaks by, hits invis. The afflicted mobs are still up there, though, which is a little bit annoying. But yeah, then you regroup with the rest of the team. That is a really good way of skipping through past the Proto Dragon. And a very, very clever way of doing it as well. Speaking of also something to talk about, Warrior Gamer is on a 24 Vortex Pinnacle. So even though they may have only +1'd it, they're still going to push this key and further this lead even more so.
Yeah. As we mentioned, right now, Ukraine has to complete the halls to tie. Warrior Gamer getting this 24 will push them 1 point ahead back into first. So this is a huge deal for both teams. And there we go. Ukraine waited for the paths to pass. They dragged the dragon down, and they are going to burn through these ads.
I'm going to burn through these ads. Quite literally, all of the ads across 3 of our screens are feeling the heat and the pressure and the fury from each of our teams. Unfortunately for Ukraine, once more, Savant is having some difficult time staying alive throughout these encounters. But B-Res is going to bring them back up and into the fight. Almost a necessity as well for what's going on here. The good news, though, for the British Armed Forces, cleared out Mentos, I believe. No, I think yes, they did. No, it's Twizzler. Yeah, they
Yeah.
went through Twizzler.
Twizzler's gone. They're on their way to Altoid. They were just dealing with a young Storm Drake, which of course looks exactly like the boss.
Yeah, I was
And
thrown off for a second.
yeah,
It threw me off big time.
it can be very confusing. They've got another Storm Drake to deal with up ahead, and then we can actually get the good boy.
Twizzle. Minto. Altoid. There we go. Sorry. Went through the
So
whole
many
candy
levels.
lore before
Yep. Pulled up.
before I got the right one, but that's okay.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
all right.
Werther's
That's okay.
Original. That's his new name.
Werther's Original.
Yeah, the caramel. If you're going with
See, that's like the old person candy though, right? Of Werther's.
I don't know. They're still pretty good.
They are good, right? They're delicious. I like them, but it's the hard caramel one. That's the old. That's
They
an
do
old person
both.
candy.
See,
That's the-
I would put those like hard caramel candies in the same category as those mints. I think they're in that generation of candy, and I think they, they're relatively acceptable. Ukraine
yeah.
goes down again. 2 people dead.
It's. I don't know if they continue with trying to do this key.
That's
They
a
still have a
big
lot of
problem.
time left. It's.
And again, all they have to do is
I mean, they
complete
still
it.
have. Exactly. It's all they have to do. All they had to do is complete it. They skip past the first proto Drake. They're gonna revive, but I'm interested to see what the decision is going to be, and I'm guessing since they're still ruminating over it as much as they are right now, that no, they skipped past they actually skipped past this pack.
It was an intentional wipe? Question mark.
Yeah, okay. Now I see what's going on here. I see what's going on. Yeah, they died to that pack, but were able to recover themselves in a way that they were able to still use Savior. That's why they pick up that engine, because if you notice, that's why they go left. It's important that they go left so that way they can pick up that one little engineering profession thing that brings them alive using Savior, I think is what it's called. I've never done it myself, but yeah, so basically they died, then you can basically kind of B-res right there, and as long as the healer is able to do it, they just mass res, and then you're back in the game. You skip through that pack and you can take on the third boss.
Nicely done by Ukraine. They have to deal with the unyielding before they can move on to the tsunami, and I think the tsunami is where we will really see the issues occur. This boss, like you said earlier in the day, I think is just do the mechanics. That's it.
Dispel.
Yeah, do the mechanics. She can kind of hurt though, because she puts a dot on you. You can see they're still taking their health down, and it does hurt quite a lot, as we can see, and especially since this is tyrannical. But positioning yourself correctly on the ice pillars is of the utmost importance, and even more so is finding the correct ice pillar, because even though some of them aren't broken, right, even though some of them don't have the cracks on them, they can still hurt massively. And even also another important thing to note is baiting the Frost Cyclone out the correct way, because you don't want them to go on these pillars of ice that aren't broken. Because if the Frost Cyclone does go over the ice pillars, then they will be broken, and then once the hailstorm comes through, then they'll fully break and be like a shotgun in the face of the rest of the party. But so far for Team Ukraine, yeah, they know what they're doing. They've got this so far on lockdown, and now Kajin is about to hit that 25% marker.
This boss just absolutely melting everyone hiding behind their ice block. Here it comes. I love a good countdown on the weak auras.
Me too. And like I said as well, it's really important that you pick the correct ice pillar. Otherwise, even the ones that aren't broken, even if you're behind one that's unbroken, can still damage you and can still wipe the party. So that's why you see them positioning themselves in more ideal places to not get hit by it.
Frontal.
Yeah, and I think they're going to hide one more time, or they're not going to hide and they're going to try and do enough damage. No, okay, good. They are going to hide. That stressed me out for a moment. And now making their way to the tsunami. I think, as we expected, this will be a one chest. you need at least a minute to do the gauntlet every time it happens, and with only 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, you would need to be pulling Tsunami now in order to two chest. So it will likely be a 1 if they can survive this fight, but they have to get past all the ads, dodge the waves, and still reach the boss before they can try for anything.
It's not going to be easy, but it's still definitely doable, especially with the 13 minutes they have on the clock. Oh, wait, no, 10 minutes. I don't know how to count. Time is really hard to understand, apparently, for me. But still, no, they should be okay with being able to time this key.
You
It's a
said
big
it,
gauntlet.
but then Funny went down. They
Yeah,
have to
Funny.
spend a res. Windy gets chunked in the meantime. Funny's going to go down
Funny goes down
again,
again.
not able to recover. That is not good. I think that's just a wipe and go again.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the nail in the coffin for this run. In
No,
all
I
honesty,
think they can still do it. They've still got time. It'd be close, but they still have time.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
9
Because they still had to
minutes
go
to
through that
get back?
entire gauntlet. Yeah, 9 minutes to get... Well, because they got to get back there, right? That's a really long run, even
You
with the
think it would
speed
take
boost.
6 minutes to clear that track?
Yeah, it's a big dungeon. Because they also went left, and I think that makes a difference if I remember correctly. They don't have the shortcut to get to the third boss. And because of that, it is a really long run back. And on top of that, they still have to go through the gauntlet. And on top of that, they still had to fight the Primal Tsunami on a 25 Tyrannical. It's a on 9 minutes. No, it's just not gonna happen.
That is incredibly painful. Ukraine have no choice but to go back. They have to get this 25 to tie it up so that they aren't 3 points behind Warrior Gamer when Warrior Gamer defeats this 24. Now, that being said, we have already seen a wipe on the 24 Vortex Pinnacle, so it could just be a bit of back and forth for the last hour of play trying to eke out these extra points. I don't know, this last hour is going to be tense. I love not knowing who's going to win, but also, my goodness, teams.
My goodness, indeed. Like you said, though, we're in the last hours. So now really the pressure of being able to actually complete these keys are going to be magnified tenfold. Of course, as long as you start a key before regulation timer ends, you can still complete it, right? So let's say Warrior Gamer puts in this Vortex Pinnacle at the 24, literally starts the key a second before the regulation timer ends, they still are able to complete the key. That is also going to be a factor in how they want to go about doing this as well, in my opinion. Air Force, we saw earlier, though, twice were not able to complete their Vortex Pinnacle at the 23 level. Spent an hour there. And now that we're under an hour, each of those mistakes are going to be felt more and more. Every single key that's not able to be timed when you go all the way through, like what just happened with Ukraine, is going to be felt more and more.
Well, you can see Warrior Gamer not succeeding with that 24 once again, but what other options do they really have? They need to get themselves one more point before Ukraine finishes this dungeon. Taking a look at what the Warrior Gamer team has in their pocket, they could go for their 27 Underrot. That is a choice that they have. They finished a 25 and two-chested it. Remember that there is the potential for, strategically to say, I don't know about the 27, let's just wait and kill the boss on the 26, but they elected not to. So that would be a big boon if they could get it, but it's also incredibly risky. The 26 Neltharion is another option, but we saw how challenging the 25 was. I don't know how they'd feel there. They do have the 25 halls. They could go do the 25 halls, the same that Ukraine is in, because Ukraine is proving that it is doable, right? If you don't misplay, it's doable. If you manage your packs correctly, you don't overpull at the beginning or the end, it's doable. Then you've got the 24 Vortex Pinnacle, which of course they are making progress on. Strategically, I think that makes sense because the Ukrainians have a 24 Vortex Pinnacle in their pocket too. So it would boost them 2 points by going to get the Vortex Pinnacle done, whereas Warrior Gamer's only going to get 1 extra point because they got their 24 off of 23, whereas Ukraine got their 24 off of 22. So it's just a little bit of mind games here, and it's all come down to strategy. If they get the 24, they force Ukraine to spend the time and go do it themselves. Ukraine no longer has an option tomorrow.
So many strategies, so many different ways that things can unfold in front of us, and that's what makes day two so exciting to me. Is because we're not quite at that point where you can get an idea of who's going to get away with victory just yet, but everything is still up in the air. Now we're going to see the 24 being attempted again by Warrior Gamer. And now sitting at 50 minutes, we got to think about what time is left and what you can get away with in the time that is left right now. So theoretically speaking, let's say if Ukraine finishes out this Halls of Infusion key, that's 35 minutes throughout the rest of this. They should be able to start one more key from beginning to end and complete it in time. But then that also starts becoming the question of, if you're about to fail a key, do you go ahead and just wipe it up, restart it before regulation timer ends? It's all those little details, those little strategic decisions that need to have to be made in like a snap moment decision. And that's also why too I respect with what Ukraine did on that gauntlet, just going ahead to decide, all right, no need to waste time. We're not going to take the chance. Maybe we can time it, but maybe we can't. And that just wastes even more time. So we go ahead, just wipe it up, do it again, right? We're not going to take that gamble. We're just going to play it safe and then run it back through, hopefully a little bit cleaner this time.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. We're just going to have to keep an eye on it. We've been watching Ukraine's progress for a little while, so I think we're going to follow up with Warrior Gamer here shortly. I believe that's what we're looking at. Yes, here it comes. And as we can see, this ramp has been a big problem. Every time I've seen them wipe, it's been on a ramp. I don't know if it's this first one or if it's after the Grand Twizzler, but they really need to just find the right pack size that works for them.
Yeah, they do. And these Vortex Pinnacle mobs, once again, are really just annoying. The early initial ones, they have the shield that they put in front of themselves, the Cloud Guard, where you need to get behind them to do damage. And then, of course, the Pressurized Blast that forces away everyone from inside of the circle, so melee uptime starts to suffer. The good news here is actually, though, for this team is that they're really not any melee inside of it, so they can keep their uptime and damage going. The Fire Priest and Fire Mage and the Shadow Priest can do a lot. I'm sorry, this is that noise, that little... the DVM noise, or the WeakOr noise, it just makes that weird little it's like a twist noise or whatever. It's just so funny to me.
I'm trying to remember if this is the same POV that we were listening to yesterday. I think it was Ukraine that had like a mooing meh noise that we were trying to figure out what it was. It was...
Honestly, this is the best part of AFDL, hearing the different noises, right, that are that players use to alert themselves. And I kind of want to steal them occasionally. I just think it's so funny to me.
There are some excellent ones. And then you've got your classics like obviously the air horn and the big blaring alert noise. It's hard to go wrong.
Classics. It is hard to go wrong. But that's why I love also the DBM and WeakOras. It's just being able to customize it down to that little level of granularity, so that way this noise is okay. You need to pay attention here, all right, you idiot, otherwise you're gonna get blasted. Thankfully, though, they've gotten through most of the annoying cloud guards and the pressurized blast. Only one more left alive, but now they're on to the Cloud Princess. There it is again. That will hit you with the pushback on the wind, and you also see the little bit of AoE cloud damage on the ground too that they need to get away from. But as long as you can maintain staying alive through the wind and not get knocked off the platforms, should be pretty okay.
Yep. And of course, this dungeon is incorporeal, so teams will have to deal with that as well. Enemy forces at 23%. There is plenty of trash in this dungeon, as we have said multiple times.
And they're not nice. They're not nice trash either, surprisingly enough. They don't just let you go through without a care in the world. A big thing, making sure to take care of the Cyclone, works very similarly to the Druid Cyclone. You get caught inside of that, you're basically banished and can't do anything. for 5 seconds, so you lose out on a lot of damage from there, and you're seeing just how annoying these armored Mistrals are and how much it takes to get through them and the last bit of percentage health that they're holding on to. Thankfully, though, however, for Warrior Gamers, they're not running into too many issues on these mobs other than just how long it's taking to chew through them. But that is attributed to this being a 24 fortified key. And running away from the spiteful mobs are just that little bit of extra nuisance that you have to contend with.
Yeah, there is a lot to do in this dungeon, a lot to keep track of. Last year, sitting nicely in his health bar,
Summer
Rosie doing an
Ashen.
absolute phenomenal job as usual. Ash pumping damage, Danny's Priest out there, Pyrehouse also doing what he needs to do. They've got one battle res available, so hopefully nobody goes down, but if they do, they've got it, and Lust will be back in just under 5 minutes. I would imagine they're going to be using that on the first boss.
I would imagine too, Twizzler, the Grand Twizzler. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, using Lust on first boss, then or maybe even actually saving it for some of the more dangerous trash mobs. But the routing of Vortex Pinnacle is a little up in the air, literally up in the air, and what you can do with it. But Grand Twizzler can have some annoying mechanics that you have to deal with, especially with the tornadoes that come out and just having to deal through the sort of tornado electro balls on the ground that you have to deal with. And indeed, so it's looking like they're not choosing to use Lust here, which I would have imagined. Yeah, that probably would make sense. You could even potentially save it for Alteris or
Whew, whew.
Altoids.
Yeah, lots of stuff to be aware of on the ground, just constantly moving, making sure that you are not getting sucked into these giant storm bubbles everywhere. I think Razageth probably learned a thing or two from our Grand Twizzler, but it's all in all a very simple fight. Lust probably not going to be up with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left and 75% health. I'd imagine it'll come up probably as they just finish this boss, and then at that point, we're looking at either using it for the trash. I just don't see saving Lust for Alteris.
Oh yeah, no, I'm dumb. I didn't see the Lust timer in the bottom left. Yeah, okay, so since they don't have Lust, no, they're not going to use Lust on first boss. Probably not going to use Lust on Alteris either. Once again,
Right? So do you use it for the
timing-wise,
trash in between?
potentially you could use it for the trash in between, but I don't really think of the trash too bad. Maybe the trash pack right in front of Alteris, you could Lust them. But 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Yeah, you should be roundabout there when you get to that pack.
Right, 30% health left. This guy is going to be gone before the Lust is available. Of course, they have no battle reses. I didn't see who they used it on earlier. I missed that while I blinked, apparently. Rosie doing a phenomenal job keeping everybody topped off. I love having healer POVs available to us during the event so we can see, you know, where their priorities are, how much damage they're doing in the gaps of their healing rotation. The Twizzler sitting at sub 10% and is about to go down. This was a very clean and well executed fight by the Warrior Gamer team.
Couldn't have done it better myself, honestly. And I think what's even more crazy is if you look at Ashim on the Fire Mage, over 100k damage for what's a single target fight.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very good number to see. You could make the argument, right? Oh, we're on tournament realms, blah, 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 but that's still really, really impressive. Things almost going big time sideways for the Air Force in the top right. Most of the team dead, but thankfully Tank still alive, was able to finish off Magma Tusk on this 23 Neltharis, but that is not what you want to see when you come back into the quad view. Most of the party wiped, and the Tank having to finish up the job. And 9 minutes now into the Neltharis, we're going to see the big chain pull that Warrior Gamer and Team Ukraine have done many a times before.
Yeah, this is now their, third or fourth run through this dungeon on the Ukrainian side. Moving on to the Gulper next, hopping down. They haven't had any issues. It's really just been the tsunami that's been giving teams difficulties all weekend long. Skipping a couple of mobs here makes sense. Just get through it. There's enough trash that you can collect later. The Brits waiting to hop back into a Vortex Pinnacle. The Air Force struggling on their Neltharis, but slowly making progress. Again, they have another day. There will be another dungeon revealed tomorrow that will make up a lot of score, and it's really about just single point gains at this point. The last 40 minutes of regulation time, all you got to do is just get the key done. Doesn't matter if it's +2, doesn't matter if it's +3. All you need is every extra point.
That's it. 1 point. The difference between victory or defeat. It's hard to believe it like that, but sometimes that's just how it is, and we've seen it happen many times in the AFDL before. But for what we have right now in front of us, this has been a very, very competitive weekend, especially when you look at the scoreline of all of the teams. Our first and second place obviously have been headbutting each other massively, but even third and fourth has been a very interesting tale to look at as well. You don't typically get that very often when it comes to these kind of competitions. And so very, very exciting to see this. Warrior Gamer, though, the Twizzler has been twizzled again. We're on the Young Storm Dragon. Got it right this time. Very important to see them hiding out inside of that green circle. It helps to keep them alive. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot. It's a stacking dot that continues to crush you down into the ground. But they had this perfectly fine. Things are looking really good. Warrior Gamer doing their job. The Ukrainian team is back on Gulping Goliath once more. So far, it's looking like they've only suffered that one death. Of course, we do remember that gauntlet causing them a lot of troubles the last time around that they did it, even though we saw that little skip with Savior. Something that hopefully is going to be cleaner this time around.
Yeah, hopefully we'll actually get to see whether that was a properly intentional, death run or not, or whether it was just a failed skip. But I'm going to keep my eye on that. We'll probably punch in. In the meantime, Warrior Gamer taking a lot of damage. Rosie getting a little bit low, but everybody else staying up. Lots of fire going off here from their mage in order to clear this trash pack. And I can't tell whether that was in time with Incorporeal or not, and that's where all the extra ads came from, or if they just did a big pull.
I think they may have just done a big pull. It's a good question, though. And another big pull happening here for Air Force. The key, unfortunately, that Neltharis did not work out for them, so they're going to try it again, run it back once more. Once again, talk about the time that they spent doing that Neltharis, a little bit concerning, but at the very least, they're getting the job done here, and they're going to be able to start moving on. Warrior Gamer now making this big pull right before Alteris, and like I called it, they are going to use the Lust. This is a really, really big pull just right in front of it, and of course, we get the amazing healer POV right up on the wall.
Yeah, if you can't tell what's going on in this fight, you are not paying enough attention. It is all very obvious to me. There are abilities being cast, damage is being done. Look at the numbers. You can see there's lots happening. This is probably the most informative view we've had all weekend.
I mean, you can get every single piece of information that you need out of this. Obviously, if you, I would tell everybody what's going on since that's my job as a caster. But I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory at this point. What's happening here? You just heal. All right, you're a healer. You keep everyone alive. It's pretty simple, Forehead. And that Lust is so vital, by the way, with this gigantic pack. It is a fortified pack, and soon to be a pack that you're going to be having to deal with the spiteful mobs coming out. Really, the only big thing that you have to keep an eye on is Incorporeal, but I mean, they're getting what they need off to control them, and now, yeah, you're going to see them start running away because the spiteful mobs have spawned, but staying safe inside of that little nook handled it beautifully for what can be a very dangerous part of the dungeon.
Yeah, slowly moving their way back up the stairs. We've seen many a team now use that back against the wall strategy, but it is time to fight Altarius. They've got a lot of wins to contend with. Again, not a fight that they've struggled too much on. Not as much movement required as with the Grand Twizzler, which is, ironic given that he buffets you around everywhere. But really, it's just about planting yourself in the right place and trying to just pump DPS.
Just gotta make sure you stay upwind. The chill breath may throw you around over to the other side of that downwind, but as long as you can get the DPS from being upwind, that's all that really matters. And staying safe from this mechanic going up into the tornado to dodge what's coming down on the ground is so vital once more. But staying cognizant of where upwind and downwind is that's really where you're going to be getting a good chunk and a majority of your damage. And that's why I also see you didn't see them use Lust on Altoid, because there's really no need to when you have upwind downwind on you. That gives you a lot in your pocket to be able to just find that extra DPS, and you can already see that even on this 24. And once again, it's a fortified key, but these bosses still are going to have a lot of health, and we're already almost at 60%.
Yeah, I like fights that force you to use one mechanic in, either to mitigate another or to avoid another entirely. I think having that trade-off decision is really, really good, and it puts a lot of agency on the player as far as, okay, is it safe to step in this now? Am I communicating with my healer? Is my healer ready to heal the damage I'm going to take when I do this mechanic? There's a lot of good stuff that happens when you have fights like this, so I always enjoy it.
I do too as well. I think that's, yeah, it's okay. Still though, Altoid looking like it's going to be a mint on the ground very soon. That chilling breath is, you know what? It is actually kind of minty when you think about it. Yeah, okay. I can live with that. I can understand the cool, refreshing, minty flavor of an Altoid being Altaris's name. That's actually very smart. I like that. So, yeah, just go over there, get into the other tornadoes, and it's a very simple mechanical fight. Stay upwind, don't get hit on the ground, you avoid breath like every dragon mob in World of Warcraft, and you're done. And just like what we're about to see here for Warrior Gamer, Altoid is now done and out of here.
That's it. They move on to the next load of trash before Azad the Cotton Candy. And in the meantime, Ukraine making progress on the unyielding third boss of the Halls of Infusion. They did do the skip I saw, so there are some deaths on the board, but not a full team wipe like we saw before. So much, much better executed here. But, they've got to get past it. They haven't had too many issues there. You move to Ice Boulder. I love it. Just very clear and concise instructions flashed across the screen right there. Well done. But they have to survive. They have to mitigate their trash pulls after this boss. I don't think we're going to see them go quite as ham as they did before.
I don't think we will either, but I would be kind of interested if they did. I wouldn't be opposed to it necessarily. But like we stated before, when it comes to Kajin the Unyielding, it's just getting behind those ice boulders is the most important thing. And getting them in a way where you don't get shotgunned by the other broken ice boulders, very, very important. Good bait of the ice tornado. Get back over. Cooldowns looking like they are about to come back up here. So, or no, they still got a little bit of time on them, but we're still pumping out a lot of damage onto Caution. And we're seeing that also being reflected in the DPS meters. I mean, 159k for Savant, Windy sitting at 122k. So our two DPS players are pumping out a lot of damage, and this augmentation evoker is putting in so much work for themselves that now we're at the 30% mark. Kajin is not going to be long for this world. I mean, Ukraine didn't have any issues with this last time, and so far it seems like none this time.
Yeah, standing behind another ice block, everything else gets broken. Really, really simple. I really don't have too much to say about this. They're executing this very well. Bees is keeping everybody topped up. Funny is standing where they need to stand. The Glacial Surge is coming up here. Frost Shock. It's just, they're just doing it so clean. This is how we want to see. If they have any hope of re-completing this on a 26 later, this is what all of their fights need to look like. Boom.
What all of their fights are looking like indeed. All right, Kajin the Unyielding has been defeated. Now we're moving on to the gauntlet that proved to be the demise of Ukraine last time around. But hey, looking very good for this moment, at the very least when it comes to the timer. So I would say even if they make a mistake here and even if they wipe, they should still have enough time to be able to recover themselves nicely. But we will see, of course, especially when you have, this is going to be, this is already looking a little bit more decent for them. Just making sure to interrupt the refreshing tide. Of course, watching out for the mass dispel that needs to be done from the glacial proto dragon, and the skull has been put on them. That is the number one target priority. Get rid of that proto dragon.
Yeah, Savant doing a lot of damage as per usual. The healer trying to keep everybody up. They have to dodge these waves. This is a much more manageable pull. Standing at this first sort of brazier, getting everybody done, and then moving up makes a lot more sense to me than what we saw before. I don't know whether it was a knockback that caused the extra pull or whether it was an intentional attempt. But definitely, look, they've got how much time on the clock? 3 minutes and 46 seconds before the 2 chest. That's right about where they were when they were here last time. As long as they control this and do not wipe. Funny getting incredibly low. Oh my goodness. Does not manage to survive. Goes down. Windy also massive chunk of health, but they do have a shield. The res goes out on Funny. Bees trying their best to keep everybody up. Spamming shields everywhere. The Evoker getting low. Trying to recover. So much of the team is sitting at around 50% health. Bees is clearly doing everything they possibly can. Funny going absolutely crazy trying to keep these mobs under control and does not succeed. Savant goes down. Windy goes down. Why did this happen a second time?
It has to be these Aqua Rages starting to pop up. They, on top of with the Aqualings, seem to be just putting out way too much damage for Funny Meat to be able to survive through. Once again, however, I think the good thing is that
I don't think they should reset.
Maybe not, no.
Look, can they complete this key now? Probably not, but I think resetting is a mistake. They clearly need to practice this hallway. There's no point doing another 30-minute run only to get to this point and fail. I think they should go back and at least do one more pull. It looks like that's not what they're going to do, but I don't know.
I see what they're thinking, and I see why they want to just go ahead and get out of there. It's just the pull itself isn't working. I think they just keep letting things go off too many times, and at this stage of the game, it is wasting that little bit more time that I think they feel like they can get now if they can do it correctly. The issue just becomes when you look over at what they're doing in Vortex Pinnacle, especially Warrior Gamer. They are about to time this key. They're about to time the 24, and that's going to give them another point.
Right? It's a point that you can't afford. And look, here's the thing. If Ukraine fails this 25 another time, they'll have wasted 30 minutes. If they spent the last 6 minutes of their key getting that practice in on those ads and then coming through and just clearing it, they'll have only lost 6 minutes. Like, just the win-loss potential there for me is so stark that I'm very surprised. Like we said, they do have the option of going to another dungeon. But again, they've invested so much time. The other choice would be to go do the 24. They need 2 points. If they go do the 24 Vortex Pinnacle that Warrior Gamer is in now, they would get the same advantage as this 25 Halls. Maybe there's just something they don't feel comfy on.
Maybe, but they need to figure that out very quickly. Otherwise, it's going to be it's just going to be Warrior Gamer back in the lead. In fact, I think we should go ahead and pull up Warrior Gamer since they're about to make their way on to the final boss of Vortex Pinnacle. This is a 24, which they still hold the highest key done for Vortex Pinnacle, but once they get this one done, it's just going to continue to further cement that lead even further and further. And now we go on to a cotton candy, a snicker, Assad. And Assad is a ridiculously simple final boss of a dungeon, in my opinion. There's not much that can go wrong here. There's a chain lightning that puts out. Once again, just make sure everyone gets out of that. You see the ring that goes on them. The Skyfall Nova, everyone needs to switch over and target that. Otherwise, the AoE pulsing damage that comes from it will hurt the team. I guess this is like the most complicated mechanic is jumping on the static cling,
Yes.
because it will slow you down big time, and you need to get into a lightning cage that we've seen many a time throughout the dungeon. So you get inside of that, everybody's all good to go, and you just keep hammering down Assad. And guess what? You've just been through all of the mechanics of this boss. It is a stupid simple boss, in my opinion. Especially when you consider, like, the first two. It's really, really simple.
Yeah, this 24 being completed in a moment spells a big problem for Ukraine. They have got fight on their hands tomorrow for sure. Here you can see Assad slowly going down, 32% health. They do have another round that they have to get through. It's still possible to screw this up, but we hope they don't. 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. 25% remaining, only 2 deaths, so just about as clean as you could hope for on this run compared to their previous 24 attempts. I do not foresee them coming back to do this on a 25. I really can't see even a reason that tomorrow they would have to come back and do this on a 25.
I don't either. I think as long as they, because then they'll be ahead on this Vortex Pinnacle by 2 keys, and by basically +2, and yeah, by 2 points. And it's just, there's really no reason to go back in here once you get it done that much. The destabilize does go off, but I don't think they even really care too much about that. They just want to burn the boss down as quickly as possible, and that's perfectly fine. Hit the town portal, go back, start the next dungeon, because now we're under half an hour to go before we end the regulation timer. And of course, once again, still opportunities to do multiple dungeons in between now and then. As long as you start another key before it's ended, you're good to go. Honestly, though, I maybe they will go back into Vortex Pinnacle, just to have the 25s across the board. That would be my request to them, because now I'm bothered by this. It's 25, 25, 25, 24.
It would certainly be a flex, but like part of me wonders. I mean, maybe you go in for one try. But with 23 minutes on the clock, you could reset a couple of times. The other option, like I said, they have the 27 underrot. Do you go in just for fun? 27 underrot.
No, I think they're doing the 25 Vortex Pinnacle.
They
know my pain. Warrior gamers know my pain. And it looks like they're going to do the Vortex Pinnacle. At least I saw them putting the affixes on the key and everything. So bless them so much for doing that. My brain, looking at the leaderboard, was falling to pieces, seeing 25, 24, 25, 25. Anyway, it wouldn't even bothered me either if it had been like the 24 not in the middle. If it had been on like one of the ends.
I know exactly what you mean. But getting this 25 would not only be a massive flex, it would set the pace. Because if we're looking at what that forces Warrior Gamer, or what it forces Ukraine to do tomorrow, right? Having the 25 means Ukraine has to run their dungeon twice, and 2 Vortex Pinnacles take a long time. I'm just checking what exactly the this timer is. It's a 30-minute timer for Vortex Pinnacle. So that's an hour of Ukraine's time potentially forced to be allocated to this dungeon tomorrow.
What's Warrior Gamer doing? Are they taking a little picture in front of Mommy Straza?
Maybe they've decided that, you know what, we feel good about our placement today and we're done.
Wait, also, wait a second. They have a uniform they're wearing. Look at that. They're all wearing a similar outfit.
They are. We did get a screenshot of this earlier. The Warrior Gamer team is like decked out, ready to just, show up in squad form. It's great. Very dapper.
They're fancy. They're very dapper. I like this.
Well
Of course,
done,
they're
team.
all dwarves, except for last year playing a night elf. So the dwarf power is coming in. I don't know. Juicing's kind of making me want to play a BM hunter right now.
I like the vulture choice as well because it goes with the white and black. Like it's actually themed
Oh, we
up.
got another. There
We
it is.
do.
Okay, we got Pyre House.
A reminder to everybody that teams are able to have a 10-man roster. Only 7 can play each day, so you've got your 5 plus 2 subs, but you can field up to 10 players over the course of the weekend. So there are some groups like these guys.
Well, I'm gonna be reaching out to Warrior Gamer because I still need to get my KSH. So I think they should be able to help me out with that. Hopefully, anyways. But yeah, we're getting the full Warrior Gamer squad. That's really neat from them though. Still 20 minutes on the board, and like I said, they have an ample opportunity. Air Force is this Niltharis has just been a struggle for them time and time again, and we're seeing them heading up the town portal once more, getting out of there, regrouping back over, and attempting it again. This time around, though, I'm looking at Ukraine. They've actually sweeped up big time when it comes to their early initial attempts on this Halls of Infusion on this 25. They have not died. And now they're going to get the ablative barrier, take care of the ads, put it on top of that, and they're going to be good to go. We take a look over at the British Armed Forces. They're also on this Vortex Pinnacle. And I believe if we take a look, yeah, they're still kind of neck and neck against Air Force. Air Force still has that 1 point ahead of them, but that could easily change the second they get this 22 Vortex Pinnacle done. And once they do that, that will put them ahead of Air Force Gaming. It's just, yeah, Ukraine is so unfortunate with how this Halls of Infusion has been going with them. It's so close and yet so far every single time.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye. They've got 1 player dead here on this bridge. It looks like this is a trouble spot for them. We've seen Damus die here a couple of times, but they are going to get him back up. Move on to the young Stormdrake and then to Alteris. As you said, Ukraine making their way through the Watcher. Good progress. The big puddle is not yet too big to deal with, but still starting to encroach on the rest of the battlefield space. Warrior Gamer taking a well-deserved break. I really hope we see them just try the Underwrought 27. You know, just for the lulz today.
I would like that too. The
know?
Underwrought keys have been actually kind of the most entertaining things to watch for me personally, just because I like Underwrought a lot. But they kind of just seem to be chilling around. They feel very confident in themselves, and also I think more importantly, they're taking a small break. On top of that,
Oh,
they
no.
did just get done with that, and yeah, they're going back and
All right, so
that's what I want to see.
here's the deal. With the completion of their 24, they have secured first place for the end of today, right? Even getting this 25 done will not push Ukraine into first place. They'll be in second. They'll be 1 point behind. So an absolute reversal of yesterday. They do not have time to do another dungeon, right? 18 minutes left on the clock. The best they could do is wipe this and start one more time. So they really desperately need this 25 to be timed or they're next. And someone goes down, which is not at all ideal, but it is the Watcher. The fight's about to be over. They will bring them back up. That's their first death. It's because you jinxed it earlier by saying nobody had died, and I knew it was coming. But we will move on to the Gulping Goliath, where Gamer getting themselves buffed up. Air Force still working on that 25 Neltharis. That is not an easy key. And them getting those points will basically say, all right, we're done. We don't have to touch this dungeon anymore. Let's see what's up tomorrow to make up the point difference. The Brits, oh, very close with those heals coming out on the Priest to keep everybody alive. Bees needs a little bit more health themselves. They got ads to deal with. Incorporeal, of course, is the affix on Vortex Pinnacle that these guys have to deal with, and it slows you down between boss fights. But on a dungeon that's mostly trash, it probably doesn't make too much of a difference.
No, I wouldn't imagine that it does. I'm very interested to see how the Air Force is going to handle this out. The weapons not quite getting the... It did do a heck of a lot of damage on these mobs, but of course the bolstering is the scariest part of what actually happens when you start taking them on. And at this 23, it just continues to stack up higher and higher. There's no hiding from what we saw out of especially Ukraine. They're just going to stand firm. They're going to stand tall, and they're going to make their heads are beaten but unbowed, and they are still going on to the first boss of Magma Tusk. But I like seeing this from Air Force. I like seeing this tenacity from them over and over again when it comes to Neltharis. They don't let it. They don't let it stop them, and they continue to keep going through it and continue to refine how they actually make it work for themselves. Now we're about to enter into the final 15 minutes of the regulation timer. Vortex Pinnacle 25 is about to be attempted by Warrior Gamer. We have 25 hulls from Ukraine, 22 Vortex Pinnacle from British Armed Forces, and a 23 Neltharis from Air Force Gaming. These are the current crop of dungeons that we have in front of us. The only ones who would be able to do anything if they fully completed the dungeon at this point would be the British Armed Forces and I mean, Ukraine would be on a tight timer, but they should still be able to do it. Like, tight timer with the regulation timer.
Wait, say that again.
It's a tight timer on the regulation timer as long as they complete the halls. Like, they have enough time to complete the halls and still have enough time to start another dungeon, but it's going to be, they need to do it like almost immediately.
I don't know that they do. I think surely that Hall's timer runs them out, right? A Hall's timer in its totality is 36 minutes. They've got how far so far? Let's bring them up full screen and find out.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a little hard to see.
They're
the
12
okay, so
minutes
they have.
No way.
Yeah, they're 12 minutes in, so they need 23 more minutes to complete. Yeah, okay. That is probably gonna be the last dungeon for Ukraine then. I misread the timer.
Yeah.
It's my bad. I thought I saw 23 instead.
Math on broadcast. It's a dangerous thing.
It is a dangerous thing, and especially when you can't see. So
yeah,
probably gonna be the final dungeon of the day here for Ukraine, unless they wipe on the gauntlet again, then they get another opportunity.
Which is true, and again, they'll probably come back here. It doesn't make sense to go do the 24 Vortex at this point. They could have done it a little bit earlier and gotten a couple runs in at it, but I think even if they don't get this 25 tonight, we very typically see teams who've just been banging their heads against the wall wake up in the morning and go, all right, we're just going to go for it, and they just steamroll it the first time. And I think that's very possible for the Air Force as well, if they don't get this 25 Neltharis done.
Oh, no, absolutely. There is something to be said about coming in the next day with a fresh reset mindset, basically, where you are... It's just something's hitting different. You wipe the previous day before, never happened, and you go at it again. And that's kind of what we see a lot in the realm of esports, too. Sometimes things just don't go your way. The mentals just aren't there. The reflexes aren't there. You just don't play right. But then you go in the next day, and everything is just, like, firing on all cylinders. The team is firing on all cylinders, and it all really starts to come together. And for Ukraine, that could absolutely be a possibility tomorrow, which, by the way, is not saying that they weren't able to do that today here either. They did some really impressive stuff. They had a 26 done, right? No other highest key done in the totality of the AFDL for this year so far. So
yeah, we're just speculating at this point.
It's impressive.
Gulper not having too many issues, but oh, here we are back on the ramp. The ramps of death, because this is where everybody keeps dying. On the 25, walking up to the Grand Twizzler. Rosie doing everything they can to keep the group going. Ash pumping damage. Danny's Priest going. They've got one battle res. Same basic position as they were the last time we checked in with this group. You know, on the 24, when we first checked in with them, the Lust is on timer, so they must be using it in that first trash pull.
Yep.
I think we'll see the same thing happen here, where it does not get used again until after the Vizier is dead.
Chad, did we name the cat, by the way? I don't remember.
I think there were a couple of, like, Sir Sam's cat or something.
Okay. Well, yeah, Sir Sam's cat. I'm going to have two of them now. Great.
I'll scroll back. I'll find out.
Oh, I'm sure someone
Miss
will
Sammy's
be more than
cat.
happy to enlighten us.
That was the vote.
Miss Sammy's cat. Okay, I like that. I like that name. Miss Sammy's cat.
3, 2, 1.
I can live with that.
It was the only vote. Foos put it out there. So. it
Well, I
wins
like
by
Foos,
default.
so yeah, I like Foos. So, Foos, Miss Sammy's cat, thank you for your contribution towards helping us figure out what the name of this cat is, and also helping Warriors Gamer have just a little bit better, a little bit happier.
Warriors gamer like Surgeons General.
Yeah, Surgeons General, Warrior Gamer, Surgeons
Warrior
General,
gamers.
Surgeon General. Yeah, the Warrior
Warriors
Gamers,
gamer.
Warrior Gamers.
Very different meanings depending on
Warriors?
where you put the apostrophe.
It is true, but Warrior Gamer. I guess since I'm like seeing multiple of them, my brain wants to put a plural in there somewhere.
Right? Me too.
So that's where my brain falls apart. Yeah, Foos is saying Miss Sammy Cat. Okay, so it's Miss Sammy Cat. Is the kitty cat that we're hearing on screen? Listen, Chad, it's been 5 hours. All right, we've seen so much Vortex Pinnacle and Neltharis and all of that. The brain's kind of oozing out of my head a little. So that's whatever gets me over the finish line at this point.
That's fair.
I agree. I think it is fair.
Very fair. Let's hop over real quick to see where our 22s are going for the British team. They are making good progress. Altarius is dead, moving on to a Snickers. And they have gotten the first pack down successfully. We've got a Spiteful Shade still to deal with, and then they will be focusing the Adepts in this next pack, I believe, before dealing with the Minister of Air. Do they need marks, or do they know where their targets are?
Oh.
They do mark.
I do apologize. 1 second. My browser decided to. Okay, there we go.
We never lost.
Yeah. Okay.
Sam.
So
You're good.
yeah, it just like froze on me for a second, so I got a little scared there. But yeah, we're all good now. Everything is back in its right place. Just like we're having the British Armed Forces in the right place to being able to time this dungeon, this 22 Vortex Pinnacle. The British Armed Forces has actually been an interesting team to look at, especially here on day 2. They had some difficulties starting off, but the way that they've recovered has been really, really clean. And getting some of these dungeons done at the levels that they are getting them done, you really do have to respect what they've been able to pull off and the caliber of nerves that they needed to keep in order to not let themselves get discouraged, especially after day 1 when you look at the scoreline. And now they're looking at potentially taking 3rd place with this Vortex Pinnacle if they're able to time the 22. So that's phenomenal from them.
Yeah, this is a huge deal for the British team. Like we said, it's about getting the points on the board, not how fast you time the keys. Oh, Scarlock does go down again. How many times have I said we passed the bridge and Scar is dead?
How to scare a lock, chat. Remember, how to scare a lock. Just let him die.
Mass Resurrection goes out. That's the 5th death,
Bring
a
them back
nice
up.
round number. They still need 2%, but they will get that plenty from dealing with this pack of stars here.
Come on, dude. Couldn't slow fall? All right, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, like you said, we're gonna pick up the final. Scarlock really does love flirting with death, but they aren't dead, and that's all that matters. Okay, so we're back here on Assad, the easiest final boss of a dungeon ever, in my opinion. No, I'm just kidding. But it is a very, very easy boss. The incorporeal mobs do come up, chain them down, hit them with the Demon Hunter Prison. All good to go. Chain lightning on our hunter, but far away enough that it doesn't really matter for the rest of the team. Hit the Skyfall Nova the second that it spawns. Everybody turns their attention over to it immediately to get rid of it. Of course, jumping through the static cling is a #1 priority. Otherwise, you get damaged and slowed, which you do not want to be slowed because you want to get into the unstable grounding field. You want to get inside of the lightning cage so you do not get blasted by Assad when they come up right on top of you and are throwing lightning bolts all over the arena. Now, after that, it's all rinse and repeat. Nothing really to worry about at this point. And for our group, they have a very strong understanding of that. And even the incorporeal mobs are not enough of a wrench in their plans to throw them off of their A game. This is actually a really good spawn of the Skyfall Nova. They get that little bit of extra cleave damage on top of Assad once the static clean comes out. 60 Hunter! They're gone. Scarlock, they're gone. How many B-reses do we have available to us? It's time to play Find the UI. We do have the one available. It's going to bring up the Hunter. Fortunately, I don't know if they have another one for the Warlock, and I'm assuming if the
They do
Warlock
not.
is still on the ground, yeah, that would mean that they don't. So
4 minutes
Assad
on
is
it.
sitting. The scary part is that the Skyfall Nova is going to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but they still should have enough output of damage to take him down. 2 minutes and 30 or sorry, 3 minutes on the clock with 35% remaining. This is doable.
Oh, it's definitely doable. They have the damage, even with Scar dead, but they can't afford to lose anyone else. The second someone else goes down, they are done. They have 6 minutes. They will not have Lust. There's no battle res going to be available for this. Everybody just needs to stand in the triangles when they spawn. I will say, every time he draws a new triangle on the ground for people to stand in, it just makes me think he'd get along really well with our lovely Miss Tortolan teacher from the World Quest.
The one from BFA?
Yeah,
So,
because,
it's
you know, you have to draw the
circle-
shapes. And he draws a triangle
Yeah, by
very
running
well.
around it. Oh my
But,
gosh.
no, but he,
that brought...
himself, he can draw. He's proved it.
Yeah, he can draw. But he's
Should
cheating,
appreciate
so because he's not using his feet. We're using our feet.
This is true.
He's using the power of lightning. Okay. And that's why we gotta beat him up. It's because he's cheating at drawing triangles.
This is it. This is just playground bullying at its finest.
Well,
And-
playground bullying at its finest indeed, because Assad has been taken care of at a 22 Vortex Pinnacle right into the British Armed Forces' lovely little hands. And I believe that, Marielia, brings them into, I'm doing my math correctly, ooh, math on stream, it actually ties them for third place. So there we have it.
Yeah, that's a big, big boon for the British team completing this Vortex Pinnacle 22.
We have the gauntlet again. Let's pull up Ukraine. This gauntlet. They're on it again.
Wait, but we're looking for
That
Ukraine?
is... Yeah, because they're on the gauntlet
The
again.
gauntlet before tsunami. I'm with you. I'm with you. We got so many screens going on. So much is happening. I just can't keep it all straight anymore as we come into the final 5 minutes of play. We are going to hop back to the quad shortly, but we got to see them survive this pull. As we discussed, this is all they can do to come 1 point shy of first. They don't have a choice. Failing this key puts them 3 points under going into day 2, and that is not a safe place to be.
No, it's not. So far, though, I'm not caster cursing Ukraine. They are looking like they had a clean first pull. We're going to see the deep chill go out, being almost immediately mass dispelled off of the group. Very, very important. That does a lot of damage. But you can see the pools are so much more conservative here, Marielia. And I think that's why they didn't decide to try and go for another practice run of this, because they already had the idea, all right, let's not pull big. We'll just pull conservatively, so that way we can time the dungeon. Which I kind of wish they did at the beginning. I can understand why they wanted to be a little bit quick on it, but that was... It just did not work out for them.
Yeah,
So yeah,
the
this
first
is
time
looking
made
so much
sense.
better.
The second time,
Yeah.
I thought to myself, why? Just why? Just finish the first pack. Don't go crazy. Don't go chasing. Just get it done. But they were a little overeager. This is much better. They still need to dodge the waves, of course, and once these guys are down, they will be able to handle the tsunami, I think.
Hopefully. The Primal Tsunami is still going to be a heck of a boss to have to go through because of that tyrannical, of course, and this being a 25 is just something you do not want to mess with. Very important here, by the way, is that they are getting the tidal divergences as well as the boiling rages. They're maintaining it so much better this time around, and that was a lot of the damage that Funny Meat had to go through. The boiling rage, the aqua rages, they do so much damage when they actually do get that off, and then of course the tidal divergences are just it's really, really difficult for them to stay alive through. But this is looking very clean, and this is looking very, very solid here for them, and as Miss Sammy Cat is more than happy to tell us about.
Yeah, these are the last little Aqua Ragers that need to be dealt with before the team can actually exit the bridge. Of course, standing back like this is the smart thing to do because you can see where the waves are coming. If you start pushing forward too quickly and it takes too long for these mobs to die, you will be caught unawares by one of these waves, and it's just not a risk that you can afford to take.
But they're not taking any risks. They're playing this out safely enough to make their way through it, which is the most important thing to talk about here. And of course, as the Aku Ragers, they just continuously keep spawning back in and in and in. So until you take care of Infuser Soraya, once you get rid of one, another one is going to spawn almost immediately. So you just deal with Soraya and then take care of the Aqua Rager. It's making sure, though, to stay at just the right point where you don't spawn another one while you're taking care of the one that's currently spawned. But once you take care of the Infuser, then you don't have to worry about the waves anymore, and you can start pushing forward. There's the final Aqua Rager that you have to deal with. And now, the Primal Tsunami.
We're just going to hop back to the quad here. We have 1 minute left in regulation time, so these teams will not be able to start any new dungeons. The Brits have decided to go for the Underrot. Of course, that will not help them score first point today, but we will keep an eye on this. I think we're going to watch Ukraine attempt this Tsunami because it is their last hope before we get ready to sign off for the day. Of course, if any of these dungeons are completed off stream, we will update the final score before a tweet goes out this evening with the updates, but it looks like Warrior Gamer is going to secure first place on day 2. Let's just see whether Ukraine can try and catch them up with a 1-point difference.
Hopefully, that Primal Tsunami is where it's all at, right? It all comes down to that, but regulation timer is now done. Mary Elliott, no more dungeons can be attempted now. So every dungeon that you see on screen in the quad is what is going to have to be completed or depleted. One of the two. And for Ukraine, we're all fingers crossed. They need your energy right now, chat, to be able to take on the Primal Tsunami here on this 25 Halls of Infusion. As we run through the gauntlet once more, down comes the orbs on the ground, but good blinks here from Savant are going to be able to push their way through, staying and skirting around the waves in brilliant fashion. Look at the movement techniques. But of course, the most important part that comes about with this gauntlet is making sure to CC these mobs that are infusing. We're seeing the first polymorph go out, an inundate as one of the mobs are pushing it off. But as long as you get rid of these primal infusers off, you do not want to let them get these stacks of infuse going. And so getting the CC at just the right spots are going to be the most important things. But you see the inundate as it comes through. That is an AoE wide attack, and we're actually going to have the MC. It's these little techniques that you're seeing here. You grab the Primalist Infuser, you MC them, and now you're able to start inundating the rest of the infusers. Broken out inside of the polymorph, our next Primalist Infuser is going to start blasting. One more ad was all that was left standing between them and the Tsunami, and now the tides are rising once more as soon as this mind control breaks. There we have it. The inundate comes through, but of course, you're going to be able to interrupt that. Dragon's Breath, any CC that you have in your pocket, get rid of the afflicted souls. And now we go through it again, but the unfortunate thing here from Marielia is that they have to contend with another intermission sequence, and with 11%, not too bad on the infusion stacks. However, 5 minutes to go to burn through the 60-ish% that this boss still has left.
Yeah, 5 minutes for 60% is certainly doable. Whether they have the ability to skip a third intermission is going to be, I think, the make or break here. One more will be fine. 2 could spell destruction for these teams. Ukraine is cutting it absolutely close. The globules come out, everybody just taking space where they can. The Tempest Fury incoming, a big bunch of AoE, gotta dodge the swirlies. Look at how wonderfully fortunate that spawn was. I don't think a single player had to move when those came out. The Submerge is coming up very shortly. Here it is. Everybody gets sent off into their different directions. We will be heading north with our Savant, the Mage, and the Tank. You can see the first wave spawning up on the right side using Blink to get as far ahead as they can. 2 on the right, that's very favorable, but there will be one coming up on the left and then back on the right, but they will have no problem clearing this out. Boom. looks like the tank got caught and sent back, but Funny is not dead. So everyone will join back up in the center space, start dealing with the infusers. And do we have mind control back up to do that all again, or will this just be a straight fight?
Let's take a look. Bring the three in close together. They may not even really care about doing the MC either, but yeah, you can see what happens when one of those inundates go off. It is so painful, so much damage. You really need to make sure that you're cycling through all of your CCs correctly, whether it's the Dragon's Breath or the Blinding Light or the Evoker racial knockbacks and knock up. That's also another really good thing about bringing these evokers. There's so many ways that they can CC it out. Now to take care of the final Primalist, 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And with 32% health left, the Primal Tsunami, this is still a delicate moment here for the Ukraine team. 17 stacks of that infuse got onto them, and so that means 17% extra damage here on this 25 tyrannical key. But with the way that they're staying through the infused globules, not letting that stop them. The Squall Buffet pushing back the tank, and another Focus Deluge coming out once more, putting the swirlies on those infused globules, coming out again, making sure to stay out of it, and also not getting caught in it. We're at the about 10% marker here. A lot of time for Ukraine to be able to close this out. The 25 halls in their pocket, 10 seconds before Submerge goes through, but they don't need to worry about that because Ukraine has done it. A 25 halls of infusion. It took a little bit of time to get there, Marielia, but got there. They did.
They certainly did. Congratulations to Ukraine for that. They desperately needed that dungeon to be completed. These 2 extra points for Ukraine are a fantastic, fantastic safety net for them tomorrow morning. Of course, they can no longer start another dungeon. The Brits are working on their 23 Underrot. They have defeated our Blood Witch and making their way to Krog. They've gone a little bit ahead, as we expected, to clear some trash while they wait for Lust. They have a fair amount of time left. They may actually just keep pulling trash for a while here. The Air Force still working on that 25 Neltharis. They are getting better and better with every pull. And, of course, Warrior Gamer working on their 25 Vortex Pinnacle. They have secured the first place for day 2, and we'll see if they manage to complete this dungeon in overtime off stream, whether that's going to be by 2 points or 1. But thank goodness Ukraine are going to be breathing a huge sigh of relief.
I honestly don't know if they can breathe that. Well, they can breathe the sigh of relief that the Halls of Infusion got done, but Warrior Gamer is actually almost done with this Vortex Pinnacle. They're on the final trash packs of this dungeon, and they're looking really solid in actually being able to time this and having the full 25s across the board. But like you said, whether or not that's going to happen off stream is all up in the air. But still, that's really crazy to see from Warrior Gamer.
Yeah, today has been absolutely insane. Just finishing up where we left off, there's been a swap in the leaderboard. Yesterday, we saw that Ukraine was in first position by 1 point, and right now it is Warrior Gamer's turn. There is plenty to be proud of today. These teams have their own hiccups, they had their own triumphs, but still, as you can see, there is one dungeon to be revealed tomorrow, which could change everything.
And so we have 4 dungeons available to us, which means there's only 4 others. I'm going to list them off the top of my head because I got them in the top of my head now. I'm locked in. All right, so it can either be that Freehold, it can either be Uldaman, it can either be Brackenhide Hollow, or it could be what was the other one? Neltharion Slayer. Yeah. So it can be one of those 4. Personally, I'm hoping for Freehold because I love Freehold. I know it's not a very popular dungeon right now, but I'm a big fan of Freehold. But I also wouldn't mind to see Uldaman just in the aspect of cruelty.
You know, these are both definitely dangerous choices. I know what the dungeon is, so I can't comment for obvious reasons. But I did see in the chat earlier a couple of teams are saying, "Dear God, please not Freehold." I hope that ends up well for you guys. That's all I'm going to say. And, you know, tomorrow's going to be a whole new day, Sam. We got a lot going on. And, of course, thanks to our amazing partners who have made all of this possible. Raider.io has been a wonderful partner to us, and they are where you can go to keep appraised of all the Mythic Plus happenings in the world. If you want to, you know, if you're inspired by any of these runs today and you want to up your game, go check out Raider.io and see what tools they have available to help, as well as Chaos Creative, our production partner, who are working in the background to make sure that this stream happens as smoothly as possible. I don't know, Sam, what's left to say?
Well, I think what's left to say is that make sure you're here tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, so that way you can get the exciting conclusion, day 3 of the fall 2023 AFDL Clash. It is going to be an exciting conclusion to figure out who is going to win. Make sure you follow the channel so you get notifications to when we go live, and we'll see all of you tomorrow.